stamps. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champs. Once we log in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these news they hit, we got 'em. Fallin', groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Knowing it seems we stamps. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champs. Beat 'em advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these news bodies too. We replenish, we load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies. We win, we in it online on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate end gamers league 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
To the Friday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. It is season number 9, and they say Friday nights for fighting, and that's just what we'll do, because one of these days, these UEL boots are gonna walk all over you. I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say we get down to that UEL beatdown?
Hey, login in games, we lit the squadron.
Oh, here we go. BMB scores the goal!
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, and they get stuck in their kind of view. But another
that is as defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know,
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty.
Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded, journeyman, disrespect.
ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Your boys, no rush. Ultimate and gamers league, so tough. Go capture that trophy, you can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the ultimate and gamers league. VA to Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
What is up, everybody? It is your boy AV the Pimp, and I am here with Mr. B. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I am good, man. I'm excited. So, you guys obviously are playing the Blaze today. What are we going to see from Mr. B tonight?
Oh, man, 2K work, man. Always. You know, I love that. Love to hoop. Honestly, I got to put my money where my mouth is, right? So I was talking that cash all week, and now I got to back it up. I got to do it for the boys at home. I got to do it for my family, of course, you know. The loved ones that are watching always. And, yeah, just expect some good games, some good trash talk always. And, you know, I'm going to carry that Shogun flag with pride.
Hey, man, look, I'm going to tell you right now, Hollywood is the king of trolls here at the UEL.
That he is.
And you guys don't have Kenna or Ash. Like, how does that look for you guys? Like, how do you feel about that?
Honestly, with all the practice that me and the boys put in, and even like the long nights and long hours, you know, even without them, you know, their energy, their essence is always with us, right? So I'm gonna do my best to go ahead and lead the boys the best way I know how, with Ash's teaching and GGO's work. Even, you know, with our other coaches, man, I'm just gonna do my best to lead my boys there.
All right, that sounds good. Now, my last question to you: how does it feel to make it on time?
How does it feel to make it on time? Great, actually. I was here pretty early. I got to set up everything, man. I was feeling good. I'm loose. I'm ready to dance, man.
Go.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready to rock, man. I'm ready to get this thing on the road, man.
Hey, that is awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to this game. We'll be back with another hi, Mom, with another interview here with Mobster.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there and that one goes in there, taking this one away. 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, this could be a runaway.
Welcome back, guys, to our Week 10 matchup between the Shogun and Blaze. I'm sitting here with Napkin. Could you tell me a little bit about yourself, man? As you guys may know, I'm relatively new to UEL. I've been here for a few weeks now, and I'm just now getting to know some of the players. So what's something interesting about yourself, man?
Something interesting about me, I love labbing. I love practicing games. I love just playing games in general, and I, you know, contrary to popular belief, you know, not a lot of people like losing. If I lose to somebody who's better than me, I usually don't have a problem with it. Like, as long as I can learn from it, like,
I love that.
I'll play somebody as many times as it takes for me to get better.
That's cool just because I love, like, just fighting games specifically, like jumping in the lab on fighting games, even on shooter games like Halo and what have you, trying to get certain grenade grab locations on Halo Infinite where you throw a plasma grenade and it actually will shoot the power weapon up to you. There's all sorts of things interesting you can do in the lab. My second question to you, man, is what is your favorite game right now within the UEL? That's part one of the question. Part two is there a game that you'd like to see entered into the wheel for next season?
Ooh, my favorite game in the wheel right now is it's probably Lumina Rush or Maelstrom. It's one of those two. I really enjoy Lumina Rush and Maelstrom. Both of those games are mad fun.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
And a game I'd like to see implemented into the wheel.
Yeah,
I definitely want to see Sparking 0.
Wow,
I want Sparking 0 in here.
Okay,
yeah.
I've heard a lot of hype behind that. There's so many people that love Dragon Ball Fighters that are sort of shifted over to that, but then there's also people that just love the 2D stage versus the 3D stage. So that's a good answer. Last question for you, man. You know, just looking at y'all's record right now, 3-2, sort of middle of the pack, but definitely, you know, you're picking up dubs and what have you. What is the differentiating factor that is going to take you guys to the next level, that's going to have you competing as an equal against the top teams right now between the bots and the Reapers?
I think the main thing we need to do is, even though we're like, you know, about like 5 games in, like, you know, it definitely still, since most of us are rookies, it definitely still feels different playing games in a different environment.
Right.
Like, even though the nerves aren't nowhere near as bad as they used to be, they're still there. So mistakes still happen. You start to like choke a little bit, like mid-game, and get the pressure on you. It's just we got to get rid of that, get rid of those feelings, and we got to start just
I think
playing our game.
I think sometimes as commentators, you can sort of tell that when I walk into the building, there's a new player, and you kind of hear about the new player, and then once they start to sort of get the jitters out and stuff, especially later on into the night, they start excelling. Well, man, I'm excited to see you play today, man. It's going to be an honor just sort of casting your match. Thank you for answering our questions, and I look forward to seeing your match.
Thank you for having me.
Back to you guys.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our Week 10 matchup between the Shoguns and Blaze. I'm sitting here with AV. I'm very excited specifically for this match. I've commentated over the Blaze a good bit. Don't necessarily know a lot of the players on Shogun, but I think I'm excited for that sort of ride that we're getting ready to go on throughout tonight. I think a lot of the people at home are really excited to know these players. Who is somebody on the Shogun that you think is going to, that may be necessarily popping off today?
On the Shoguns, I truly want to see RK go off.
Okay.
With RK, he is one of the players who actually was either a professional or semi-professional in Fortnite.
Oh, wow.
Now, he did lose his game against Stars,
right?
Or Flying Kittens, when they played last week.
Dude, Flying Kittens.
But, that guy.
I love him.
That guy. But, you know, RK has... He's got a lot of fire to him, right? So he wants to prove himself as an end gamer. He's you know, I actually met him personally. In my first job. So like him being able to come down here, I'm really expecting to see a lot from him. I'm also really looking forward to seeing a little bit of Raven as well. Another player who are end gamer that I worked with him in production a couple seasons back, and now he has the opportunity to be a player. He was in the league a couple seasons ago, so that gave him the opportunity to really
I like that. And you know what I've definitely picked up on just within the house here or within the arena here at the UEL is there's a lot of players that once you start picking up on the fact that gamers that are competing within the UEL, guys, have to be so well-rounded in order to play at a high level on 33 different games. Throughout the night, you're going to see us spinning a wheel, and these players, whatever the wheel lands on, they have to choose the lineup, their best competitors that are going to be going up against a really well-equipped team. Right now, I think most of these players are sort of excelling in all different genres, but I do notice a few in tier 4 and 5 that could do a little bit more improvement.
And we are going to be going into our RPS, our rock, paper, scissors. We got Garto against RK to see who's going to be setting this game up first.
It's going Garto. I'm feeling it. I knew
and
it.
Garto immediately went.
I knew it. Look at him. He just got the swag. I just knew before he even hit. I pictured his smirk. And I knew it was gonna happen. That is
honestly
funny.
Garto, another person within the league that has that personality. We got Wreckfest coming up first. So we'll see if we'll be playing this Wreckfest, which is a 5v5, or the Blaze have the opportunity to respin. It sounds like we are getting ourselves a respin, but that means that it's going to be the Shogun setup for Rainbow Six.
To start things off tonight, couldn't be better. Oh, that's exciting. Now, just a reminder for everybody at home, they decided not to play Wreckfest, but that doesn't mean that it's taken off of the wheel. It is still on the wheel, able to be played later on in the night.
Yes, that is exactly what that means. I'm really surprised to see that the Blaze didn't want to take on Wreckfest, but Rainbow Six, with it being a 5v5, we are going to see all of these players going in.
Yes, 5v5 matchup. It's going to be interesting to see, like, during the setup, what map is chosen, what game mode is chosen. We do play things a little bit differently here at the UEL. But I'm expecting it to be bomb. I'm expecting it to be some sort of like meta map. But we have seen times in the past where teams specifically are choosing to practice on the less popular maps in order to throw off their opponent. That being said, this game is going to come down to composition. I like to describe Rainbow Six Siege as, a lot of people just call it a shooter. Some people call it a tactical shooter. I call it a strategy shooter.
That's a good way
Good
to
strategy is going to beat out good gunplay every day of the week. If you have a solid composition, a good setup for every single objective of these maps, you're going to outplay somebody that's just really skilled and or accurate with these weapons.
I agree with you there. And one thing about like what kind of puts Rainbow Six on a different level from a lot of other shooters, like Halo, like Overwatch, it's not about like how fast you can move. It's not based off of the movement, but it is based off of the angles. Kind of like Valorant, right? And that's a lot of what we're going to see going into this game. And I really think that for me, the players that I see shining in this would potentially be someone like I almost said Milk Zolo, but Hollywood, because Hollywood is he knows his strategy, he knows his games, but somebody that I see kind of struggling in that or potentially struggling in it would be like Dolo. And the reason I say that is because Dolo is a sniper, right? Like he plays that long game. Now he does play the waiting game, so that could potentially make him a really good fit,
right?
But I think that maybe if they have the correct setup or the correct team composition, that the Shoguns could potentially get this W.
Okay, so are the Shoguns excelling within the shooter genre of our 33 games? Have they typically excelled within that genre over their past matches?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. All right. That's
so
interesting.
it's the thing about the Shoguns is that they are they can be a really well-rounded team, right? Like they don't have somebody who's specifically good at shooters because they don't have Chris G there today, right? And that's a major hit for them because I feel like Chris G is one of obviously the best Street Fighter players, right? I think he's pretty good at Tekken. He's won these tournaments and they rely on him so heavily
to carry that genre.
Correct.
Yes, 100%.
Yes, but now we have RKL. Well, but that would mean that Raven would then have to really pick up because Raven is known for as one of the fighters.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
So I really think that within the Shoguns they have a good mix. I just don't think that mix really complements each other.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask that is because I remember the last match that we casted for Blaze. There was even times where it wasn't necessarily the tier 1 or the tier 2 player that were excelling within these matchups. You had just mentioned Valorant. I actually watched a match where Milk Zolo was performing really well within Valorant, picking up double kills, picking up triple kills, and then you add a layer of on top of that where you feel like Hollywood, where you feel like Garto are actually really comfortable within that genre. If you have a third player, maybe even a fourth player that is also excelling, I don't know how you beat that. Shogun, though, I would probably say the best strategy for this. Sounds like we're having a tech timeout, so we're going to be here for a little bit more, guys. But what I would like to see from Shogun in this, if they haven't been excelling within the shooter genre, find ways to sort of trick your opponents, like I talked about, where you're perfecting maps and/or strategies that are less popular in order to throw off your opponent.
Yeah.
It's sort of undoable in a lot of the games, but I would say particularly on Halo, and then within the shooter genre, on Halo, and then probably Rainbow Six Siege are two really effective ways to do that. Halo giving you the ability to sort of manipulate the power weapon spawns, things of that sort of spawn trap your opponent. And then obviously in Rainbow Six Siege, just having locked down strategies, whether you're on offense, on defense, how are you attacking the objective, what particular choke point are you holding down. Pick a map that is going to throw off your opponent. That may make the difference within this match.
Oh, yeah, it definitely will, but it's all about execution as well. Like,
yeah, that's
how well do they work together? Now, we've seen, the Shoguns, we've seen a lineup like this before. So these guys have been playing together with the exception of, like, Raven and RK. But Zolo, Arbiter, Mr. B have been playing together for over a season.
Okay.
Right? They played last season as well. So this really, it's really going to be a testament to how well they've been practicing together, how well they're going to be able to execute all of those things that you spoke of as far as their teamwork. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, in Rainbow Six Siege in particular, like having that synergy, having that team composition is going to be absolutely crucial. But then it also comes down to just general game knowledge, right? Rainbow Six Siege is you have such a time constraint. You have only a certain amount of allocated time to finish up a round, get the bomb plant, defuse the bomb, and what have you. If you're wasting time potentially shooting at equipment that you don't realize you can't even destroy with gunshots or something along those lines, just having that little bit of extra game knowledge can save seconds.
Yes.
Those seconds can be applied to defusing the bomb, getting that final kill before the time runs out, and so much more.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'm really excited to see this Rainbow Six, right? We got our tech timeout, and for those of you who are just joining us or don't know who we are the UEL, the Ultimate End Gamers League. We play 33 different games, 5 different genres. The wheel changes every single season.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Now, these guys are playing for $1 million.
Yes.
It's a lot of money.
$1 million is the prize pool, and just to kind of put that into perspective of why these players are so competitive, not just against other teams, but also want to grow in their team that synergy that we just talked about. Something that you guys will notice is at the bottom of the screen, you're going to see players listed from left to right. And something just to take note of, the player on the very left side of your screen is going to be the tier 1 player of that team. The player on the very right is going to be tier 5. Depending on what tier they're in, actually determines the payout for when they're showing up and competing in each one of these matches. Clearly, you want to be performing well because you want to give your team the confidence to move you up in that tier listing. You also want to feel that too. You want to feel like a well-rounded gamer, and that's what's required in order to move up those tier listings and start taking a little bit of that pot that you just mentioned.
Yes, absolutely, man. Absolutely. And we're in it.
Oh,
we're in there.
And we're playing on Oregon.
playing.
It does look like we have bomb. Interesting like map choice. I feel like this is a very common map here at the UEL, but the thing that sort of plays into that is everybody kind of knows it relatively well. So
now I'm just going to interrupt you for just a second. We do have StarCraft 2 coming up. That means that it is the next game to be played. Like I said, we are. I'm sorry, I got caught up, but we play 33 different games on a wheel, and these guys are. Oh, looks like we're looking at these 33 different games on the wheel. We okay, yeah. And so these guys are going to be playing StarCraft Next. So we go from a shooter to a strategy.
And it's completely different. There are players within this league that aren't necessarily the most effective shooter genre players, but then the second that you throw them into a strategy game, specifically StarCraft, you'll see opponents or their teams that are going against them just forfeit the match because they're not going to waste time even playing. Happens very often against the bots. Billy on the bots, probably the best StarCraft player that we have in the league. When StarCraft is rolled, the team that is playing against the bots typically just forfeit that match because they know they don't want to waste time doing it. So it's a really interesting concept, and one of the things that makes UEL so unique compared to the other gaming leagues out here. Regardless, we're seeing a little bit of a mirror strat coming out of Hollywood. Now, this particular strat that he's running, I'm assuming he's going to put one right here. This is considered a meta strat. He's going to hold down construction here while another opponent holds down freezer. The only thing he has to be careful of is perhaps like a twitch or something along those lines that is going to actually take out those Miro windows and then make the objective vulnerable to shoot into as opposed to him shooting out.
Yep.
Nonetheless, it just gives him a great visual in order to just give data and intel to his teammates as they push, or as they defend the objective, I should say.
Yep, and as we can see here, RK is already sitting on the outside, playing it safe, not really pushing himself out. I love the fact that they are staying so close together versus anybody running out, because there are no second chances when it comes to Rainbow Six.
Absolutely. And one of the things I'd like to see them start doing immediately is maintaining their drone economy. So they have a lot of drones, including right now we're watching RK. He has a drone available, and he's not necessarily using. This is a decent cam that he just shot here, but their entire team needs to be droning out the objective, droning out around the objective, and feeding that data, feeding that information as much as humanly possible. Now right here we have Dolo pushing down the tower stairs, kind of a little bit of a construction push, right? If he had some teammates in construction, they could probably aid him. This is a difficult objective to push from main laundry stairs. I mean, if you're not going to push laundry, if you're not going to push freezer at the same time in sort of a pincer movement, this becomes extremely difficult just because of how narrow the corridor to enter the objective is. Think of it, if you will, like Thermopylae with the 300 Spartans, the Persians that were funneling into that very tight corridor. It makes it so much easier to defend. That's almost kind of what they're doing right here. So not necessarily an advantageous push, but it can be done. Now, Thermite may be potentially going to be breaching the reinforced hatches, but he's got to be careful. He's got to be careful because Zolo is creeping up on this frost right now, and he's got an ACOG, so it can do damage at a distance.
Yeah, and honestly, this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? It's knowing his angles. It's not about the movement, knowing exactly where you need to be standing because you're anticipating when somebody's going to run through that door.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has a really cheeky angle right here. He's basically shutting down the tower push by just maintaining this angle. Don't force anything. Don't force anything. They have to push to the objective. It doesn't matter. Hollywood playing the mirror perfectly, but he gets taken out at the same time. He did trade, though. So not a trade necessarily on the player, but he got 1 for 1. Here we go.
All right.
Looks like we got the Echo just trying to hold down Laundry as much as possible. 15 seconds. This Echo needs to be on his drone looking for a plant, and then the time to run out. He needs to play with his team. He has tons of teammates. Doesn't look like they're going to have the time to get this plant off. Yep. Echo drone just went out. Perfect round on defense, just about.
It looks like that was a lost round for the Shoguns, but they do have the opportunity to make a stand, right? Like, they still have a chance to come back. It's still anybody's game on this round.
Did they lose that round or they win that round? Were Shogun on defense? Shogun might have been on. No, that's. Yep, Shogun were attackers. Correct. Yeah, there we go.
Let me ask you this: what's easier for you, or like what's your take on being? Is it easier for you to attack or defend?
I would say for me, it really depends on if you have good communication, like between your teammates. Attacking these objectives can be easy, but you always have to just sort of assume that one of your players is going to get picked. It's going to get picked in sort of like a unexpected manner. There's going to be a spawn peek. There's going to be a lucky shot, right? Rainbow Six Siege is the type of game where a single shot to the head hitbox will eliminate you. So you have to expect the unexpected. Given that, I actually think it's easier to defend on this map, especially when you have strategies like the Mira strat coming out of Hollywood that we saw in that last round. That was just knowing that he's utilizing those meta strategies is going to make it so difficult. So I would say defending is easier, but if you're not using the most popular strats, it can be extremely difficult because this particular objective in the bottom of this map has 1, 2, 3, 4 different ways of entering it, whether it be a hatch, tower, construction, laundry, and then maybe even freezer. So maybe even 5 different entrances to the objective. Holding down all 5 of those is extremely difficult. Now, this is a much more optimal push. The fact that they're pushing through construction, they don't have the Mira right there on the wall, which is going to give them pretty much free reign to get in here. Oh, wow.
Wow.
pick right off the rip, coming out of the ace right there, and they've already breached both of these objective walls, neither of which was reinforced, which is just shows a little bit of the inexperience, I would say, probably on the side of Shogun. Nonetheless, Hollywood coming through right now, getting a ton of damage. Might have got the down. I think he did. Gets one down.
Oh, my
Controls the recoil and picks up a second kill with an instant headshot. Hollywood popping off right now. Hollywood does get taken down after that, though.
All right, Milk sees the shots coming from somewhere. He just can't see the person.
Yep. Milk Zolo playing on the ace, effectively getting the objective open. Now Dolo trying to sort of defend the objective with not the most optimal character in the game. This is a roaming character, but he's forced to play back to the objective because their push was so fast. They do have a couple of frost bats, though, so if they push in too hastily, they might step into one of those frost mats.
I don't think it was a good idea for him to do it there, but it does like he is all finished. I do believe that for Dolo, this is one of the things that I was talking about. This is where I feel like he may struggle. Now,
oh, wow. And that's going to be Milk Zolo picking up a headshot with the ace. Now, that's with the AK, the AK-47 in this game, which does have a little bit of a recoil. So the fact that he landed a headshot effective nonetheless.
All right. And
solid shots right there. Wow.
All right.
Now, it does look like we are going to be jumping into StarCraft 2 potentially. Solid first win by Blaze. That's sort of what we expected. The irony is I had just talked about Zolo being a pretty good shooter.
Yeah.
We had seen him in Valorant, picking up double and triple kills. And then we talked about the ability to complement your tier 1 player in Hollywood. Hollywood pushes the objective, picks up a double kill, and then Zolo comes in to pick up another 2. I mean, you can't ask for much more from your tier 3 and tier 1 players.
Honestly, I talk about dynamic duos all the time, right? Like, like some of the dynamic duos that I'm familiar with within the league, obviously, Hollywood, Garto. One that is believed to be the best duo would be Kenna and Ash. But, like, I think this is the dynamic trio.
I like that.
Right?
I like that.
The Hollywood, Garto, Milk Zolo, I think they have a really, really strong synergy between them.
Three Musketeers,
The Three Musketeers, yeah.
Don't say that too loud.
Yeah.
Garto's going to take that and run with it. Don't say that too loud, man.
Say it loud enough for Garto to run away with it. So, those three right there are a force to be reckoned with. I mean, honestly, they've got Napkin and they've got Weeping Jade, but I feel like, those three alone, make it really difficult for dynamic duos to really like take them out. Like, that, and that's exactly what this is about. Like tier 1, 2, and 3s should be the hardest people to take out.
Yeah, and then tier 4s and 5s seem to like if you're effectively sort of doing your job, if you will, performing in the games that they know that you're going to excel at. That's one of the things that sort of creates that foundation of performance that is going to have you competing with the likes of the bots and with the likes of the Reapers. And one of the things I was really impressed prior to the matchup starting today when I interviewed Napkin was he seemed to have a bit of confidence about him. We've done at least a few interviews now at this point, and you can kind of tell when players are nervous, not necessarily to be on camera, but we have interviewed some of the lower tier players, and some of them sort of worried, if you will, when I ask them about how they think they're going to perform. They talk about sort of worrying and needing to practice in certain areas. He was actually super confident. So I'm interested to see how he performs throughout this evening, because that may be a shift in sort of the tier listings that we see as we move forward with this season. Maybe Napkin starts to move up to a tier 3 and what have you.
Well, yeah, no, I definitely I agree with you there. I do believe that for Napkin, though, he's a rookie. Right? Like he's new to the league, he's new to the scene, and so is, Weeping Jade. So I think they're starting to really understand just how they need to work within the league, and I think they're growing not only as like end gamers, but also as just like as people, as human beings, right?
Absolutely.
And I think that with them having that confidence, this helps them to play a whole lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can feel that sort of within the environment here. That's one of the first things that I picked up on. But as soon as you enter the arena, there is a feeling of sort of like family and camaraderie that exists between all of the teams, the production staff and crew, owners, you name it. And I think some of the players, as they get into it, they have these nerves about being, a professional gamer and competing for money and what have you. Can they perform with their teammates, create that synergy that we talked about? Then they come in here and you realize how just amazing the UEL is, how interesting it truly is with 33 different games on the wheel, understanding the fact that there may be a few games that you don't necessarily play well in, but that there are games that like the back of your hand, and the ability to sort of have that to sort of, not necessarily as a crutch, but as sort of a stem of confidence as you move throughout the night. You can start your night in a rough fashion, and then by the end of it, be the standout player. You had mentioned Kittens earlier. I knew that he was one of our youngest players, and my first match that we commentated with him, he didn't start the night off too hot.
Yeah.
And then the finals came along, and then Fortnite came along, and then he's starting to perform all these crazy tricks, and he's, jumping into fighting games and actually, taking a little bit of health off, just doing his job where he, typically might struggle. Some of the confidence of sort of wanting to learn these games they're not necessarily well equipped for, to just simply do your job. You feel that confidence once you are comfortable within the environment here at the UEL.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I, talking about like a lot of these players, a lot of these end gamers, like one thing that I love about this league and the way that we operate is that most people come into the league only knowing one or two genres. Yeah. Right? And most of them are typically the shooters and the fighters. Yeah. Right. You could get some sports, but like I just feel like, this is just a testament to a lot of the rookies being able to play, come out of your comfort zone. Yeah. Being able to really like bring yourself, out of your shell and like get taught by people within the league.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of viewers at home, and including myself, that there's so many games within the UEL that you don't necessarily see in these massive massive stadiums being played for so much money, or something like Madden or Crash Team Racing, right? Things like that you love these games and you want to play them, but just because you think you have to play a certain type of game or a certain style of game, you don't necessarily get to show how skilled you are at those. Need for Speed being a great example. We have Need for Speed Hot Pursuit remastered on the wheel, and you're going to see that hopefully right after the StarCraft 2 performance. But you pick up on a really good point, that these players that want to excel in these other games actually get a chance to within the UEL. And hey, StarCraft is one of them. Now, Hollywood, from my understanding, is relatively experienced in StarCraft 2. I know that this is something that he's been trying to learn. And we do typically play StarCraft a little bit differently here at the UEL. Now, what you're going to notice is these players have unlimited resources, which means they immediately get to craft whatever they want. Now, their teammates can aid them and help them in a certain fashion, because I believe this is 4v4, correct?
Correct.
Right, so this is 4v4. So you're going to have specific teammates of Blaze and of Shogun that are just trying to do their job, and typically speaking, there'll be one player that is sort of the leader, if you will, that is going on the offense or sort of making the play calls. The players need to complement their best player when it comes to StarCraft 2. That's something I've picked up on very quickly.
You were right. And, with them having unlimited resources, this also means that we have a time limit of 15 minutes. They have to stop building after 15 minutes and just have an all-out war.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
It's literally what it is. They all meet in the middle, and whoever ends up on top is the winner. Now, bro, you mentioned like Billy. People like Billy tend to, in situations like this, he's going to move some of his resources or some of his units over into the other team's territory while they're already trying to build, their fortress and things of that nature. So,
and some of the best players, I think, typically speaking, the best players from both teams are typically the ones that are building their offensive units, and they're trying to do it as quickly as possible. With certain things, like you can see sort of a little bit of the click management right here by Hollywood, sort of struggling, if you will, to get these placements down. But players that are really well experienced at StarCraft know right as the matchup is starting where they're going to start building and stacking their offensive units. And then if the rest of the team sort of complements that player, it becomes just a matter of time before that star player moves across the map, starts taking out fortresses, units of their opponent, and it just becomes a sort of steamrolling fashion, if you will, before the inevitable ends up happening.
Yeah. I agree with you there. Now, as we can see, Hollywood is still putting up the units that he needs. He's going to continue to build around himself, not really anybody else. This is where his focus is for right now.
And, you know, something interesting too to talk about is the PCs that we use here at the UEL that are capable of handling all of these units on screen at the exact same time. And you'll see some of the unit count in the top right-hand corner. This unit count eventually will become so massive, some of you guys might be wondering, how the heck are these PCs capable of handling all of the units?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit more about these PCs that we're using?
The SurfThing PCs.
Yes.
We're using those SurfThing PCs for each of these games. They are the ones who are helping us to run this silky smooth stream as we speak.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, each one of these different like races, if you will, in the game have different capabilities and what have you. But all of them, if utilized correctly, can, you know, overwhelm your opponent. It's just a matter of timing. It's a matter of strategy, when to push, you know, what, you know, defensive barriers and or structures to build, what offensive units to stack, because each one of these things take a certain amount of time to build. Do you have the knowledge of what offensive pieces, if you will, think of it a game like chess, what offensive pieces are most valuable? When do you want to move those pieces across the board? And do you want to risk having those pieces taken out? And then on the defensive side of things, if you can tell that your opponent, say, is pushing with their queen, do you want to bring all of your defenses to that specific area of the board in order to take out a very important piece? Because if so, that's going to leave the other side of your base, if you will, vulnerable. So think of it a little bit like that as we start to see a little bit of action unfold across the board from either one of these teams.
Another thing that you want to take into account as well is, you know, you have flying units. You have the ground units that can't hit the flying units. So it's really about like outsmarting your team, because or not your team, your opponent. But there are also a bunch of different factions as well.
Yeah.
And I believe it's kind of like a rock paper scissors situation. Like, oh, this faction can beat this one, but this one can't beat that one. So you know, with those units, with those factions, all of those are taken into account when we're playing StarCraft, but a lot of that is kind of thrown out of the window when you have unlimited resources. There's no way that you're going to have unlimited resources and only do ground units.
Right.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, very much so. I just think that the unlimited resources creates a dynamic within this game that you're basically allowing the players to use everything at their disposal. So let's see who's better at utilizing everything that the game has to offer. That's probably what you're going to see here as things sort of continue. Hollywood looking laser focused right now, sort of locked in, if you will. He doesn't seem too pressured. He seems relatively composed right now, but these flying units are sort of taking it.
Yeah, but
too.
As you can see, those ground units are trying their best to take them out, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. You know, Hollywood is doing his best to overwhelm the other side as much as possible. He doesn't need the full 15 minutes.
Flicking away, gradually sort of deleting some of these ground units, destroying some of these structures. Look how fast these structures are being deleted. Now, one of the things I just want to, you know, mention for the viewers at home right now is you can see how quickly these ground units are being destroyed by these massive waves of flying units. Now also consider the fact that, or just consider the idea that of how long these units took to build. How much time did you spend necessarily focusing on those is sort of a steamrolling effect. And now Hollywood at the bottom of your screen, sort of that grayed out box, doesn't necessarily look as comfortable. Raven and Shogun perhaps kind of pulling up. I don't know if I necessarily call it an upset, but nonetheless, they sort of seem to be steamrolling here, no?
Yeah, they definitely are. What a lot of people don't realize is that they do have like unlimited resources while they are playing this game.
Yeah.
So they are able to build and have crazy amount of different creatures,
just different attack units.
Yes.
Right. And the number of attack units can become so excessive. You guys can see those number of units, I believe, in the top right-hand corner of your screen, breaching into the 400s, and it keeps going all the way up until that 15-minute mark that we talked about earlier, where the players are forced to stop building units. Otherwise, they'll get in some pretty big trouble. But nonetheless, Raven just seems to be Control-Alt-Deleting right now, almost effectively closing out of the game for Blaze. Simply just sort of steamrolling with these flying units, taking out each one of these structures in a matter of seconds, just feeling composed.
Look at my aerials, y'all. Look at my aerials. Get my aerials. Yeah, keep going, keep going. We have 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Just keep on looking around. Just keep on looking around.
These structures create units, or to build, a defense that can stand the firepower of what Raven is doing right now.
What is Raven doing right now?
Just deleting the Blaze click by click.
All I hear is my air units. My air units. Honestly, I love the fact that this, for me, this is a huge surprise, right?
Yeah.
I was not aware that Raven knows.
No, and
StarCraft.
Raven is a lower tier player, correct? Or is he?
He's a tier 5.
Tier 5, exactly. So Raven being a tier 5, coming in like the way that he is right now, sort of implementing his strategy, if you will. Clearly, they have a lot of faith within him in order to put him as the offensive, unit or player on the field, or within this game. So just something to take note of for those of you at home that are starting to form a source of fandom for some of these teams and for some of these players. Be on the lookout for Raven. If he starts excelling in other genres, clearly he has a knack for strategy games. And here we have Arbiter that is doing just about the same. So again, I don't think that the Blaze are necessarily feeling too confident at this moment. I don't know if they even have the capabilities to sort of pivot this in the other direction.
Yeah, no, and as you can see, Hollywood's I think he's already out. I don't think that they have any forces remaining. I think look at that.
Wow.
Look at that army,
computers are capable of maintaining all of these units on the field. Still with seamless.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
And you can hear Mr. B already going off on the floor. Get all of that. These are all the forces. There's nothing you're going to be able to do. Just overwhelming the Blaze. And honestly, they're not at the.
Wow, there it is.
They're not able to make it.
Now we're tied up. Now we're going to be tied up 1-1. And it's interesting because it's particularly at the start of these games, I love when the match starts and we already it doesn't start steamrolling from the very start. The fact that we're tied up and that the Shogun are 0-6 versus the Blaze that are 3-2, they still have that winner's mentality. They're showing up today to perform because a lot of these players, even if you are 0-6, even if you're sort of losing faith necessarily that you might make it to the playoffs, you're still playing for a position within the UEL. You want to be drafted by teams. You want to be listed as a higher tier player. You want to showcase your capabilities within this entire wheel.
Again, I agree with you there. Now, what I will say is that the whole point of these teams and these people is to make sure that they are making the end gamers are literally making sure that they keep up their tiers.
Yes, 100%.
Right? Because at the end of the season, everybody becomes a free agent all over again.
I know.
And now you can say, hey, bro, like I went off in this game, this game, this game, this game. Now, most of the teams that are here are all on a rotating tier list. Or rotating tiers. But some are solidified. Now people are like, we just saw, I don't know if you saw this, but Hollywood and Garto. Garto went for Hollywood's tier 1 spot. And Garto was not able to beat Hollywood.
I love it. I love it. That's the confidence that I had mentioned earlier, so that doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, no, not at all. But that StarCraft, really good showing from the Shoguns. Really surprising, in my opinion. I was not expecting, that outcome. I didn't think it was going to be like a blowout, but I did not know the Shoguns were already planning on that.
And I think, including myself, I love like sort of an underdog story, and it's not necessarily that Shogun were an underdog in that matchup. Clearly, they would be an underdog with regards to just the records, but Raven specifically as a player sitting in that tier 5 spot, the fact that he was able to make a showing like that, I come into these matches as a caster completely sort of objective over like which team I'm going to enjoy watching more, because there's certain players that are a little bit more of a showboater. We had just mentioned Garto. He's very much a showcase in and of himself, right? but you don't know who you're going to get into, especially, being relatively new here in the arena. I'm still learning about a lot of these players, just like so many of you guys at home. And Raven, being a tier 5 player, that may have been something that a lot of us weren't expecting, but nonetheless, that was a joy to watch.
Well, first off, going back, I think you already have a favorite player. I think I already know who your favorite player is.
I don't know,
La Bamba?
Oh, yeah, La Bamba's a dog. La Bamba's a dog. That's so funny. Yeah, he's a player. I had no reason. So La Bamba is a player on the bots, guys. I had no reason when I was casting over his matches to just enjoy his play style, enjoy his gameplay, but he's a really well-rounded player that will pull off sort of pivotal or clutch moments and then just have this stone cold, just iced out look on his face, like as if it was just nothing. And there's something about that I really, really enjoy.
Exactly.
Again, he's not even necessarily putting a ton of emotion on his sleeve or anything like that, but for whatever reason, if you guys become a fan of certain players, let us know in the chat. Let us know in the chat, man. You never know.
Let me see. I want to say my favorite player would be Cutters.
Okay.
It would be Cutters.
Yeah.
And it's just because
Any particular reason? Yeah.
he is hilarious. And
That's
two,
funny.
we understand like when things aren't going right, like he gets so hyped for the UEL.
Yeah.
That like it's just like it's not just him because of like I've got to know him over the course of these last coming seasons.
Yeah.
And bro, he's just he is funny.
I like
bro.
that.
Him
I like
and
that.
Billy, low-key hilarious.
And it's what's interesting is like sometimes sort of the talent of having like sort of comedic timing and stuff that sort of makes you funny. You can see a direct correlation to specific games where they're also sort of showcasing unique strategies, or like take for instance a fighting game. For instance, you can have sort of the ability to like implement mix-ups and put people in a blender going for those 50-50s in a unique way. And sometimes it's that player is also a bit of a comedian, a bit of a class clown, if you will.
Yeah, again, you're right. So that being said, we are going to be talking, or we're going to be getting a little commercial break from our sponsors, SurfThing.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
And there it is.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway. I keep saying.
Big shout out to SurfThing again, as you guys can see right there. These guys are doing the thing with these PCs, and we really appreciate it. Looks like we've got ourselves a tech timeout for the Need for Speed. Looks like we're going to be getting a bunch of tech timeouts today, but that is all right. What are you looking forward to seeing in this Need for Speed? What are your expectations? What are your predictions?
Well, Need for Speed is interesting just because depending on, do we play, correct me if I'm wrong, we play game type where there's one particular player that you have to take out. Name of the game type.
For Need for Speed?
Yes.
I don't know if there's a game type, but you have the racers and you have the cops.
Yes, and
you have the most wanted.
Yeah, most wanted. There we go. So there's going to be one player that is the most wanted racer, or I should say racer on the field, and as long as that racer stays up, your team has a potential to win. Typically speaking, you would like that racer to be the most well-adapted, well-equipped racer on your team. Is it randomly selected?
It's randomly selected.
That was exactly my point. So the fact that so it sounds like, oh, that is interesting. Okay. All right.
Garto is most wanted.
As he should
be. 12. Oh my god.
Well, I believe he's actually like really experienced at this game. I think I've watched him play this before, so this should be interesting. So for those of you at home, if you haven't seen this before, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered is a bit of an arcade racer. This is not a simulation racer, the likes of which you can see on Forza or Formula One, as two separate games that are a little bit more realistic. This is sort of it's definitely an arcade racer. I wouldn't even call it a simcade. It's sort of a branching genre term, a bit of like terminology that some people use. There's special abilities. The racers and the cops have different abilities, 4, I believe, each of them that they utilize on their D-pad, which includes EMPs. It includes drop strips, like spiked strips that they can drop behind them and take out the wheels of anybody behind them. They can call in helicopter support, as well as jam, so they can potentially jam their opponents and prevent them from going for an EMP, which does damage your vehicle. You want to keep your vehicle on the track as long as possible, and that's what you're watching right here with Garto, I believe is who we're watching. He is going to be the most wanted. He wants to get out front as much as humanly possible.
Right, and with that being said, I believe they can get either their abilities back or they can move a little bit faster the closer they are to incoming traffic.
Yes. Oh, that is interesting. Okay, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, and then they can also, you know, if they get MPs, they can jam them. It looks like Garto is just literally just flying right through this. He is sitting comfortable right now.
Yeah, he is sitting relatively comfortable. He's going to keep an eye on his rear view, which is underneath the scoreboard on the top of your screen, so just take note of that. He's going to see, you know, whether it's his teammates or he's going to see whether it's cops. He was able to get through that barricade relatively easily, but it doesn't seem like the cops were. I believe they actually ended up hitting some of their fellow units. That's going to drop them even further behind. Now, something that I think Garto is really enjoying right now is he does have a teammate behind him that's sort of acting as a wall of defense for these cops. Now, in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you'll notice abilities on charge. He has the jam ability, which is going to be on the right there. And then you also have spike strips. Now we're swapping over to RK, which is on the cops, trying to catch Garto, trying to catch Garto's teammate. I don't necessarily know who his teammate is, but he's zooming past him right here, coming up on Garto, which is the most wanted. What he wants to do right now is potentially just ram him off of the track. He could have gone for an EMP. I believe he goes for the strip, and does he get it? He might have gotten some damage on Garto. Nope, this is Garto right here on his tail trying to stay in the lead.
And it looks like Hollywood is trying his best to keep up with Garto to help.
So it is Hollywood.
Yes.
Okay.
PC7 is Hollywood.
Wow, so you're talking Tier 1 and Tier 2 sort of carrying the pack forward here. This is going to be very, very difficult for the Shogun to show out right now. One of the things that Garto has going for him right now is he has the jam ability. So of that D-pad you see in the bottom left, the right side of it is called the jam. If the police go for an EMP, which would basically shut him offline, it would damage his car and what have you, he can go for a jam and prevent that EMP from even happening. But he also has the spikes. He has a spike strip that he can lay behind him if for a win the cops catch up. But as you can see in his rearview mirror, they are nowhere in sight right now. So he's
about
playing
to come out of, he's going to cool down. If they cannot catch up to Garto, then it is going to be over for the Shoguns. They got 22 seconds to put him back in the sight of the cops.
And they need to use their turbo ability. So Garto's turbo ability just came online. Not necessarily a bad thing, because if he does happen to use it and he gets a little out of control, but there's 7 seconds left on this clock. Hollywood's behind him.
Nope. Looks like they were in cooldown.
Oh my gosh, they just got within range. So think of this like Grand Theft Auto. If any of you have played Grand Theft Auto and you have the most wanted stars, you have to get outside of the radius of the police of which are chasing you. That's what Garto is attempting to do. But Jade now has actually caught up with Garto and acting as that next level of defense. Garto's sitting in a really, really good position. The fact that he has turbo, he has his jammer, he has his spike strip, he's sitting pretty.
Yeah, no, I think RK is also out. You don't see him playing. You don't see his arms down. So he is out. It looks like we are getting back into the escape. So it looks like as soon as Garto almost gets away, look at that boost.
Oh my gosh, Vin Diesel on the track. He's losing.
Oh no, that's it.
Oh, and he was on a straightaway. Oh, someone get him a ticket. He's going too fast.
Oh, there's that corner.
Tripped in that corner like a dog.
Look at his face, bro. Look at that stone cold face, bro. He's not worried about a thing.
Nope. All right, he's 15 seconds away. They just barely are getting within range from time to time, but he did utilize that turbo ability. Here comes a police barricade. He zooms right through it, no problem. Looking pretty. He's got another 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Looks away, and that is interesting.
Oh, PC2 got busted.
Oh, wow.
Oh, PC2 busted someone. I'm sorry.
Oh, got you.
The game is not.
He's back in cooldown again?
escaping in.
300.
There
All
goes
right.
in. Yeah, he's feeling confident. Even if they were to catch up right now, the fact that he has his jammer, that he has that spike strip, I don't think he's worried too much. Ooh,
Is he slowing
he's
down?
slowing down a little bit of a troll right there. Little bit of a troll. The equivalent of tactical squatting. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Man, oh man,
I gotta love it, man. And for those of you watching, the fact that we have Need for Speed on our wheel just goes to show like how diverse the gaming library is here at UEL. There's so many titles that not just are on our wheel, but that we enjoy playing as gamers, that the fact that you get to see those play at a high level in an esport like the Gamers League is fascinating to me, but is something that I'm sure a lot of you guys enjoy, and you definitely feel that from the players on the arena floor.
Yep. And one thing that I got to say that, like you said, when, dealing with these games, they're games that like most people don't even really know about or play.
Yeah.
Namely, one of my favorite games on the wheel, Midnight Ghost Hunt.
Oh, I love Midnight Ghost Hunt.
I love Midnight Ghost Hunt, but you don't see a lot of people playing. A lot of people don't know about it, not necessarily playing it. Being one of those games that prop hunt with ghost and hunters.
Yes.
Oh, yes, please.
100%. If you guys have ever played a game of prop hunt within Call of Duty where you jump into specific objects and you're trying to hide as objects, Midnight Ghost Hunt is that on steroids, essentially. It is the most extreme game of prop hunt that you've ever played. The game looks amazing, and it's very, very tactical. It's very strategic, but it's also just a ton of fun. It's basically a party game that you can play at a competitive esport level. It's fascinating.
Yes. Yep. Now, we've got Maelstrom coming up. Now, Maelstrom is another game that I had personally never heard of until, until it was revealed on the wheel.
That is true. I actually looked up a little bit about Maelstrom prior to, showing up to the arena for the first time. I was really interested in this game because I believe that it was actually like a Kickstarter game. And they got the funding for it, and I think people weren't expecting like the mobility and the actual mechanics and physics of the game to be so user friendly. So it is a naval sort of like ship battling game, if you will, but there's so much strategy that is involved, not just within the PvE combat or PvP combat, but also with PvE combat. So there are NPCs that you can take out throughout the game, acquire buffs that make your weapons do more damage, that give you more health, that make you travel faster, as well as the fact that it's a little bit of a battle royale, right? There is Blackwater, is what it's called, that gradually closes in onto a specific location. And just like any other battle royale, you're trying to be the last team, the last player standing.
Yep, you get eaten by the Maelstrom.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and the other, like, there's actually like just like water monsters and just ocean dwelling just creatures that jump up out of the black water, try to take you out, if you will, sharks and giant squids or whatever. It's funny, as soon as you see players enter the black water, that panic that sort of sets in, like a lot of us are used to seeing when the storm closes in on us on another battle royale. It's very much the equivalent of that. Something to note, though, prior to getting into this match, that you guys will find interesting is the fact that this is within a public lobby, correct?
That is
So
correct.
there are going to be times where there are players on the screen that aren't necessarily the players that are on Shogun or Blaze. Either way, both of these teams are trying to rack up as many points as possible, getting to that final circle, taking out not just the people within the lobby, but obviously the opponent team.
That being said, if you're looking to get in the Maelstrom and take out an endgamer, now's your chance.
That is very true.
So if you're watching the stream and you got Maelstrom up, get ready to hit that play button.
Do it.
Do it. Control, please.
Yeah, do it, because not just where you have the chance of jumping in with an end gamer, but also the game is just a quality game in general. Between the battle passes, the cosmetics that it has to offer, there's certain things like cannon, the cannonball effects that you can apply to your ship. Think of your cannon as shooting giant pumpkins, and there's a jack-o'-lantern effect behind, sort of streaming behind the cannonball, if you will. There's all sorts of fun games that this has to offer, but it's not just about aiming at your opponent's ship and blowing them to smithereens, right? There's a lot of strategy involved. There are specific crew members that are character types that apply certain perks to your ship. There's also a captain selection, so you can equip a captain to your ship that changes the ultimate ability of your ship, if you will. I believe they're called tricks. One of which, just to give you a fair example, is maelstroms, which are these giant swirling pools within the ocean that can suck you into that pool and basically destroy you. If your opponent is sort of sailing on the edge of that maelstrom, some of the captains, or at least one of the captain, has the ability to boop or push opponent ships that are around it to basically throw them forward. So if someone's trying to escape that maelstrom, sailing around the edge of it, and then you actually just boop them into the maelstrom or push them into the maelstrom, get an instant elimination. All of their perks and the abilities that they've picked up throughout the match will come spewing out like guts, and you could just pick them up and then, essentially just highly buff your build, your ship, and continue throughout the match. Ooh, Street Fighter 6 coming up next. I love to see it. Love to see it. That's one of our favorite fighting games here at UEL, for sure. Who would you say between Shogun and Blaze is more sort of equipped to take this one?
I want to say, let's see, RK, Dolo, and Arbiter, and then we've got Milk, Napkin, and Garto. I feel like this is going to be a Blaze win because I feel like Garto is the type of person to play this game out of everybody who's here.
Okay. All right. I like that.
And then as you can see here, they're preparing for the battle. So they're just in a lobby. They're chilling. Milk Zolo's doing his own thing.
Right.
But this gives them the opportunity to go ahead and get ready. Again, when we talk about the what did we say that they were?
I'm gonna get the other one. The win.
Three Musketeers.
Yes.
Right now you got Milk Zolo and Garto in there, so the dynamic duo with
Napkin, the player that I was looking forward to seeing. So this is sort of maybe his first showing with a little bit more focus on him as opposed to like a full 5-stack. So nonetheless, that's going to be pretty interesting. Another thing to note, specifically for this ship, because it's so evident and so clear with that sort of blocky structure, you can see it right here on this much smaller ship. That has the sharks sort of pulling it, if you will. Those gray squares, those transparent gray squares that you see around the ship essentially act as its armor. And as those squares start to take damage, you'll notice them dissipate and gradually disappear, which leaves the ship vulnerable from that particular side. So within the middle of a one-on-one gunfight, you'll notice the players sort of shifting their ship from left to right, trying to maintain a sense of prowess in the sense of you don't want to show your vulnerable side to your opponent. So sometimes just the mobility of how well this game maneuvers can be pretty evident and like easily on display throughout the entirety of a one-on-one gunfight as these players shift from left to right, bang into each other, utilize their perks, utilize the trick of their captain, their special ability, if you will. But just for the viewers, just start to take note of where their vulnerable side is as that armor gradually disappears.
Yep. Got Milk Zolo. He's kind of falling behind everybody else. I think he's just trying to catch somebody off guard, and he's just doing damage from behind. Exactly what he needs to be doing as well. It doesn't look like his ability is ready just yet.
Interesting.
Nice reverse.
Interesting choice not to go through that tunnel. I think he was a dead man walking if he chose to go through that.
Yeah.
Like we said earlier, just think of the 300 Spartans versus the Persians in the Battle of Thermopylae. Had he gone through that narrow corridor, he would have been blasted with everything, including the kitchen sink, and he would have been destroyed in a matter of seconds. So
immediately.
Yeah, great maneuver to just sort of go around the sides, go around the edges here, and try to potentially flank his opponent, which is an interesting decision.
And I mean, as newly married, we got to know when to pick our battles, right? And that one was not a battle that he wanted to take on.
Our wives are watching right now like, what did he say? That is funny. I love it. So here we're taking a look at RK on a little bit faster, a little bit quicker maneuvering ship. Potentially just taking out a few NPCs, if you will.
Now, I think this is a ramming ship. Is that right?
It may be. I'm not completely confident in that. Yeah, it's a distant ship, high mobility, a bit of a sniper, if you will, just getting those shots off at a distance. But you'll notice little buffs and perks within the water, guys, as they take out these NPCs. Different colors mean different things, but essentially just think of it as picking up speed buffs, damage buffs, armor buffs, health buffs, things along those lines.
Right, armor is down right now for Milk Zolo. And I love the fact that we're spending so much time on him so we can kind of see what his strategy is here and able to take someone out and keep it pushing.
Yeah, and those are some of those buffs that he sort of like left behind there that you'll gradually see them. Is when they take out an opponent, those buffs will actually drop off of their opponent and they'll try to do their best to sort of drive over top of them and grab them as fast as possible. Now, there's not a lot of pressure right now on the map, but as this black water gradually closes in, you're going to notice both teams sort of shifting towards the center of the map in a sense of panic. One of the things to take note of, though, when that occurs is the actual map structure itself. There's going to be certain corridors or crevasses, if you will, that they have to sort of sail through, and they need to be careful to stay with their team, but then also not get out of place. Oh, wow. So here's Arbiter sort of closing in right here.
Oh, Garto's trying to get away, but he's not, and he gets taken out.
Arbiter turning around to sort of clip his opponent here and keep him locked in. Everyone's sort of collapsing on top of Arbiter. He's doing his best, but he's taking huge damage. But he can take it.
Yeah, and honestly, we've seen a lot of Arbiter trying to take out Milk, trying to take out Napkin. Yep. So Arbiter is literally becoming like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like he maybe put himself into, oh no, keeping him on the outside. How long can you keep him out there before you get eaten yourself? Let's go ahead and try to move out of the way. Yeah. Let's try to get over to the Maelstrom. Don't fall in the middle, but let's go around it, catch up that speed. There we go. And slamming right into Milk.
Nails right into him. And you'll notice these slipstreams. You can notice the water almost acting like rapids. There's certain sort of rapid water that looks like you can sort of make your boat travel faster than the typical open water. Oh my goodness, Arbiter closing in right here in the middle of this gated section.
Milk Zolo is doing the same tactic. Go ahead, don't put yourself in that position.
Yeah.
Not going through there. Milk Zolo did exactly what the Shogun were gonna do to him.
Yep. But it's interesting. He ended up going through because I guess he sort of had the data, sort of had the communication, the call out to push this next fight.
All right.
Okay. So he's going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Now they're closing in on just another fight. He still has a good amount of armor, it looks like, potentially.
All right. So
there we go.
Napkin's able to get some buffs. Are we going to have another battle royale here?
Napkin's low, Napkin's low, Napkin's low.
And we're hearing call-outs right now that Napkin is low. He may be getting picked here soon.
Oh, they are jumping on Napkin. He's by himself. Milk's trying to give him some help.
Oh, and he has no armor.
Be enough.
His armor is almost completely depleted. Interesting, though, that Arbiter didn't want to finish that fight. He understands that his teammates can take care of that, and he's shifting on to the next player, reducing the armor on the backside of his ship. Just keeps him rammed. He's trying to get into that slipstream that I had just mentioned. He's trying to get over into that so he can sort of travel out, but Arbiter has him completely trapped.
Oh
my goodness! The whole gang is here.
Oh, man.
Wow.
What is Milk going to do in this situation? How do you get out of here?
You can't.
There's nothing you're going to be. Did he take somebody out?
Trying to. He might actually get out. No. That was the equivalent of someone getting stuffed in the locker and then saying, you know what? No. You're not bullying me today.
I need to get out. I need to get out.
Oh, he might actually get out.
I'm trying.
Wow.
So it looks like RK is low on health as well. Milk and Arbiter have literally been going at it for so long.
That is true, but Milk Zolo's armor is almost completely depleted, so he is in huge trouble right now. He's doing his best to knock the armor off of his opponent, but he's not even trying to put his more armored side towards him. He's just trying to maneuver around, escape as fast as he can. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. But he's doing good.
Yeah.
And nonetheless, he's doing exceptional right now, just sort of taking the attention away from his teammates. And he's going to go through and pick up a lot of these buffs.
Is he the only one left?
He might be.
All right, he's going to go ahead and take out this. I believe this is an NPC, but he's going to get a bunch of buffs. Maybe it was, oh no.
Oh, but he's in the black water.
No,
he's in the black water.
Get out of the black water.
I don't know if he can. Oh,
he was able to get out.
He did pick up some of those buffs were actually armor, put onto his ship, so he could potentially.
And remember, he left that behind earlier.
Yep, that's true. That's very true. Oh boy.
It's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough.
Zolo gets taken out. And we're hearing word on the floor right now. A little bit of trash talking going on, saying bye to Zolo.
Dude.
That was interesting.
I love Maelstrom.
Yep, so don't forget, everybody at home, these are public lobbies, right? Why are some of these players attacking NPCs and things along those lines? They're actually gaining points by doing that. So we're going to have a point tally on the floor just to confirm that Shogun, took that game. But nonetheless, Blaze might have been doing some early game work to pick up a lot of points. So before we get that confirmation, we don't want to jump to conclusions, but interesting showcase right there from Shogun.
Yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun to see.
It's such a fun game. There's so many different abilities. We didn't even touch on the fact that there's different factions within the game that have different abilities for their ships. We have dwarves, we have humans, we have orcs, all sorts of things sort of associated with their specific faction. Nonetheless, I think Shogun did really, really good right here. Now you have a situation where it may potentially be 2-2. You're looking at a team that's 0-6 versus a team that's 3-2. Shogun are showing up right now.
Well, Shogun have been, if you haven't been in the UEL Discord, the Shoguns have been going off. Now, it's namely been Kenna and Ash.
Yeah.
But they still have a lot of confidence in their team.
They do.
And their team rally behind them.
Yeah, I think they're just genuinely happy to be a part of the UEL, but like also just sort of develop as gamers, develop as professional competitors. And there's no other better way to do that than the UEL, to sort of showcase your talent as a gamer when you're being stretched across 33 different games, 5 different categories. Let's name all of them just so the people at home know what we're talking about. We have racing games, we have fighting games, we have strategy games, we have shooter games, and we have sports games. That include Shoguns. We just got the confirmation. Shoguns won the last game. It's tied up 2-2.
I really wish that both Kenna and Ash were here so they could see their team. I know that they're probably watching. Yeah. They are going to be making sure that everybody knows just how strong their team is.
Yeah.
Now, we got Street Fighter 6 coming up, and there's no Chris G.
I know there's no Chris G, so that's going to spell trouble for them. But, if they've been practicing, man, it's, depending on the talent of the player, you can download a game, relatively quickly, especially if you're only focusing on one particular fighter.
Yeah.
If you jump into a game like Mortal Kombat, for instance, there's, a relatively big roster. So learning how to defend against a lot of character types can be difficult. But if you apply a general sort of defensive strategy across all of the character types, whether it be just being able to read and block 50-50s, go for cheeky things like resetting your combo strings, neutral jumps, things along those lines. We're already... Okay, we can do a little bit of a button check. Oh, Dead by Daylight coming up next. That's going to be
We should have played that yesterday.
I know.
For Halloween.
That'd have been good, right?
I digress. So it looks like Weeping Jade and Dolo are going to be the ones that are going in for this game.
Yeah.
I believe that they may be getting themselves a button check in really quick.
But I was just saying, you may not have your best fighting game player, but if you're able to really download one specific character and start just practicing that character day in and day out, you can apply a general sort of over-encompassing defensive strategy to the rest of the roster, and you may be able to pull this off. Nonetheless, let's see what happens. It looks like Blaze is going to be player 2, and Shogun are player 1.
Yep. And Dolo already taking some hits, using this character at a really close range. I don't know very much, but nice grab.
Oh.
Puts him on the ground.
Yeah.
All right. A lot of back and forth. You can definitely tell the difference between like these players as far as like neither one of them really playing this game, but goes in.
Yep. Well, we see almost a full cross-stage combo coming out right here. Just going for a few combo strings, cheeky chip sort of in the bottom, trying to grab that frame advantage, if you will. A bit of a dash in. Playing footsie, sort of gauging the distance, but he does land the dash in. This is where he wants to put him in the blender, and he does.
Takes Dolo out. We don't see this character very much. I don't even know her name. Lily. Lily is her name. Again, not a player we see a lot, but looks like we're going to be seeing ourselves a Zangief coming in here, and I believe that it's going to be Arcade that's standing there. who may be going in for this. So what I need Jade to do is to not get close.
Yeah.
Don't stand too close to the Zangief.
Yep.
He is a grappler. He does a lot of damage with little input.
I think Lily, though, is pretty, well, I think Lily is pretty equipped for this, though, if he knows how to play her, relatively well, just because of the sizes of those hitboxes. So she does have little dash-ins, but the size of the actual hitbox with those, I don't know what to call those sticks or those weapons that she's using right there. But,
boomerangs.
Yeah, boomerangs, if you will, right. So she's going to probably start poking relatively often.
If he keeps going into the air like that, RK is going to take advantage of that. But RK doesn't know how to do anything else. He doesn't know how to grab.
Yeah.
What is going on here? Somebody teach this man how to. There we go. But you got to be closer.
Oh, no, we don't. He was
take
anti-air, but
advantage of
she
that.
wasn't in the air. The problem right now with Jade and Lily is he's going for the low pokes when the actual footsies game is more advantageous towards just the general mid poke. He's sort of going in. But it doesn't matter. I think that was probably just a matter of Arcade not necessarily knowing the character as well, because Jade has a really straightforward strategy. He's trying to go for low chips in order to grab frame advantage. If you can break your opponent's defense, that allows you to initiate with certain combo strings and what have you. He's doing that with a low strike. The problem is the low strike has a shorter distance than his mid that he's poking with, which is those boomerangs. He's doing a very just basic attack, just trying to poke at his opponent.
And Raven is in next. That was close, but with Raven being in next, Raven knows this game.
Okay.
Again, he's supposed to be the fighter.
Okay. And he's playing Kin, so he has zoning tools, he has mix-ups, he has a lot of...
Oh,
no way!
Into the double three?
What?
That's
I wasn't expecting
crazy.
that right after you had just complimented Raven as well, but it
Nice
doesn't matter.
try,
Raven
back.
coming back.
There we
at
go.
her. Okay.
He burns himself out, though. Oh, Jade answers right back.
Counter. All right, they're sort of resetting. Oh, but solid move to sort of get that forward
And
momentum.
get him with the low. There we go.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
He was burnt out in the moment. I feel like Raven made a lot of major mistakes there, but he can still pick it up.
Yeah, and now he's gained a little bit of health back, too. So he's sitting about 50% health, which isn't too bad, going up against Milk Zolo. Now, is Milk Zolo an experienced fighting game player, would you say?
No.
No, not at all? Well, then it sounds like Raven's in position.
I don't see it.
Yep, he clearly knows his combo tools.
But I lied. There we go.
Okay. Little bit. Oh, there we go. Oh, but he whiffs that.
It blocks it.
I like this. He's going for a simple jump in. Something he could potentially mix up on these jump ins is not going for a combo string upon the jump in and simply just landing and then resetting his combo string, which he sort of does right there with a grab. Oh, I would have liked to have seen him keep that corner.
Go ahead,
Raven!
Raven!
He lands the counter, and now he's
Right
going
to
into
the air,
full
to the
combo.
EX. Grabs him out of that.
In
Throws him
broad
on the ground.
daylight, just grabs him. Wow. Solid
man.
showcase by Raven. You can see he has like a sort of a higher sort of echelon or tier of knowledge for fighters.
Oh, yeah.
The way that he's jumping in, canceling combo strings and going for basic grabs, he's sort of putting them in, within this blender where they're trying to guess his next move and they just can't do it.
Now we got Garto.
Okay, and he's playing Akuma as well. It's interesting. So maybe we see a little bit more zoning as he tries to sort of gauge the distance, if you will. Because Raven doesn't necessarily use a lot of zoning. He's simply jumping in and then trying to... He's playing more defensively, almost like a karate technique, where he wants to take advantage of his opponent making the wrong read.
Nope. Blocks that.
Okay.
Garto staying back, going for the parry. Good parry there. A lot of pokes, a lot of footsies. And still blocking that. Raven is trying to get him in that corner, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh.
Garto is going to take advantage of that.
Neutral
the
jump.
grab.
Neutral jump to grab. It's as simple as it gets. Nonetheless, Garto playing very patiently.
But he wasted. Now he's burnt out. That's not good.
Uh-oh.
Still able to take advantage of it. Gets him with the uppercut.
He should back up here and just chip him. Yeah, nonetheless, that was pretty simple. Garto finishing it with just about full health, especially as we move into this next round. Sitting pretty. Seems to be sort of be feeling out his opponents a little bit right here, which is quality. This is why Garto is sitting in that tier 2 position. He doesn't want to jump to conclusions, immediately initiate sort of an offensive pressure or aggressive play style. He wants to see how his opponents are acting before he starts to implement his own strategy.
Oh, now we've got Arvider going in with Ryu. Father versus son. Akuma versus Ryu.
Oh, wow. Simple little button shift.
Oh, no. Commandless. He cheating.
That's funny.
So Ryu kind of being more of the powerhouse. He doesn't have too many crazy combos, but just your basic poster boy.
Yeah.
A poster boy. Well-rounded character. Yep.
Yep. Oh, something interesting here is Arbiter's using the modern controller scheme as opposed to classic, so maybe a little bit more simplistic in terms of his combo output, but it's going to allow him to potentially start reading his opponent more, not necessarily worrying about specific inputs, directionals, and so forth.
Now, there's no way.
Oh, he whiffs.
No, Garto.
He whiffs, but nonetheless, he's able to maintain corner
Arbiter
pressure.
going to kill him with that grab. Look how much damage that does. It doesn't matter.
Neutral jump off Wake Up. Don't know where he got that read from, but I'd love to know what library that is. Oh, but he's still able to sort of keep him out.
Got his back. Are we going to? No.
Oh,
it goes for the grab. Gets him right
That's what I mean. That's
out
the
of there.
mind game that we're seeing constantly throughout this match. Opponents are predicting just a simple combo string, and these guys are just mixing it up constantly with walk-up grabs, neutral jumps into highs, and then mixing into a low, things along those lines. Here we go, Chun-Li versus Akuma.
Mr. B got the spirit of Chris G right now, using the Chun-Li. So,
all right, here we go. He's got to go
Mr.
through
B,
three players, right?
He's got
to go through 3 players.
He still has Hollywood and Napkin, and Napkin is their one of their other stronger
okay,
fighters.
like a strong anchor, if you will. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Right. Just to
Looks like they're going to go ahead and get ready here in just a little bit. I think that was just some miscommunication. Mr. B goes in.
Oh, wow.
Gets hit by 2 of the fireballs. Come on, B, do what Chris G showed you, bro. Come on, let's see what you got.
Yep. Playing smart. I would assume he's going to play a little bit of footsies and then go for some lows to chip out, but at that frame disadvantage of that combo string, he's getting absolutely deleted. Goes for the neutral
Hits
jump.
him. Oh,
but
not able to capitalize.
No, not at all. He's already sort of failed in his mission to just simply take a little bit of health away. Not that he had a lot to begin
Garto,
with.
stop playing with your food.
He's got to worry about chip at this point. Garto could simply just back up and go for a little bit of chip.
Oh, no! Excuse me?
Garto popping off, and he's talking smack into the camera right now. Oh, my goodness. Wow. You see him in the camera? Like we're on a Zoom call. Like this is a conference meeting Zoom call. He's just feeling himself.
Goodness.
Wow.
Man. Wow.
Yeah.
Now we've got Dead by Daylight. Now, typically with Dead by Daylight, it usually gets forfeited. Maybe we'll see it today. You know, the director doesn't.
I'd like to see Dead by Daylight because I've specifically seen Hollywood go in and actually not perform well. So if there is a chance that Shogun has started practicing this game, I think Blaze would be a team that they could potentially feel comfortable with as long as they were to choose Killer. If they have one player on their team, that was Killer. Now, Blaze obviously have set up during this, so obviously, you know, they get to sort of choose, if you will. But whether you're playing Killer or Survivor, Shogun needs to practice that moving forward, because if there's games that are typically being forfeited, excelling in those games could make a huge difference when you're talking about seasonal records.
Yeah.
The bots being super strong at StarCraft 2, right, with Billy is a great example of that. So they may be able to pull that off. But nonetheless, Blaze has the setup right here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Blaze can choose whether they play Killer or a Survivor, and then Shogun get to choose the map.
That is exactly how that works.
There we go.
And this right here can truly determine, like this could mess up your entire lineup for the rest of the game.
Yes, 100%.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like, you know, it's a 1v4.
Yep.
You have 4 survivors and you've got 1 killer. Now, typically, for those of you who are just joining us or don't know what we do here at the UEL, we typically have about a roster of 7. Here recently, a lot of the players or a lot of the teams have been only doing 5.
Yes.
So typically, with the way that we play in a baseball rotation, kind of what Mobster said earlier, from left to right, or your left, so from left to right.
Yep.
We have the tier 1s through the tier 7s, and so you know you have 5 people most of our games are 5v5s or 4v4s, but this is a 1v4, so then that would mess up your rotation to have one person go in, and then you have 4 other people, and then you have 2 extra people who are just sitting, or 3 extra people who are sitting on the side.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, a perfect example of why that could be so important. Say that Blaze want to run that they want to run killer, and they put Hollywood in as killer. Well, that's your tier 1 player who just got taken out, right? Then if the next game was Roller Champions, which is a 3v3, you now have 4 people left that you can choose from, right? But Hollywood would have been taken to play as killer during this match, so you can't put your tier 1 player into the next game because he just got played for Dead by Daylight. So that's what he's referring to when he talks about those baseball lineups. You have to think about what players on your team are the most well-equipped to perform in the given game that was selected by the UEL wheel. And Dead by Daylight sort of throws off the rosters because it's not an equal 3v3, it's not a 2v2 or a 5v5, it's a 1v4. So sometimes you're seeing players mesh against each other that maybe you wouldn't have had Dead by Daylight not even been chosen.
Man, and I will let you guys know this right now. The wheel does not care what games you're good at.
I wish we could secretly stop the wheel at certain times just so I could see a little bit of Halo Infinite. But we have no control over it. Not once. I've been able to watch and commentate over 1 Halo game. Every other time has either been forfeited or was just simply not spun on the wheel. But maybe we'll see a little bit of that later today. Nonetheless, Dead by Daylight is a super fun game, and one of the most important things that is highlighted within Dead by Daylight, I'd say more so than maybe even any other game within the wheel. I don't want to say any of them, but it's definitely within the top 3 of those 33 games, is communication. If you're playing as a survivor, obviously not as the killer because you're just by yourself, but if you're playing a survivor within Dead by Daylight, communication is absolutely key because say you get put on a hook, you've got to be able to relay the information to your teammates as to where the killer is in trajectory to your position. Talk about certain generators that have a specific amount of progress on it. All sorts of things. Say if the killer is a trapper and you see them lay a trap in a specific location, you have to be able to make that call out to your team. Remind your team later so they don't step on it later on in the round. All sorts of things. So communication is crucial when it comes to this matchup. And I think that's what we're going to see. Should be interesting, though, to see if the Blaze decide to choose, say, Hollywood as their killer, or are they going to play survivors because their last showing didn't necessarily go as well as I may have thought it would have.
This just in, the killer is actually going to be Jade.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
That is interesting, and he's going to be playing a knight.
I like that.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds interesting.
And some of the perks that you're seeing rolled right here are going to be creating distance between all of the hooks for these survivors to make it a little bit more difficult for the killer to actually transition from hook to hook and, really start to rack up those 3 strikes, if you will.
You guys may not see my excitement. The CTR roll next, and Hollywood's in. And we just talked about the lineups, right? We just talked about the lineups. What would have happened if they would have put Hollywood in instead?
That's very true. So Hollywood is actually really, really good at Crash Team Racing. So I would assume that he's going to be thrown into the lineup for that. Crash Team Racing, whole nother different animal. We'll get into that when it begins, but basically it's Mario Kart on steroids. Very, very fast paced. Nonetheless, we got Jade here now playing as the killer. We see how he does. Now this map, interesting map choice actually by Shogun. This map is very, very difficult to see. It's a little bit darker. It's less lit, per se, than I would say the other maps in the selection. So it makes it a little... We'll get more intel as to who he just put on the hook here in a little bit.
Yeah, and then you guys will see, it says Hollywood down there where Jade is. We'll get that fixed here in just a little bit. But Jade is going ahead and he is moving. Apparently, the knight is able to duplicate itself and have a second knight running around. There's no way.
Yeah, and so you saw a little bit of that on your screen, sort of a meat cleaver sort of killer, if you will, that sort of was holding the cleaver above the survivors as they're running away from him. This this knight is able to sort of duplicate itself, as he was saying, and act as sort of a decoy chasing after these survivors. And if they get caught, obviously it alerts the main killer as to their position and so much more. So he's going to be throwing those out, constantly duplicating himself, sort of putting these dummies, in a sense, on the field to sort of trigger a reaction from.
Now, right, and it does look like we a guest commentator here to replace me on this Dead by Daylight because she literally is about to jump out of her seat because this is her game and she knows these people. So everybody, welcome Rebellion.
Here we go. So I'm going to be joined here by Rebellion. Dead by Daylight, obviously a very impassioned community. It's to this day, after years and years of development, has so many people that are incredibly passionate about it. Rebellion, tell us a little bit about this matchup.
Well, this matchup, if people do not know how the Knight works, it's definitely going to end up being a Blaze win. Now, the Knight is probably one of the hardest killers that you can go against.
Okay.
That he just zoomed across. Now that just saved him time, so he's able to go find another survivor. See how we just seen the silhouette of the second Knight? That alarmed him, so now he was able to know where they were going.
Yeah. It seems like it's great for data management and just gaining the intel as to where the survivors are on the maps at all times, because as soon as they see that duplicate, they have to run from it. Yeah. They have to run from it, or the killer is going to be alerted. And the fact that it is a duplicate, it can be very difficult to differentiate as to who is who. Nonetheless, we've seen multiple players get thrown on the hooks throughout this match, and it's looking really good for Jade. Jade seems incredibly comfortable, not just as to where his duplicate placement is, but his just environmental awareness and game sense as to where the survivors may potentially be.
Yep, and plus that second Knight is also faster than the normal killer.
Wow.
So they can try and run from him, but he speeds up as he's in the chase.
Oh, wow. That is, not going to lie, seems a little bit OP.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
And then, you see the green line, you're able to follow where your second Knight has gone.
Interesting. So this map now this match, I should say, has basically gone on for a few minutes now. What I'm worried about for Shogun is the fact that none of the generators have been completed yet, and he's probably going to get another hook right here if I had to guess.
Yeah, that's the bright side about the Knight is, you can have that second Knight constantly out, so it makes it harder for the survivors to find gens and work on gens because now they're worrying about the second Knight coming to find them.
Yep, and we saw a little bit of that right there. Jade having the game sense to not necessarily follow his decoy, follow that duplicate, but knowing that this player may be sort of camping around the same area that he was taken off of the hook. Just great game knowledge and awareness by Jade right there to capitalize, put him right back on the hook, and now Shogun are in big, big trouble with no generators having been completed, and I'm pretty sure all of them having been on the hook at one point or another.
Yeah. They're probably all close to death. If not, then there's probably maybe one or two that are not.
Yeah.
But since nobody is healing each other on the left-hand side, usually you would see a little medkit icon above their usernames when they're healing each other or if they're healing themselves.
Right.
And we haven't seen any of it. So they're all injured, meaning that they are all able to be hit once and they will be put down into the crawling state.
Yes. Something that they may be able to do sort of moving forward is the fact that they've sort of picked up on the fact that he is throwing these duplicates and these decoys out there. Nonetheless, Jade gets another down, throwing him right back on the hook. I don't necessarily know how many hooks this is for that particular player.
So let me explain that for you.
Yeah.
So as you see, Endgamer PC5 has half a health bar, meaning that this is their second hook.
Ah, gotcha.
If this was their first one, their little health bar underneath their name would be full.
Okay.
When it's a second one, it turns to half. And then when it's a dead hook, meaning that they've been hooked for the third time, then it is nowhere to be seen, and they're automatically getting a skull in their little icon.
Ah, interesting. Interesting. Well, Jade, nonetheless, is doing a really great job of just picking up on where each and every one of these survivors are. The map's sort of playing to their favor in the sense of just how poorly lit it is. You'd think that they'd be able to hide a little bit more effectively, dip and dodge behind the foliage and behind some of these barriers, utilizing those pallets and what have you. I just think it's a matter of the Knight as a killer being very, very strong and picking up sort of that data, that knowledge, if you will. Look how wide the radius is on that duplicate as it walks through the grass. knowing that there's nobody within that range, he now has picked up on 2 different survivors, knocking one of them down. Is he going to go for the second, knowing that the first has been dropped? He does. Great gameplay right now coming out of Jade. That was impressive. 2 downs, and he's going to put it up 2 more
doing it that way, too.
Yeah, 2 downs. And you can see on the left side of your screen that in-gamer PC5 is in the crawling stage, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So he's not necessarily worried about that player at all.
So that player can use this map to their ability. They can actually hide in the grass, making it hard for the killer to come and find them. And because they're down in the crawling state, they don't leave scratch marks. They'll just leave bloodstains.
Which
that's
with
this map, they it's hard for them to see the bloodstains on the ground.
Right. Well, Jade, nonetheless, with maybe a little bit of showboating going on there before getting this pickup. Going to drop this player on the hook, and then he'll just have 1 more to go. This one's going to be on the hook, not necessarily eliminated. Nonetheless, he doesn't have much more to do before the end of this game. He's feeling super confident. Now, something to note, they did complete at least 1 generator, but the fact that they have 4 generators to go, 2 of their players have already been eliminated. This is not good news for Shogun.
Even if they end up with only 1 survivor left, they do have the ability to play for hatch.
Correct.
Where the hatch will open when it is last survivor standing.
Okay.
Which allows them to exit if they find the hatch. It will allow them to exit the map, which then at the end of the game it would go to points on who gets the official point for this game.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. I don't think it would lend itself well to the Shogun, though, given the fact that they only have completed 1 generator. Jade just playing incredibly comfortable right now. You can see sort of the grin on his face, almost the cracking of a smile, if you will.
So now that he has hooked the 3rd survivor, he still has to find the one that's on the floor, which he has now found. Even though you're in the crawling stage, if you have a adrenaline perk, it gives you a chance to get up from the crawling stage by yourself. But if he didn't have that perk, then he can try and find the hatch on his own in the crawling stage, and it will allow you to go into the hatch before you die.
Now, it seems like he was able to sort of get out of the grasp, if you will, of the killer right there. Could you tell me more about how he was able to do that?
So on the survivor side, they have a circle that would pop up on their screen, which has a little arrow that just goes back and forth, and you have to spam that space bar, and you got to wiggle out of that grasp. You got to wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Got you. Well, it looks like whoever in-gamer PC5 is about to be thrown on the hook potentially for the last time?
Yes, this will be their 3rd time, so this will be an automatic die.
There we go.
Which this will be a Blaze win.
Wow. That was probably the most comfortable gameplay coming out of a killer that I have ever seen here at the UEL, which may be sort of a compliment to that particular character type.
Yes.
Given those decoys, giving that dummy that they're able to sort of put out on the field to act as an AoE system, traversing the map, sort of clearing a specific area and giving you knowledge as to where the survivors are.
Yes, it allows it.
Yeah.
Jay definitely did good. It's nice seeing people play killers that are not just the typical killers that you would see in every other day matches. It's nice not seeing Trapper or the Nurse.
Yeah. Well, the Nurse is interesting because the Nurse's teleport abilities, a lot of from what I've seen here at the UEL is the players on the Nurse are a little bit overzealous with how often they're teleporting, and or maybe overly confident with their capabilities of utilizing it because you can sort of teleport onto railings that are at a higher elevation and what have you, not necessarily gauging the distance correctly and sort of messing up. So we've seen a little bit of that, but it seems like Jade was beyond comfortable with that character. I have to imagine that the rest of the players within the UEL were watching that match. They're probably going to start playing Knight a little bit more. I know I will.
I always want people to branch out to other killers because there's so many killers in this game that people could easily like play. Like there's one killer that's called the Twins, where you have the ability of having a bigger player, and then you also have this small like midget. It kind of looks like if you know Left 4 Dead. It kind of looks like that, where it's the jockey, and you're able to run around as this like little guy. And if you find any of the survivors, you can actually launch him onto the player's head.
Oh wow!
And he just like rides him around like a little jockey.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love it. Now, what is the next game that we're getting ready to jump into?
Next game we have is CTR, which
CTR,
you
Crash Team
can
Racing.
find out what is the next game by looking at the screen. And in between the lineups, you can see next game, CTR, 2v2. How we play CTR here is we play by having only one map, and whoever's in first wins.
Yep. And it is, like she just said, it is 2v2. We had mentioned prior to this match, to that Dead by Daylight match starting, if you will, that Hollywood is definitely going to go in for this lineup, and he is exceptional at this game. I have casted multiple times over him playing this game. I have to assume that Blaze is going to take this, but it's still anybody's game. If you're not familiar with this game, what sort of separates it from the rest of the arcade racers, if you will, if you're used to seeing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, if you're used to seeing Kart Racer, which is a popular game out of Korea, what sort of sets this game apart is the level of drifting throughout it. I would say Kart Racer probably has more drifting within it, but CTR is a faster pace. They are absolutely flying in terms of the general overall speed, and you're going to see a lot of that from Hollywood. The fascinating thing, though, to just pick up on throughout these maps, I should say, is just like all of those other racers, there are going to be shortcuts. But these players are traveling at a speed that is so incredibly fast. Picking up on when they actually land these shortcuts is not only a task for us as commentators, but a task to learn as one of the players. So keep your eyes on Hollywood. He is beyond comfortable in this game.
And Hollywood being on the bottom right, Milk being on the top right, and on the left side is going to be the Raven and RK. And it looks like somebody already got eaten by the plant.
Oh, boy.
Twice.
Twice. And
looks like that's RK.
And Hollywood feeling beyond comfortable right now, just maintaining his boost around all of these quarters. A relatively small map, if you will. They're already on lap 2. So this is going to be a fast-paced game. Hollywood with a comfortable lead right now. He can probably mess up and still maintain his lead. And relatively soon here, they're going to be on lap 3. This is what's going to be over before you know it.
And Hollywood is already knowing these shortcuts. He loves this game, but it's not.
No, he did mess up. Let's see if he has time. He's still in first place, just like I said.
Nope, he just hit second. It looks like Raven is now going to be taking the lead for right now.
Interesting. We sort of jinxed him a little bit, if you will.
Yeah, you did. And you know what that means? It knocks him right on out.
It doesn't even matter.
Said, it doesn't matter.
Oh, my gosh. You would have thought we were on the 360 playing Fight Night Round 3 the way he's boxing the lanes right now. Hollywood coming here to play with these haymakers. Nonetheless, we'll see if he goes for the shortcut. We'll see if he lands the shortcut here during this final lap, looking to take it. Remember, guys, here it is. Here's the shortcut. Does he land it? He does.
Oh, my gosh. This man is
Hollywood
a menace.
just claiming gold in this race, feeling as comfortable as ever.
Oh, man.
Performing exactly as we thought he would.
What can you say, bro? It's Hollywood. It's Hollywood and CTR.
Yeah.
I expect nothing less when it comes to Hollywood playing CTR. He loves this game. He talks about how much he loves it all the time.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was a great showing, and that was great utility in terms of like map management, downloading the map, knowing that shortcut. I was really glad that map in particular, that shortcut that he was showcasing for our viewers, shows how fast-paced that game is, but how quickly you can jump from second to first to drop down into third and so forth. He messed up the shortcut, dropped into second, utilized the game mechanics in order to maintain his speed, catch up to first place, and then he landed the shortcut to finish out the race.
Yep.
That's what Crash Team Racing is all about.
Hey, man, it's all about those drifts.
Yeah.
And also, shooting out haymakers like you talked about, because I've never seen somebody knock somebody else out so fast.
That was it was almost like a bully maneuver.
It really was.
What am I doing in second, man? Get back here. Chill. What's that all about?
So the Blaze are now starting to take off just a little bit. They've won 3 games, back to back. So now we've got the finals. I'm assuming that this is going to be a really close match.
Yeah. The finals is it's definitely a game that is anybody's, right?
Yeah.
Most of our teams are comfortable within shooters, but also depending on sort of the momentum of the evening, if you will, sometimes things can shift. If a team is probably feeling a little bit more underwhelmed or just down in terms of their mental, that you can see sort of like mix-ups and shifts, but I don't see necessarily the Blaze sort of taking it to Shogun in a strong sense of the phrase. I think this is going to be relatively close.
I agree with you there. With us having, Dolo, we saw just how crazy Dolo is with snipers, with RK being really good at shooters. I feel like with, Mr. B, with Arbiter, honestly, this is a really well-rounded team. Yeah, I do think will contend with the Blaze when it comes to the finals.
Well,
now,
one of the things to pick up on what you just mentioned, one of the things I think they have to focus on in order to compete with the Blaze is having the players that are less experienced within shooters act as an anchor on the objective. We saw some of that with Jekyll, actually, not necessarily being as experienced within the shooter genre, picking up the heavies within the finals, which is a character type, if you will, that are a little bit slower, they have a little bit more health. And he was the player that started anchoring the point while the other players complimented him around the point while he's picking up objectives. And we did just get a timeout from Shoguns. They may be trying to either, number one, I don't know if they have setup, but they may be, one, trying to set up the game. But two, they might be trying to formulate a strategy to go against the Blaze. But as I was saying about Jekyll, he wasn't as experienced within shooters. And as a result, he was just anchoring the point, picking up kills here and there, but mostly just picking up objective time while his much more skilled shooter teammates were sort of managing the areas around him, getting stagger picks, if you will, and sort of just taking out enemies while he sat on point. So we could see some of that.
Yeah.
If Shogun needs it.
Well, to be honest with you, when it comes to the finals, unlike Rainbow, there's a lot of movement going on here within the finals, but it's all about positioning.
Yes.
Right. We've seen more of that game mode where it's kind of like Siege, where you're not getting like necessarily your health back. You got a team that's defending, you got a team that's attacking.
Yeah.
But another one is I don't know what the game mode is called, but it's just like moving. Moving that little platform across.
Off the top of my head, I don't know what the just that brain fart. Don't know what the objective is called. But
same here.
Nonetheless, it is a moving platform that is basically like, just picture King of the Hill, and the actual hill itself is moving. So you have sort of power shift is the name of the actual game type. So we may be seeing power shift. We may be seeing search and destroy. I've typically have seen more power shift than anything else. I think it allows for a little bit more diversity in gameplay, and the higher level, the higher tier players will probably be showcased a little bit more, given the fact that the actual match just continues to evolve and it's not round based. So players particularly that are dominating continue to dominate, and it becomes more evident for the viewer.
Yes. Now, I'm really hoping that they're able to get into this game. I really want to see the finals. Finals has become one of the games that is one of the favorites here in the UEL. A lot of people love playing it. There's a lot of mayhem. There's a lot of chaos. Exactly what you would expect coming into a game of the UEL.
Yeah.
So that being said, though, what are some of the games you are actually looking forward to seeing for the rest of this match? Like, what games do you think? Matter of fact, here's a question. What games do you think the Shoguns can win to catch up to Blaze?
Well, I think they want to avoid sports. I feel like Blaze actually, Hollywood in particular, started practicing a lot of sports games. So weirdly enough, you asked me which one I would like to see. I like seeing the sports game, the sports genre, because it tends to be a category that within the realm of esports in general, I think esports popularity for the sports genre hasn't necessarily become sort of the front or the showcased sort of game type, if you will, for esports across the world. Like internationally, you're seeing huge Dota and League of Legends tournaments, first-person shooter tournaments, fighting games, and the FGC has continued to be popular throughout all of history, going all the way back from arcade systems, Smash Melee, moving up in today with the newest Mortal Kombat. I mean, it's been so popular that franchises like Mortal Kombat are just constantly rebooting themselves because the storylines just keep continuing, right?
Yeah.
Sports in general, you saw a little bit of an esports shift towards popularity within Madden. Madden in particular, which we actually recently had on the wheel, but now we have NCAA. Sports is interesting because you don't necessarily see it as often, right? So seeing players on there is fascinating. And with regards to that's just something I would like to see, but I don't think that Shogun are going to play well and necessarily against the Blaze, particularly because of Hollywood. Now, Hollywood might not be available for that, right? Because it is a 2v2, so they have to watch their lineups that could potentially come up.
Yep. We have Forza coming up next, which is a racing game.
Right.
Not exactly sports, but we're going to get one out of here eventually. But until then, let's get into these finals.
Oh, wow. Interesting. So a timeout was burned on Blaze because they didn't send in their lineup. Is that correct?
All right. And we have that platform that we were talking about, deadlift.
Yeah.
What in the world is this?
I've never actually seen that before. That is interesting. So this is Hollywood gameplay right now, utilizing the high ground, if you will, the verticality of this map, just constantly peeking through the lobby of this building, and he's just draining health right now, picking up a quick elim. His team, though, on the other hand, picks up another 2 kills.
Again, it's all about positioning. He was in the perfect position to do everything he just did.
Yep. And I would note for any of the players watching at home, you can see the team composition in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen in terms of all of the character types that they're actually using. And right now it looks like Hollywood is playing on a light character, which takes advantage of an SMG, and he has a grapple hook as well. So this is going to be really interesting as he continues throughout this matchup.
Yo, this whole thing is so strange. Can they not see him?
I don't know, but he completely flanked his opponent right there, and he's able to get to that high ground because...
I need the Shoguns to start paying attention. There's no way that he's letting him cook y'all all the way from back there.
Right, well, this just showcases the mobility of the lightweight character. Now, if you're new to the finals, and this is Mr. B right here, potentially...
Nope, Dolo.
Dolo, sorry. So this is Dolo right now, potentially picking up some kills on the objective. It's not necessarily as important that he's getting these actual kills as much as it is that he's draining their health pool. He needs to secure this one, though. Nonetheless, they're sitting with a very low health. They're not necessarily able to protect the objective, and his team is going to start getting on it.
He
does get the assist, though. No way! No way! Playing patty cake with his face up close with a sniper rifle. Unreal coming out of Dolo right now. Now he's just sitting on top of the objective, draining health in order to lower the TTK on the kill, and his team is looking pretty as ever. Solid gameplay. Solid gameplay coming out of Dolo right now.
Yeah, Dolo is
great just map management. He jumped onto the objective to help the objective shift at a faster pace. Knowing that the enemy team is starting to respawn, he then shifts off of it, utilizes that verticality. He's going to gain a little bit of distance, but he gets picked. Don't forget, those lightweight characters have very, very little health, but they can also put out damage. Like this is Hollywood on another lightweight character.
Hey, Hollywood, you're doing a really good job, but I think that the goal right now, we need somebody to be able, if I'm the Blaze, we need somebody to stay on top of Dolo.
Right.
Dolo is making sure that he's at a really strong spot, and if we're not able to get there, then we need to get somebody that is going to be able to get over there.
Yep, and just take note of the rotations coming out of Hollywood right now, from jump pads to grapple hooks, jumping through windows, dropping from the 3rd story to the 1st story, taking out turrets now on top of the objective. He starts taking hits, so he drops, and he's going to play inside the building. His map management right now is at another level. He is making such a huge difference when it comes to this game.
Being able to see his opponents, gets out of the way. And good communication from Dolo. Again,
my goodness gracious.
Being in a good spot, being able to stay up top.
Right?
Keeping that high ground, making sure that he is the leverage for the rest of the team. What in the world was that?
I don't know, but something interesting to note, as good as Hollywood has actually been playing right now, the Shogun are looking solid. He does whiff the grapple hook. Unfortunate. He's got to be able to get into a position to utilize his sniper rifle. Okay, here he is. Here he is. Now the Blaze have started to shift it in the other direction. He is playing
there's no way.
Oh,
my goodness.
He needs to make a decision as to whether or not he's going to snipe or if he's going to play up on the objective. He's too often trying to quick scope on top of the objective, which just isn't optimal no matter how much confidence you have. Oh my goodness.
He let that happen.
Yeah. That was interesting. His reticle management through the recoil of that SMG was exceptional right there. Hollywood jumping on top of this roof.
They're focusing on Arbiter. They're focusing on everybody. They want to make sure that the Shogun do not have the opportunity to make a move.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say his level of accuracy right now that Hollywood has with this SMG is exceptional. I can promise everybody at home that he is not utilizing any type of aim hack or cheat. He just
macros are cheating.
Just absolutely dialed in right now, getting damn near 100% accuracy with this SMG. Look at this.
You know, the crazy thing is they can see him, but nobody's paying attention.
Oh my goodness, just rotating constantly. His target acquisition is exceptional as well. The moment he picks up a kill, he's already looking for another opponent, potentially getting a kill on the zipline right now. This is the target acquisition that I'm talking about. In fact, to pick up
oh my God,
in the middle of the sky. He's Spider-Man. He's literally Peter Parker right now. There is no stopping Hollywood, just transitioning.
He is Hollywood is Peter Parker, but he wants to be Miles Morales so bad.
Wow, emoting on the point. They now have 3/4 of this cap, if you will. Shogun needs to get into position to turn this thing around because we have seen shifts in momentum constantly. Hollywood showboating in the corner.
Oh man, this is, and the thing that the thing that I'm seeing a lot of is the Shoguns are doing really well as far as it's like, at least for like Dolo being able to stay back. Like you said, he needs to make a decision.
Yeah.
But with Dolo being out there, the rest of the team isn't playing the objective like they should be.
100%. We talked about complementing your team composition. You know, Jade is on the medium, which I want them to do more often.
There's no way they're not paying attention to him.
Oh boy, just too much hip fire. Too much hip fire. He needs to start ADSing and just dropping that health pool as much as possible. Dolo still staying on the sniper rifle.
But also not using the grappling hook at all.
Yep.
By yourself. You can't do anything like
tough.
that.
That's
no
tough.
revive for you. Not happening.
Tough. Hollywood feeling comfortable about to finish this cap. They've got to get on it right now if they want to turn this thing around. It's not going to matter, though, because Hollywood was dialed in from the top of the hour. Hollywood has been playing like a phenom, and he just popped off during that match.
Bro, what?
Transitioning from street level to inside the buildings, grapple hooping on top of three-story buildings, dropping onto the objective, collapsing onto the objective with perfect timing alongside of his teammates. I mean, he even had moments where he would pick up a kill and then throw a frag grenade on top of the objective before transitioning to the second player. That's that target acquisition that I had talked about. He has really good game sense and environmental awareness throughout the entirety of that match. He didn't let up for a single second, besides the fact that he was emoting on top of the objective.
Listen, one thing that I can say about Hollywood is, as the troll of the UEL, do not give Hollywood any type of leverage.
You know, the only other person when you say the troll of the UEL that I would put in the same category would be Garto, and they're actually on the same team. So this is the trolling team of the UEL.
And but like you may not have known this, but like Garto, Hollywood, you know, the cat, they all used to be on the same team.
Okay.
They all used to be on the Reapers.
Oh wow.
Together.
Okay.
Now
that makes sense.
This season, they obviously branched off.
Yeah.
Cat kicked Hollywood off of the Reapers. Hollywood took over the Blaze, brung Garto with him. And so there's that rivalry.
I love it. That's the drama that is so interesting for you guys at home. It's also super interesting for me, you know, being relatively new to the UEL and casting now for the last few weeks. It's not just about the games. It is all about the players. It's about the league. It's about the environment. This arena is always just an absolute vibe every time I step in here. One of the things that helps us maintain that vibe is the energy that we have, not just casting, but also the players on the arena floor. Let's take a look at where we get some of that energy by checking out Sly Energy Drinks.
I didn't move.
Welcome back, guys. If you're just now tuning in, Blaze have sort of taken off in terms of the win column over the last, I would say, 30 minutes or so. Not 30 minutes, 30 minutes, I would say, within just regular time, not in-game time. If you're new to the UEL, these two teams are playing against each other for 4 in-game hours, which typically speaking is about 6 hours just in real time. So over the last 30 minutes, I would say the Blaze have picked up a few different wins, and we just finished out a game of the finals that they played very effectively. I would say Hollywood sort of did his job, if you will, as the top fragger on the team, picking up a lot of kills and allowing the rest of his team to move the objective forward and finish that game out.
And also, I want to let you guys know that as you can see right here at the bottom on the scrolling screen, it shows all of the games that we have played so far. As you guys can already see, the Blaze are winning 6. Shoguns are down. They only have 2 points. Each of these games that are on this wheel, all 33 of these games, only cost 1 point.
Yep.
None of these games are more than 1 point or less than 1 point. It's all 1 point. So the Shoguns really have to make a move here. Now's the time, because if you give Hollywood and Garto the opportunity, they are going to take advantage of that. You don't want to break your mental in front of those two.
Yeah, well, you know, one of the things I would say I'm surprised with today, the last 2 games that we've casted over, the timeouts were being used relatively quickly, and we were seeing that a lot from, I would say, some of the more losing records within the league, just not maintaining their economy of timeouts and forfeits effectively. If you don't know, once we go to halftime, regardless of how many timeouts that you actually have left, you will be dropped down to 2 timeouts. The reason that's super important is because if you're struggling to actually set up the match and you need more time for setup, if you don't have a timeout to spend, you're forced to forfeit that actual game. So it becomes really, really important that you maintain that timeout economy, if you will. Not that one of these teams are burning too many timeouts. There hasn't been a lot of mistakes. We almost saw a button check mistake during Street Fighter. If a player calls for a button check, he wants to swap his controls. If you accidentally attack that player before that button check is complete, you can lose.
That is what we consider here at the UEL a dead character.
Yeah.
And the last thing you want to do is jeopardize that huge opportunity for a comeback by not following the rules.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to know the rules. We see some of those mistakes from some of our younger players. I think we saw, I don't necessarily know if it was Biscuit or Flying Kittens, but we saw them being relatively new to the UEL, failed to perform a button check and then attacked their opponent and were forced to be DQ'd.
It could have been both of them.
It could have been both of them. So for those of you watching at home, typically speaking, you do see that from the younger players within the league, but it even happens to some of the veterans if they have an off day, if they're not feeling themselves, a little under the weather, or maybe they're just haven't really caught a vibe when they walked into the arena. Just start taking note of those things.
Yeah. Yep. You are correct there, sir.
And it looks like we have about a minute of this timeout left before we potentially start getting into Forza. Now, Forza is an interesting game as one of our racers. We saw another one of our racers earlier that was Crash Team Racing. Now, this is going to be completely different. Actually, seen 2. Need for Speed.
Need for
Speed, baby. We got 3 racers on today.
How is it that we got both Hollywood and Garto for both of those games?
Yeah, they're comfortable, I feel like, within the racing category. Some of the racing games, though, in particular, aren't they don't necessarily lean so much onto the mechanics of a standard racer. I mean, you just saw an arcade racer with Crash Team Racing versus what is going to be a little bit more simulation racing within Forza and Formula 1. Regardless, I think they're all very comfortable at those. Games like Wreckfest, I think, are a little bit more viable for Shogun if they're not, necessarily as experienced, I would say, as the Blaze are within racing. So maybe we get Wreckfest later. That may be a reason why Blaze decided not to play Wreckfest when we started at the top of the hour. That one typically can go either way. I think within the other racers, though, Blaze is feeling really confident.
I will say that they are. They definitely are. Yeah. Like, you could even hear Hollywood get up during the finals and was just like, "God, what is going on?"
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You like, again, it's me with the leverage. Looks like that there is a timeout from the Blaze, which gives us more opportunity to kind of recap more of like how this game has gone so far. I want to say, at least for Street Fighter, I was expecting a little bit more from Raven. I'm a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to pull up. And the same for Mr. B.
Yep.
You know, playing modern Chun-Li, which we all know is something that that Chris G is known for.
Yeah.
You know, you would think that there'd be some more. You would expect more from them.
Yeah.
You know, on that point. But you know, the Blaze again going along with their lead, really showing out tonight. And I know that Hollywood is highly confident in his team.
Yeah.
And they want to secure some type of playoff.
I agree, and I don't want Shogun necessarily, you know, putting their heads down throughout all of this. They have to maintain that winner's mentality because, listen, they've got 2 wins tonight already against a 3-2 team. But the other games that have taken place, they've had like some of their moments. They've had some decent moments. And in a game like Street Fighter, you know, clearly the Blaze ended up taking that, but there was just little mistakes that they were doing. For instance, throughout that match, they were being defeated, or I guess getting health taken away by simple walk-up grabs, right? Neutral jump to grab, simple combo strings, just getting chipped and then starting to mash buttons, you know, after getting chipped. That level of sort of game knowledge when it comes to any of the selection within the FGC titles that we have within the wheel, you've got to be able to understand those basic fundamentals. And if you're able to lock those in, it may be just enough, just the determining factor, if you will, to take some of these fighting games. If they can sort of polish off some of that, or maybe start thinking about that throughout the rest of the night, we may have a situation where they pick up 2 or 3 wins, and things are starting to get a little bit closer.
Well, I mean, this is still only the first half.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And so I can't necessarily say that one team is a one-half team or, you know, whatever that looks like. But, you know, there's the Shoguns honestly could still be in it. But it's going to take a lot for the Blaze to really start to mess up in order for the Shoguns to really start to show what they can do, especially without, you know, their tier 1, without Chris G. But they got the new tier 1 today. It is Dolo coming in trying to show off here as well.
So here we go, jumping into this game. It looks like we have an NCAA right after this. We just talked about some sports game. I do think that sort of lends itself to the Blaze. Nonetheless, you're taking a look at Hollywood here on Forza, choosing a Formula 1 style car. The advantage this car is going to have over the rest of his competition is the fact that it plays really well on the track. Now, the moment this thing gets bumped off the track, it's a little bit more difficult with those wheels, those Formula 1 wheels, if you will, to get traction, to get back on top of the pavement, if you will. But as long as you're racing clean, which is the name of the game when it comes to Forza, then I think he's going to be fine. He's choosing that car model, if you will, that car type, because of the level of confidence he has to stay on the track.
And we are right back where we started when we talk about ZTR. Raven is right behind Hollywood.
Yeah.
And if you guys didn't already see what happened, Hollywood bullied himself into the second place spot. Again, to Raven.
Yep. That is so funny. That is so funny. Well, it's confidence is what it is, man.
It is.
You know?
It is.
Hollywood was sort of bullying, if you will, in the last match that we saw on the finals, and now here he is doing it again, but within Forza. He's feeling good. I believe he is in the lead right now. He is. Yeah.
Yes,
he is in the lead, and he's just, you know, on these straightaways, being in that Formula 1 car, he's going to gauge a little. Now, he did take that turn a little fast.
Yeah.
If you're new to racing games, any turn that you basically go into, you want to start the beginning of the turn on the wide side of the track if you're able to sort of get within that positioning, right? You're going to have cars bumping into you and what have you, but you want to initiate a turn from a wide angle and then turn sharply into it in order to maintain a level of momentum and speed to travel throughout it as quickly as possible.
Be careful when coming up on that turn.
Garto driving like grandma.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do. You know, because the name of the game here, guys, is to drive clean. So if you accidentally bump into your opponent or you drive off of the track, you can actually get a time penalty. Probably, I would say one of the most important things, though, is to make sure that you actually finish the race, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is because once the first... Oh, look at Hollywood's face. Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh. So Hollywood did make a slight mistake there, and now he's sitting in second place, but he was able to sort of correct it, and we talked about that, right? Those Formula 1 wheels, as soon as that thing goes off the track, it is an absolute tragedy watching somebody try to get back on top of it. Nonetheless, once you are there, this car plays really, really well. Now, he's got to be careful right here because he wants to catch up, which is an indication of needing to pick up more speed, right? But you don't necessarily have to do that. Sometimes you'll see players that have faith in sort of their control over the car. Let the person in front of you make the mistake. If he picks up too much speed going into one of these corners, it is going to make or break him, right? Even if he rams into the back of the player here, he's got to be careful not to go off of this track because by the time he gets back on it, it may be over.
Yeah, and as we can see, he's still in that second place spot, which is fine. We talked about somebody being able to, you obviously want to finish because if you don't finish, that ends up hurting your team. Yeah. And then as soon as that first, I think it's the first person maybe that passes right on through.
Right.
Or that finishes the race, you have a timer. And you've got to move quick.
Yep.
Right?
Now we're
then
taking a look.
Arbiter.
Yep. We're taking a look at Arbiter. Let's see how he pulls sort of into this. Now I believe he's in 5th, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so he is in the 5th, and you guys can see that in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Each one of these players have to make sure that they finish. It looks like, is that Hollywood may have finished?
Oh, the race is starting to end, so they have a minute to make sure that they finish this race. If it was Hollywood that finished first, then yes, this game will be over. If it's not Hollywood, then it's Weeping Jade.
Oh,
I forgot just how great of a racer he really is.
Here we go. There we go. Mr. B does finish the map. We'll see if anyone doesn't. If anyone doesn't finish, like AV was just saying, they will get a time penalty, which will be the determining factor. Okay, Jade, Hollywood, and Milk Zolo finished 1, 2, and 3. So Hollywood, didn't get first like we assumed he would, but nonetheless, he performed really, really well.
Yeah, no, Jade is really showing off on these racers.
And so if everyone can finish here, we'll get an average of these times, and we'll be able to tell you guys which one of these teams ended up taking it.
I do believe that it is actually going to be a win for the Blaze because they all, like, first, second, and third.
Yeah, that's tough.
Like, once you get to that point, like, it's hard it's hard to really beat something like that. But there are penalties. We will find out that information in just a little bit, guys.
Yep.
But in the meantime, what a game.
Yeah, that was, honestly, it's interesting jumping from such a different sort of subgenre within racing when you're talking about Crash Team Racing versus Need for Speed, and then you jump into Forza. We also have Formula One. Formula One differentiating itself from the rest of those games because there are actual NPCs on the track that will brake check you, and it's actually a 1v1, which is fascinating to me. You just saw both teams sort of going at it there, but when we play Formula One, it is a 1v1. Nonetheless, our next game is going to be NCAA. So we are jumping into the sports category.
There you go. This is what you've been wanting to see. Now, and that is a Blaze win. Like I said, having that first, second, and third place, it kind of makes it extremely hard for the other team to really do anything to come back. But there also could be penalties that could also, help in that situation and help you, to actually get that dub. But it doesn't look like that's the case right now. We're going into NCAA, and it looks like we may already have our two Dolo and Mr. B against Milk, Zolo, and Napkin. I want to say that this is really going to be a game between both Milk, Zolo, and Mr. B. Mr. B is a sports player as well, and I believe Milk Zolo is as well. I'm assuming that those two are going to be the QBs.
Yeah, I would assume so. I would say the quarterback positioning is obviously very important. That's typically going to be your best player. Nonetheless, that second player can make or break the entirety of the game, given the fact that some of them will play linebacker, some of them will play a safety. But then also just being on alignment. If you're able to utilize the in-game features and mechanics to get a swim move off, a spin move on the line, get that sack, put pressure on the quarterback to not necessarily sit in the pocket. We see a lot of QB scrambles within NCAA. You can imagine that second player playing on the safety. His opponent sending a few receivers on, fly routes down the field. If you are not playing your particular zone well enough as a free roaming player, that may cause your opponent to necessarily get a touchdown and throw off the entirety of the game. So don't just focus on what you're seeing from a quarterback positioning, especially when we're on defense. Try to focus on which of those players are, I should say, which of the positions those two players are playing. Yeah.
I love that.
Yep.
And I think that, it takes a lot of really good knowledge, when it comes to our sports knowledge to really understand and to be able to just be able to execute that, right?
Yeah.
Again, a lot of the stuff and I love the fact that you know this information, because it all can be done. It's really just more about the execution part. Like you can say it, but can you do it?
Yeah, and you've got to be able to read your opponent. When you talk about you can say it, but you've got to be able to do it. There's going to be times where both of these, it looks like we're getting Alabama versus Alabama, which we see a lot here at the UEL. So we'll let you know which jerseys are who by the time this thing starts up. But what I was going to say is you got to be able to read your opponent. I think what has been the make or break for a lot of the players within our league is when they're able to counter what formations their opponent are playing. Because there's going to be formations that leave routes that are open in the flats. They leave routes open along the sidelines, down the field, and so forth. Maybe a player is blitzing very often, so you do a slant route towards, big hit right there. So you can imagine if a player is blitzing their linebackers often, maybe I send a slant route to a receiver that is in the position of where that linebacker is blitzing, because that zone is going to be open. If they can't make those reads in real time, you're going to lose. It's that simple.
Yeah, and I was actually correct. Milk Zolo is going to be QB, and so is Mr. B.
Yeah, that was great assumption. Ooh,
honestly,
gosh,
I do think that this may be a game the Shoguns can win. It does look like the Shogun are white jerseys and the Blaze are the red jerseys. So it looks like Blaze has the ball first.
Oh,
nice pass.
Big hit. That's interesting because that was a path to the flats, which we had just talked about. And unless he's in man coverage or if he's playing a cover 2, flats should have been wide open. So it's maybe he's doing a few audibles within his defense after the play call. Now, that was open because that was a cover 3. So they're going to keep sort of peppering that, if you will. And what I would do if I was the Blaze is to do what's called conditioning your opponent. Do multiple plays to a specific area of the field, and then when you think they're going to counter that, counter their counter. It's basically just basically implementing your game plan at your will throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah.
That's the phrase I was looking for.
I love it. I love it.
Yep. So we'll see either he might be swapping the play and or just going for a different formation altogether. He's loading up the left side of the field, which is an indication that there's going to be a post route to the center, but if they're in cover 3, he's in trouble. Nonetheless, we just talked about QB sneaks at risk, though. Not going for a slide. I promise you, if that level of confidence continues throughout this match, it's going to get them in trouble because that quarterback will fumble that ball.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to see a hit stick at the speed of an 18-wheeler flying down the highway that is going to rock his cranium and send him into next week if he doesn't start sliding. We'll see if he
who needs to slide if you're gonna get hit by a truck.
Yeah, but this isn't Michael Vick on Madden. You can't just scramble like that all the time. We'll see if they continue it. That was Zolo playing quarterback, running out the way he did right there. So he has some confidence going for him.
Alabama versus Alabama. So if they start screaming defense for Alabama, how's that work?
Listen, your guess is as good as mine.
Do both teams get the buff?
Right. That's interesting. It seems like he's going for the same sort of game plan where he's doing a 3 wide receiver set on that side of the field. Wow!
Oh, no!
Reading the blocks perfectly, picking up about 9 yards right there. That was great. Nonetheless, he's constantly doing a 3 wide receiver set. I think what he's doing is that 3 wide receiver set is making it to where he can either pass to the flats, and if he does, he has 2 receivers that are in the flats acting as blockers.
Okay.
And then if he feels as if the defense is reading that formation, he then scrambles to the opposing side because the majority of the defenders are guarding those 3 wide receivers. So let's see if he scrambles out to the left if this is play action. It's not.
What just happened?
Simple run play. I thought he was going to go for a play action and fake the run. And now he goes for the screen. Exactly what we... Oh! Check
His
the lost
ankles
and found.
are broken.
Check the lost and found for his ankles. You may have to put them together because they were just shattered. Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious, this wasn't even a juke move. I think he just pivoted his joystick to the right side. Great,
oh my gosh.
great
look at that.
manipulation.
Nope,
oh
gotcha.
my goodness gracious.
Thought I was over there.
Yeah.
I was not.
All right, now they're in the red zone. So I would expect more cover 2 coming out of the defense right here. Unless he plays man coverage. Oh, but it just leaves it wide open in the center of the field, so they need to start stacking the box. I would go for man coverage with a simple blitz and then play press defense because you're right up on the goal line. You got to be able to sort of jab those receivers in the face and keep them pressured and then send a blitz with your linebacker sort of like he did, but it didn't matter.
Oh, got the touchdown.
He carried him into the end zone. Wow. Great showing right there out of Blaze, understanding and reading the formations. We just talked about that, though, right at the start of that drive. He's doing a good job just countering like we talked about. Now, let's see if Shogun can do it. Listen, Blaze has a ton of momentum right now, but it's a one-score game. Now, let's see what Shogun can do. I'm looking forward to this.
All right. Pushes right on up.
Ooh. You know,
all right. Typically what we see.
Interestingly enough, though, if he would have broke that tackle, he might have taken that to the house.
You think so?
They were stacked on the right side and middle of the field right there. That was interesting. Regardless, let's see what happens. What formation are they going to come out? I'm going to guess shotgun. I almost have never seen under center formation here at the UEL, so yeah, it's going to be a shotgun. Halfback split to the right. If this isn't a draw play, he's going on a delayed route. That's what that is. So, yep, that's a delayed route by the running back. So he's faking as if he's blocking.
Oh,
which will cause a shift in the linebackers. So the linebackers aren't covering him because they think that he's blocking, and then he's going out for the pass coverage.
Understood. So what are some of the counterplays that the Blaze can do to potentially stop the Shogun from moving forward?
Well, okay, so this is interesting. So they're in an I formation, a shotgun I, which you don't see very often, and it left the center of the field wide open. I think that was more or less just they were in pass coverage, and then seeing how stacked in the center box that formation was, they probably should have shifted. Are they in a? No, they're in a four lineman set. It's like a 3 lineman set, but they've got two defenders sort of playing off the edge.
No, that's not a good idea. I knew it.
Blaze with the
interception. It happens every time here at the UEL. Stop throwing those huge passes, bro.
Well, it wasn't just the fact that I just didn't like the formations coming out of them. They were a little wonky, but you know, something I was seeing from the Blaze right there was I want to say they were in a 3 lineman set, which typically is a pass formation, so they should have started running the ball way more. So if it's there, hey, just run up the gridiron. That's all you've got to do.
No.
Scramble out to the right. He is faster than the defender, though. He's going to pick up a few yards. Oh, my gosh. He wants his ankles back. That's what he was going for there.
Those are mine. Those are mine.
All right, let's see what they get into. Let's see what they get into. I'm going to assume this is a scramble, a QB scramble off to the left side of your screen because the defenders are stacked on the right. Step up into the pocket. There it is. Yep, and he's going to pick up the first down. So he's basically
Smart move.
Yeah, he's loading up the right side of the field and then leaving them vulnerable. So a way that you could actually defend that is you can grab a lineman and you can tag the lineman with an in-game mechanic that basically turns them into a QB spy, which leaves them floating around sort of the line of scrimmage, and then they scramble off to grab the quarterback. When they oh my goodness! You just saw it here live.
Just run.
Number 50 taking it to the house. Oh my goodness! Tries to throw off his back foot, gets hit as the ball is coming out, and the defender intercepts the ball right in front of the quarterback and takes it in. Don't know if we've ever seen that here at the UEL, but that was incredible. It is now a tie game, Shogun versus Blaze. It's going back to the Blaze.
I don't know what to say.
I mean, it might have been a result of a blitz. I didn't necessarily know, but it also could be what we talked about earlier, where one of the users, could have been controlling that defensive lineman and gone for a swim mechanic, a spin move, or just overpowered the offensive lineman in order to get to the quarterback. So that might have been a user forced sort of pressure on the quarterback there. So 3 wide receivers split. I think this is covered. This might be an interception. It would have been had he passed it sooner. That almost looked like it was cover 4. I couldn't tell. But they're starting to read the fact that they are passing. They're strictly passing.
Yeah.
The only time they're running is with the quarterback. So if you do commit to a cover 3 or a cover 4, as long as the two of you are user controlling the linebackers and a lineman, you can basically shift and cover the edge of your zone closest to the quarterback and probably get to him in time if he does scramble.
Right.
So we'll see what happens. Some solid highlights, though. This has been one of the most action, even though it's 7-7, this has been one of the most action-packed games of NCAA that we've had. This has been an awesome. Okay, here we go. So it was halftime. We do run 2-minute quarters. This is the third quarter, guys. And now Shogun have a chance to take the lead and shift the momentum of this game into their favor. Oh, just gets to the 25, though. That's all right. All right, so let's see what happens here. They were running, last time they were on offense, they were running some weird formations. This is more like your standard college set, that halfback split in the shotgun. They're going to sort of that power O off the line, and he shifts upfield and gets the first down. That was one of the best user-implemented jukes that I've seen in a while. The size of the gap right there was so small. For him to shift his body and juke through that gap was exceptional.
Bro, this man, that was wild.
Oh, look at that. The Blaze actually shifted their defenders to the edge of the line right before the snap. And that was a great read from Shogun because he pivoted after he got the ball to run up the center gap. Let's see if Blaze do it again. So the 3 linemen that are in a 3-point stance, they're shifting them to the outside to cover the edges because he's in shotgun. And those flats are absolutely covered.
Yep.
So I would say the way to probably counter this is to go for a draw, a halfback draw up the middle, and or to step into the pocket as the quarterback to put pressure for a QB sneak up the center of the field. All right, okay, so one of them is user controlling the nose guard. The other one is controlling the linebacker. Oh, this is going to be wide open. He might take this really. Oh, that's unfortunate. There is a flag, though. Looks like holding on the number 75 there. Yep.
On the offense?
Yes. Yeah. Probably because when he shifted to the outside, the lineman was trying to stop them from being able to break the edge. Yeah. Okay, that's the end of the third quarter, guys. We're going into the fourth quarter tied up. Shogun with the ball. Blaze, though, reading them very effectively, playing that 3 lineman set and then shifting the line to play the edge. And the reason they're not worried about that is because one of them is user manually user controlling the center linebacker, the Mike linebacker, in the center of the field. Oh my gosh, he waited too long for the play to develop. And now it's 4th and 28. He absolutely has to punt this ball. You cannot go for it on 4th and 28. Wow, so now this is Blaze's game to win. We'll see if they can do it.
What? What was that?
I've never seen that before. All right. Interesting.
So typically when you go into max power, it makes it so that the kick is inaccurate.
All right, let's see what they do here. Again, 3 wide receiver set. But, yeah. Nice pass.
That
to
was
the flats.
smooth.
Yeah.
Oh, no. He did a Monster Hunter dodge.
Yeah.
And fell on his face.
It's clear, though, like, the formations that they're running one of 3 formations. You see how the halfback is split to the right side? If the halfback was split to the left, I would assume it was going to be a QB sneak to the right. If the halfback is split to the opposite side of the receivers, you have 2 threats. You've got the flats on the wide receiver side, and then you have the power O, which is the halfback basically coming across field for the handoff. So right now they have to worry about the halfback, like I just said, and or a pass to the flats. He's getting in a field goal range now, which is the biggest threat. There's only 30 seconds left. You're going to see a lot of timeouts coming out here. The way you stop this is simple cover 2. Do a Tampa 2. You just do a simple cover 2, which covers the flats, but it also stacks the center box with 3 linebackers and 4 linemen. I would shift the line to the left side of the screen because that's where the power O is occurring. Nonetheless, I don't know how that was open. I could have sworn.
What?
I thought he was in cover 2. That should have been completely covered. The other thing you can do is if your team is just getting outperformed is going to man coverage. Stack up, do man coverage, do press coverage as well, so that the wide receivers are sort of getting jabbed within that first 5 yards, but then you also are stacking the center box.
Well, I mean, we're going to go in. If they don't do anything here, we're obviously going to go into overtime.
Well, he's going to call a timeout, I'm assuming, and then he's going to go for a field goal. Right as the clock rolls over. But that's essentially what they're doing. The biggest thing that could throw off their ability to run right now would be shifting the defensive line into the direction that's split from the halfback. So if your halfback is on the so if the halfback is on the left side of your screen, you should shift your D-line to the right because that's where he's going to be taking the handoff. But they've already called the timeout. They're going to go for the field goal to end this game. And Shogun are going to go for this field goal block to see if a miracle can happen. It's all on the Blaze right now. It's make it or break it. Let's see if Twinkle Toes can get it through the uprights. And it looks, but there's a flag on the field, roughing the kicker potentially. Yep, that's going to be roughing the kicker. Maybe a show of frustration. Nonetheless, Blaze take it. They're going to go up 8-2.
I was so confused. I didn't know. Yeah. Who should I be happy for?
Yeah. Yep.
We won a sports game.
So we just heard word on the floor the Blaze were celebrating because they quote-unquote won a sports game. That was a really, really just good showing by them. And showcased an understanding of the game. For the 3 formations that they were running, I would say that the Shogun need to work on reading those formations and then countering it because it was pretty obvious what they were doing at about the halfway point.
Yeah.
Because these are 2-minute quarters, you can't necessarily read your opponent within that first quarter because it's really just one drive, right? Then by the time you have the ball, you probably are getting to halftime already. But if you see them come out in that same formation in the third quarter, and especially in the fourth quarter, you better be countering. Because if not, Blazer getting a field goal with 3 seconds left on the clock.
Yep. So, that being said, we ourselves are now in halftime. You guys stay right there. We got some videos coming for you. We'll be back in 15 minutes for the second half. Right now, the Blaze is in the lead against the Shoguns 8-2. Fortnite's the next game that we're going to get when we come back from the half. We will see you guys then.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're going to investigate after this match. If there's going to be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game, but I doubt that that's going to be the case. So I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end. And that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him.
And he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not pause. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it was all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there. And they already closed it all out. Yeah. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so it's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody? It should be announced. Like,
we game master
information about it, and we was told nothing about it. It's not in the rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach. Zach, look. In the rules, it says if a player does not finish the DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
But we never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing. People have been resetting all season.
That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the clip.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. That's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision for it. Well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules. That needs to be in the rules.
Wait, if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey, get him out of here. That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What? Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show them. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show up today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some other team's eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting game and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seef, we already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seef all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm gonna ask y'all, is what y'all got to say to Third when he's coaching tomorrow?
Look, he's going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got Bo Seef. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Corker. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro. I can't get hyped. Bro, get hyped, Cordy.
Yeah,
Come on,
get hyped, bro. Let's go.
Come on, Cordy.
Let's go.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky. Let's get hyped, Ricky.
Yeah!
Hey, put your hands in the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie Bully Proof, nonviolent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress.
Critical.
They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna learn how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight. tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the master cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-jitsu versus jiu-jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of jiu-jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are two other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number one, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number two, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it
Or
yet.
you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
Welcome back, guys, to our Week 10 matchup between the Shogun and Blaze. Right before we went to halftime, Blaze basically took a NCAA matchup, putting them up 8-2. Do you see things changing up at any point, kind of moving forward throughout the night? Do you think Blaze have too much momentum?
I feel like the Shoguns could get some more points on the board, as long as the wheel plays in their favor and they're able to make some more games come their way.
Yeah.
As long as the wheel starts playing in their favor, I can see them start getting more points, start coming a little closer to where the Blaze are at right now.
Yeah.
If the wheel decides not to be nice to the 4 Shoguns right now,
Or to us as commentators like Halo Infinite.
then we'll end up having the Blaze probably take over today.
Yeah. You actually bring up a really good point. So if, for those of you that are unfamiliar with the league, if you're just now tuning in, you're relatively new to UEL or what have you, prior to every match or the start of every match, depending on where you're at in the night, we spin a wheel that has 33 different games on it, and whatever game it lands on, the 2 teams then have to compete against each other on that game. Rebellion just mentioned a really good point that there are some teams that maybe aren't performing as they would like to, sort of by the time halftime has come around, but then afterwards that wheel starts landing on games that they excel at, and as a result they start catching up throughout the night. We've even seen overtime matches and all sorts of things from teams that were trailing at the half by a substantial margin. So it really kind of depends on the destiny of the wheel, if you will.
Yes.
That's a really good point. Now, sports games, one of the things we heard after that NCAA matchup was the fact that the Blaze were on the arena floor and they said, "We won a sports game." So that being said, it should be interesting if we get a few sports games throughout the night. Maybe that's something that Shogun could use to, potentially catch up to Blaze, but they're feeling themselves right now. I would say, though, that NCAA within the sports game selection that we have, I would say it's probably the game. Similar to Madden, we also had Madden on the wheel last season, whereas NCAA has sort of taken the place of that. I would say that NCAA is the sports game that most of the teams are comfortable with. As soon as you start branching into roller champions, NHL, FIFA, things like that, people start sort of going off track a little. So, yeah, I mean, that's a potential category for Shogun to excel in. Another one you would assume would be fighting games. They don't necessarily have Chris G, but I know that Raven, Mr. B, and others, have been practicing fighting games. So maybe you get some sports, maybe you get some fighters. Next thing you know, it's 4-8, 5-8, 6-8, and what have you. Maybe we see that. What would probably be worst case scenario, I think, would be shooters. For 2 different reasons. I think both of these teams are pretty good at shooters.
Yes.
I think they can sort of hold their own. But the biggest problem they're going to have is time, right? It is now officially halftime. And at the top of your screen, both of these teams are limited now to 2 timeouts. Regardless of however many timeouts they had moving into the second half, both teams only have 2 timeouts. So if we do get a shooter, they might be pretty good at the game, but you're also draining a lot of time off the clock, which plays against you as we get later on in the night, and you're falling behind by quite a substantial margin. So we're on Fortnite right now, and we're going to see both these teams sort of equip a loadout that they feel the most comfortable with. Now, if I had to go out on a limb here, I would actually assume that Shogun are going to take this. I've seen Blaze play Fortnite quite a few times. They don't feel as comfortable, I would say, but they also have found a mojo tonight. They're starting to communicate really well. And Fortnite is just a game that everybody at one point or another has played and or is getting into. And you'll see a little bit of that.
And one thing that I'd like to highlight is we talked about this earlier. I wanted to see RK playing some Fortnite because I told you that he was either pro or semi-pro, and I did not get that clarity because I was too busy worried about how hungry I was. So I didn't get a chance to talk to him.
No, and I remembered you mentioning that, and that's why I would assume that they're actually going to take this. The fact that this is the first game that they have moving into the second half, very advantageous in terms of just gaining momentum. Now, their RK is getting a drop very quickly, sort of playing ground level, which is an interesting concept given that he's such a veteran. Typically speaking, you see a lot of the veteran players play elevation, play the high ground, sort of get that head glitch, if you will, but he is super confident especially with this first-person ADS down the sight weapon that he's utilizing right now.
Well, I mean, and it's very different from what you typically see within Fortnite.
Wow.
Look at it. You hear him calling everything out. Now, you know, they typically, everything is randomized as far as the weapons and what they get and all of that stuff. But we see RK pushing, and he screamed out that they're down.
Whoa! Worst case scenario for RK. He's down. He needs reviving, but the storm is right on him. Terrible mistake. He utilized his building. He utilized his building to gain high ground, but then made one mistake and fell off the tower at which he had gained high ground. Such a huge mistake out of RK. This is the shift that Blaze need to really steal this, and that is going to hurt not just their momentum, but their mental moving forward. I don't know if Shogun can recover. That is a huge, huge mistake from RK.
I'm going to say Arbiter. Hollywood is pulling back. I think Hollywood is really, really close to the storm, but pushes up forward to see what he's able to do here. And that's right, Arbiter is actually really, really good at this game at Fortnite as well. So this gives him the opportunity to also get this dub or potentially get this dub.
Well, and you noticed I would say a little bit of inexperience from Hollywood. It's surprising saying that because he is a tier 1 player, but his building ability, if you will, is pretty evident when we're actually watching him. Nonetheless, RK is actually up. He ended up getting revived, and now he's just swapping, getting some building material out. You'll also notice on the right side of your screen, he's actually using the metal building material, which is going to give him a little bit of cover, put some solid structure underneath him in order to gain elevation, this high ground advantage. Gets a few shots. He's going to dial this in.
Wait, what?
Wow.
Just let him fly by?
Yeah, interesting. Nonetheless.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll take you out later.
Yeah, nonetheless, as this circle closes in, high ground is crucial in this final circle. The fact that he's built this tower with the metal structuring is going to give him a little bit of durability as the circle closes and keep him up.
I really want to know how they were able to get him back up while he was already in the storm.
Oh, my gosh, the level of precision right there. Just jumps down. Now he's swapping over to his wood because he really just wants to utilize the wood for survival, not necessarily for durability. He's keeping high ground. Make no mistake about it, he's the biggest threat on the map right now. He's an absolute savage, solid target acquisition. His understanding of the game is just too much, I think.
He is the only one that is alive on his team.
Oh, my gosh. Look at the joystick, not joystick, but I should say the build rotations, the way he's maneuvering his joystick in a circular motion and then swapping through material as he does the rotation in order to create structure. Not just ramps, not just walls, platforms to stand on top of. Now he's getting a little bit of a shield up. This is worst case scenario. What they probably should do here if they wanted to would be to start shooting the platform underneath him and just keep him feeling uncomfortable. It's not going to make much of a difference, though. He doesn't need a ton of health. He's just head glitching at this point. He's just head glitching. Let's see what happens.
All right, using that heal.
He doesn't have a lot of material.
No!
Oh no, because he actually drank the armor because he has the armor ability and he used that drink. He doesn't take fall damage. RK gets smoked. Oh my gosh! I didn't get to see who got the shot on him. I don't know who got the shot on him, but he left himself vulnerable. He became too confident, dropping down the way he did, not taking fall damage. RK? Wait, what?
Apparently he killed his own teammates?
Okay, so we're getting word that RK killed his own teammates at one point, which is interesting. But we've seen that before. We've seen that before, given this game type specifically.
And you can literally see the frustration in RK's face.
I mean, because he's playing at a high level, right? He's playing at a high level, but just simple mistakes are holding him back from clutching this dub for his team. He tends to because of his level of accuracy and precision within this game, he's using a lot of semi-automatic weapons, single-shot weapons. I could see him potentially, utilizing a marksman rifle, but he seems to be going for more of the damaging pistols, sort of category, if you will. I think the reason for that potentially may be the fact that the circle is closing relatively fast within this game type. So it gives him a little bit more advantage as the round moves on, right? Because when it comes to final circle, he's using a pistol as opposed to a marksman rifle up close. That's probably what that is. Nonetheless, we're taking a look at Garto here. Oh. Sounds like somebody just got a drop. I believe that's Milk Zolo just got a drop on somebody. We'll have to get word as to who that was. Nonetheless, Garto sort of standing on his platform right here. He's already used all of his bricking material
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, he's utilized all of his bricking material. That does leave him, though, for mid-round, he still has his metal to work with. Typically speaking, we'd like to see a little bit more wood used earlier on. It's not that big of a deal if you're landing your shots and what have you, but just something to think about, guys.
Yeah.
You're watching. Now, I've seen multiple strategies unfold throughout this Fortnite game type. Sometimes you'll have teammates that rush the center section of the map and then start building structure around them. The reason that's advantageous is because you've already reached the center of the map, and now people have to come to you as opposed to you going towards them. Nonetheless, here's RK sort of throwing up some brick, trying to close the distance.
RK is really trying to prove how strong of Fortnite player he is. And all we kept hearing earlier was, meet me in the middle.
Yeah. Oh, but he's whiffing a few shots. Now, something just to take note of. This isn't StarCraft 2. They don't have unlimited material, but they also They also don't have unlimited ammunition.
Oh no! Don't put yourself in the middle like that.
Laser beamed. Absolutely laser beamed him through the sky right there. Look how quickly he edits the material, shooting out the stairs, swapping. Oh, he gets a knockoff. That was insanity.
Hold on.
We're hearing some language getting thrown out in the arena. Wow. The speed the speed at which he is editing and then laying down platforms, getting another drop. RK is playing on another level right now. This guy is saucy. I'm liking what I'm seeing. He's getting high ground again. He's going to start playing a head glitch positioning as the circle closes in. He now has become, he's at the top of the food chain right now. He's the #1 predator. He has to be careful not to fall off his structure. He will take fall damage at this point, so he can't fall off again.
That's me on you.
So for those of you just now tuning in, RK had made a couple of mistakes, and now he's sort of feeling himself.
Yeah, well,
he's playing at a high level, and he's super emotional. I love that.
And he's also coaching in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He's communicating towards his team. What does his team need to do in order? Oh, wow. Oh! He does get a crack. Now he's going to transition to this other tower that his opponent has built. He does. Wow. Oh, he is yelling across the stadium floor right now. He's animated. I'm animated. It doesn't get better than this. He's trying to push center field. Now, he does have a ton of brick material left. He's just sort of utilizing some of his wood right now. But if he starts feeling threatened, he's going to swap over to the brick and start building. He's not worried whatsoever. Hollywood is still in it right now. Hollywood is feeling the pressure. RK just as confident as ever. Oh, boy, here we go. And now he's got him on top of him. What's he going to do?
Oh, pushes over.
Start building out, gains high ground, swaps for the shotgun, gets the knock. Faster than I can even think. Oh, my goodness, but he gets dropped. Oh, he gets dropped. And now he's, oh, wow.
They're going for the revive.
There's some heat. Oh, he's not going to get inside. There's some heat going down on the stadium floor right now. You can see it in the corner cam on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. These players are at each other's throats. This is insane. Some of the most drama we have ever seen on the floor here in UEL. If you're just now tuning in, couldn't have showed up at a better time. Oh, my goodness.
They are going off
I think what happened was RK became so emotional because he was favored to just take that game within the first round. And when he started making mistakes, he felt like he had something to prove. Knowing that the Blaze are a little bit of trolls, like we talked about earlier, you have a lot of emotion coming out of Hollywood, out of Garto. Maybe they were showboating. Oh. Okay, so we're just now getting word. That things got so intense. RK is actually getting kicked out right now because of after multiple warnings of the language use on the arena floor here. That's how intense this actually got. But you can't let your emotions get the better of you. Yeah. You know, we do like it when certain players sort of wear their emotions on their sleeves, but you have to be respectful to some degree. You have to maintain a level of professionalism to some degree. Otherwise, it becomes just too much. It becomes too much, right? At the end of the day, we're all competitors. We all are doing this for the love of the game, the love of gaming, right? But you have to maintain a level of professionalism, and I think he's just sort of exceeded that limit a little bit.
Well, I think a lot of it comes a lot with pride. Again, Fortnite is his game. Yeah. He's very knowledgeable on 100%. It. You know, again, like we said, being semi-pro or being pro regarding it. You know, he's an extremely passionate about Fortnite.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate how, that he's no longer going to be playing in this game. But that being said, Skullgirls is next. So we go from a shooter to a fighter.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we're hearing word right now from the floor that we are potentially giving him one more chance, but that he's still packing his stuff. So it really comes down to just needing to keep himself composed, right? Like you said, there's a lot of pride built up in what tends to be your platform game, your go-to game. We saw some of that with Chris G, right? Chris G being a Street Fighter player, he showed up. I witnessed a match. I commentated over a match that Chris G had a full 5-stack wipe on Street Fighter.
And he's done it multiple times.
It was absolutely insane. So there is a timeout on the field as well. Blaze now calling a timeout. They're sort of trying to compose themselves on the floor, figure out what's going on. I don't know if I've ever witnessed more energy in the arena. So say what you will. I mean, this has been something else, man. There's a lot of emotion out right now.
Well, I mean, also, it goes along with, I don't think that RK he's dealt with trolls before.
Right.
But, and he's been on par with Flying Kittens as far as like the back and forth. Like those are two really strong contenders for like a lot of the shooters and a lot of the games that they know that they're good at. Right. But I think with what it like the problem was him being a challenge, and I'm not going to use like Flying Kittens as my main example, but a lot of the end gamers here, when they know that they're great at a specific game, or they know that they have high level play in a specific game, to lose or to get knocked out of that game that you know that you're literally the best in, or could potentially be the best in within the league, and then hearing from other people like, yo, you suck.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's a lot.
It's a lot.
We, who we had mentioned earlier was Billy from the bots. If he's playing StarCraft 2, he's regarded as sort of the king of the GOAT, if you will, of StarCraft 2.
Hey, yo, you know his whole name, right?
Billy the GOAT.
Billy the GOAT.
Billy the GOAT. Right. So imagine you're the best player at a specific game, and then your opponent is incredibly animated, right? We talked about a little bit of the emotion of the Blaze teammates and what have you. So if your opponent is super animated, maybe you make a couple of mistakes, but then they start calling you out on that sort of platform game that sort of has helped build your prowess, if you will. It's very easy to let that motion get the better of you, and then, maybe make a few mistakes here and there.
And you know what? It is what it is. Moving forward, hopefully he has the opportunity to continue to say, we did get word, like you said, that RK may be still continuing to play in this game. Right now, it is needed that he is a needed piece of the Shogun today.
100%. He's a needed piece. And let's be real. I mean, all of us have been gaming at a competitive level at some point or another. We've had teammates that have irritated us. We've had opponents that have irritated us. That's a natural part of gaming. It's what that level of emotion is what makes this so special for all of us. So everybody here within the UEL is understanding to some degree. That's why we're giving him another chance. Because part of that is that part of the reason why he's acting that way is because of his overall love for gaming just in general. So it's understandable, but at the same time, you got to be able to reel yourself in. Now, Skullgirls as a game, a very popular anime fighter, if you will. This game is interesting, not just for like the art style and the way that it's played, but I would say this one in particular, this and Blue Blaze, I would say are very noticeable in terms of the sizes of the hitbox and how fast-paced they can truly be at any given time. Skullgirls especially.
And we've already wasted 2 timeouts from each team. The Blaze, I believe they ended up calling a timeout. Then the Shoguns ended up getting delay of game, which...
Wreckfest. We ended up getting Wreckfest.
Wreckfest is coming right on back.
But here we go. Going into it, it looks like Blaze are player 1 and Shogun are player 2. So Shogun getting some smoke right now as they're sort of trapped in the corner.
Our Napkin going in
this is
right
what
now.
We wanted to see.
He's the fighter right now on the Blaze, and giving Arbiter so much pressure, bro.
I interviewed Napkin prior to, this game starting up today, and I wanted to see him jump in and sort of showcase his ability, showcase his talents. This is our first opportunity to do that, and he's doing it exceptionally. Not only loses the corner advantage, but is able to jump over his opponent and re-engage with a sort of mix-up, initiating with a low strike. Now he's just playing footsies, does a simple jump in, going for those low strikes. Full combo string right here, gets to 11. gets a reset and then a grab. Actually reset the combo and reinitiated. That is high-level fighting gameplay right there.
Yo.
And he's probably going to close this out.
Oh, my God.
With a 27-hit combo.
And the crazy thing is, I thought that Arbiter, I think what ended up happening is Arbiter thought that when he got knocked out, it was game, like that he lost. But that is not the case. It does look like he's still...
I need a drink after that. That's why I'm going for my Sly energy right now. Napkin looking exceptional on the field. This is what we wanted to see. 27-hit combo to end it. That was great.
Yeah,
that was
now
great.
we got Raven going in next.
And this is a 2v2. Yeah, so this is a 2v2, Skullgirls. Just something to note. This isn't a 5v5 like you've seen in some of our other games, guys. So, again, you know, you heard AV talk about the baseball lineups, knowing that these are two players. And I think Wreckfest is 5v5, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, Wreckfest is going to be 5v5, so the lineups are going to get reset anyway, so nothing too much to worry about there.
All right, we're going to get ourselves a button check. Is that happening? Uh-oh.
That Sly was delicious.
Oh, for you guys who don't know, he drunk the tropical one, which is the best one.
Yeah, that's very good. I typically I'm not into the tropical flavors, but that was pretty good.
Yeah. Good.
All right, so here we go. And they're sort of feeling each other out. You know, not as big of hitboxes as you may assume, but some of those aerial hitboxes are huge for that initial sort of jump in light attack.
Wasn't able to punish there, but Napkin is going to take advantage of that himself.
Whoa. Whoa. Maintaining pressure, does a simple jump in, then reinitiates with a staggered combo. What that means is he's jumping in, going for 1 or 2 hits, canceling the combo, and then reinitiating. Now he's racking up 27, 28 hits, just a few chips away from taking the first round, and he does! Oh my goodness.
Yo, Napkin really showing off here. He didn't have the opportunity to do it very much tonight, so they told him, hey, Napkin, go in. It's your turn.
Yeah. Something that I would, potentially we could see out of Raven at the midpoint of the second round is anti-air. Any type of anti-air or footsies play might throw off his positioning, but it's not going to matter because there's like a 46-hit combo. Someone get him a straitjacket. He is popping off right now. Haven't seen that high of a combo on Skullgirls in quite a while. Gotta love it.
Pushes him right on back. Now we're going back to the footsies, but Raven able to get in there, starts up a combo, but not able to capitalize off of it. So we got Napkin and Raven just kind of filling each other out right now. 48 seconds left. Somebody's got to make a move.
Oh, wow.
Raven made a move, but Napkin able to capitalize. Hits him with the combo into another super. I think this might be it.
That might be it. Oh,
nope,
okay, he's got a little bit left.
42 hits.
42 hit combo. Now he needs to do what I was talking about.
No, he didn't. Did he just grab his leg?
I mean, that's one of the awesome things, though, about Skullgirl. I had mentioned some of the hitboxes are full screen. I mean, you're going for low grabs and all sorts of interesting things within the mechanics of that game. Skullgirls is a fascinating one. Give it a download if you guys haven't already. Anime fighter that's super popular at the moment.
Bro, I think the grab threw everybody off because that guy came out of nowhere.
Well, because it was a bit of a mix-up in a sense because he's doing a ton of like just neutral jump-ins, right? And just jump in, staggering his combo strings and so forth, and then he's just playing footsies, backs up, forward, backs up, and then he goes for a low grab. That's that's perfect.
Yeah. Now we're going right on into this Wreckfest. Now, for you guys who don't know or didn't watch in the beginning of the match, this was the very first game that rolled. It was respun by the Blaze, and now it is going to be played. The Blaze cannot respin this one.
Yeah.
So
I don't think they're necessarily confident in it. Now, they are confident in racing games, but as I had mentioned earlier, Wreckfest is a whole different animal, right? You can be racing, but at the same time, your car has a level of health that your opponent is trying to deplete at all times. So there's all sorts of interesting strategies. For instance, you might have a teammate that is far into the lead, right? And then you might be intentionally trying to wreck your opponent. So maybe you slow down to potentially wreck the opponent that's behind you. All sorts of interesting stuff that unfolds throughout these matches. Nonetheless, I do think Blaze are uncomfortable, but they're so far in the lead, I don't think they forfeit something like this because they want to just drain time off of the clock. We have an hour and 38 minutes left in our matchup today, and I think Blaze are just trying to capitalize off of that.
Yeah, you're right there, man. And honestly, it has been even though right now with the score being 10-2, it's been a really, really good game. I believe that for Wreckfest with the Sly, with Wreckfest, I believe that the thing about Wreckfest, there's no more buses. You didn't get to see it last
that's
season.
true.
You
That's
used
true.
to have that it was just a bus strat. You just saw a bunch of buses ramming into each other, and potentially every now and then you'll see like one racer, but now everybody's racing, and it's realistic health. So like you get hit hard, you lose a lot of health. So
okay, so we're getting a timeout from Shogun. Now remember, is that their last? That's their last timeout. That's their last timeout, and I have seen this time and time again. I think this happened to the Wolves, which is another team that necessarily doesn't have a lot of wins in the win column of their record. I remember watching the Wolves, and there are teams that for one reason or another aren't getting these games set up, aren't having the strategy implemented in the time required, so they're forced to call a timeout. The reason that's so crucial is as we get later on into the night, if there's a game that comes about that, you may want to just, a strategy that you want to implement, the precise way that you want to set up for it, and you need that timeout. If you can't, you're going to be forced to forfeit the match if you haven't set up the game correctly.
Right.
It becomes I see this snowballing effect that occurs where teams are only down by maybe 4 or 5 wins. Guys, we have an hour and 30 minutes left of in-game time. You can get 4 or 5 wins in an hour easily. But what happens is the snowball effect happens where they're not getting the game set up. Forfeit, and it just becomes too much of a hill to overcome.
And then on top of that, even if you do use all of your forfeits, at that point you're really putting your team in the hands of your opponent. Because your opponent can decide, do I really want to accept this forfeit, or do I want to make them play this game?
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think Blaze are feeling really good right now, but it's still one of those things that, when you go into the locker room at halftime, you may be up 35-0. I mean, we've seen the Patriots versus Falcons Super Bowl, right? You may feel completely confident going into halftime, but you can't let up. You can't let up. You can't look behind you. When you break through the line and you're running for the touchdown, you're running for the end zone, and you're running at full speed, you cannot slow down. And my dad used to always tell me, don't look behind you, just keep the pedals burning.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
I love
so
that.
you can't stop. And that's exactly what they have to do in order to maintain that momentum and finish the night strong. Now, guys, we have 33 games on our wheel. The magic number is going to be 17. If you can reach 17 wins by default, you're able to take home more wins than your opponent because the max they can get is 16. That's the magic number that they're working for right now, and Shogun cannot give them any free wins. That has to be their goal.
Yeah, I hit the nail right on the head, man. It's so easy to lose sight, especially when you are down by 8.
Yeah.
Now, I do think that these timeouts for the Shoguns are more along the lines of it's affecting their mental, right?
Yes.
Like RK losing Fortnite, then going into Skullgirls losing that, then to lose a timeout for Wreckfest, it's just tough, right?
Yeah.
They're down, and they're down hard.
That's true, but I was gonna say we also have to remember that the Blaze only have one timeout left, and they've had times that they've made technical mistakes in the past. They're 3-2 for a reason. They have a couple of losses. Both of these teams have had difficult records, no doubt. But the Blaze are capable of making mistakes. So let's imagine a situation where Shogun just gets their pieces together, right? They start solving that puzzle, if you will. Say they get a win right here in Wreckfest. Undoubtedly, they're probably going to get another win later on the night, so they have 4. If the Blaze start to make technical issues throughout the night, realistically, they could get 2 additional wins for free, essentially, because Blaze making mistake. That has to be the mental that they're able to maintain in order to catch up here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So RK sort of getting turned around there right at the start. Sort of the collision physics of this game, I will say this, it sort of makes it hard to sort of get back on track, if you will. Like if somebody bumps you in this game, it's very easy to sort of get thrown off, if you will. But this is a course, I would say, that we're probably going to see the vast majority of the players, if not all of these players, get taken out because of health, because of damage. It's sort of a serpentine sort of routage throughout this course. There's that big wheel in the middle. Now, as they're going around that big wheel, there's a high likelihood that they collide into each other, as well as these giant turns, these giant corners. you're going to see chunks of health getting shaved off like Parmesan at an Italian restaurant. It's just going to constantly be happening throughout the game. You can see it right here with Garto getting cheeky with a grin on his face in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Let's see if any damage comes out here. Not necessarily, but here we are into one of these sharp turns. And Garto, often what you'll see is players won't slow down going into a turn because an opponent is in front of them and they want to damage said opponent. Oh, you almost saw it right there. It couldn't have said that more perfectly timed.
That was awesome. And then on top of that, you can definitely see a lot of you can see the frustration in Arcade's face. And then to let Garto and Hollywood see that, all I can hear is Arcade, get out of the way. Right? So Arcade's really, and Mr. B is going off as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is such an emotional night, man. It's such an emotional night, and I would invite anybody watching over on Twitch, start typing the names or just give some love in the chat for certain players that you're feeling a connection with. You know, we've got Hollywood and Garto very animated. We've got Arcade getting emotional on the floor, as well as seeing some of the more quiet players that are having a great night tonight, you know, like Napkin. We saw Napkin, you know, playing really well, and some of those fighters, right? So, you know, start thinking about who you want to root for. Start thinking about who you think your favorite team is. Welcome to everybody on social media, Instagram, Twitch, all of our platforms.
We're streaming vertical now, so
we're streaming vertical. Exactly. We're on Instagram, we're on Twitter, we're on Twitch, we're all over the place. So wherever you're watching, welcome to the UEL. This is a really, really solid game. Now, this is close. It's 78 right now to 82 as we're on lap 4.
Now, for you guys who are trying to figure out what is this blue and what is this red, the Shoguns are red and the Blaze is blue, so it does look like the Shoguns are in the lead right now. And this is exactly what they need.
Yeah, they are in the lead.
Let me tell you a secret, my boy.
We heard someone on the floor say, let me tell you a secret, my boy. Yeah. Oh, Hollywood flying through here, trying to do damage to Casper, the friendly ghost, apparently. I don't know why he's speeding so fast there.
He is flying.
Whoa, yeah. Oh, what is this? What is this? Alternative.
Oh, he's trying to wreck somebody. Somebody has literally no life left.
That's the strategy that we just talked about. Hollywood slowing down to potentially get some damage on one of his opponents, but he gets T-boned. Oh my gosh.
Left.
Oh my gosh.
Bumper cars is what Mr. B screams out.
Oh, we're hearing Mr. B saying Garto on the map right now. He's gunning for him. Mr. B looking to secure the kill on Garto right now. Creeping up on his back right bumper. This may be the end as we go into this turn. Garto's going to be forced to slow down. He lands on top of him, but he doesn't get a lot of damage. He should have slowed down on top of the actual turn itself, and now Garto is behind him. He's in big trouble.
Nope. Oh, no.
Oh!
But this is a match that Mr. B would end up winning if him and Garto went head-to-head here.
This is as entertaining as it gets. He takes this corner fast, so nobody can necessarily hit him from behind. He has plenty of health. Garto's struggling to sort of secure any sort of presence on the lane. He's checking his 6 o'clock as often as possible to gauge. Oh, there's Garto! And now he's going to get in front of him. Should be interesting to see what happens here if he slows down, speeds up. Yeah. So what he did right there is he just maintained his momentum because he knew that Garto would try to get him, and it doesn't matter because he has finished. Wow, even Mr. B just got animated, and you can see RK right there. Just feeling it. Yeah, just feeling it. It's all good. It's all good. He's got teammates that are performing well, and he also has to think about the team. You know, so much, if not everything, with the UEL is about team composition and finding that synergy, because you can't just excel as a player just by yourself. You've got to be able to work together well as a team. And hey, if you're not necessarily having a great time or having a great night, something along those lines, what can you do to start complimenting your team? Because at the end of the day, that's what they want. All of these team owners, all these GMs, all of the players, they want to have people that they can feel confident in to sort of, you know, pick up some of the slack if you're not necessarily performing well. So that's what they need to start focusing right now, because they have had a good showing here in Wreckfest.
And Milk Zolo with 6 health and critical damage.
Yeah. There it is. That was great. So I think right there, Shogun. I think Shogun. There's so much emotion right now on the floor. We can hear people talking. We can hear people screaming. Oh, yep. So and it sounds like Shoguns took that win, so they're going to go up to 3-10, and now they got a little bit of that mojo, which is good. I think they really needed that, especially after Fortnite. And then we're going to be going into NBA 2K.
2K, yep. 2K is the next game.
No, so we're going into 2K. Who do you think is going to step in for both of these teams to potentially get the win here?
So for the Blaze, the people who are going to have to go in are Garto and Weeping Jade. Now, for Shogun, Mr. B.
I was going to say.
I want to say Mr. B and
actually,
Dolo.
There's a few of the teammates that I don't necessarily know if they excel on Shogun within the sports genre, but I have heard that Mr. B is very, very good at NBA 2K. So I would assume that he's going in, and I think you're right. But you said him and Dolo?
Yep.
Yeah, I could see Dolo going in.
So with for Mr. B, he did mention in his pregame interview that he wants to play 2K. That's one of the games that he wants to play. And then with Dolo, I feel like they complement each other really well. You know, and we saw that. We saw that with NCAA. You know, and I feel like they complement each other really well when it comes to these sports games. So,
and it's super important, right? Because so much of the sports games comes down to positioning. You know, we saw a little bit of NCAA earlier, which is a lot about counter management, right? Like you're trying to read your opponent and then sort of counter those things. When it comes to NHL, when it comes to NBA, when it comes to FIFA, you know, all three of those games that are on the UEL wheel, a lot of it is positioning. And when you have good synergy and or what's the word I'm looking for here? Just the way you gel with your teammate, a lot of the times you can sort of predict where your teammate is going to be before you even see them on the screen, right? A lot of us have had gaming friends that we've been really close friends with 10, 15 years, some of us. I know some of my earliest Xbox Live friends go back 18, 19 years now from the original days of Xbox Live, right?
Those were some dark times.
I mean, they were. Listen, a lot of these younger audience couldn't stand a day in those lobbies, my friend. They would be eviscerated in a matter of seconds. But nonetheless, a lot of the times, you'll actually, with people that you've been playing with for a long time, just sort of having that synergy between you two, you know exactly what they're doing prior to them even doing it because you've played so much together. And so when we talk about the synergy between two players, think about those things specifically within the sports genre because of how important positioning is. So what do I mean by that, right? Taking a game like NBA that we're playing right here, you already know when you get the ball if your teammate is going to be setting up a pick or if you need to sort of outmaneuver the opponent in front of you to go for a fadeaway jumper or something like that, right? So we're going to see some of that here. Typically speaking, in terms of a composition, each team is going to have one big body and one shooter. Think of it like Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, right? So you're going to see that from both of these teams. And it really comes down to shot management, positioning, getting those picks off, and please have some assisted shots. Please have some assisted shots on the rim. If I don't see that, I'm going to be disappointed. We've seen some selfish gameplay in the past. I don't necessarily think either one of these teams are going to play that way because I think all four of these players between Garto, Jade, Dolo, and Mr. B, I think all of them are really, really solid team players.
Yep, they sure are. And with like Dolo and Mr. B, we're looking at who's going to be playing who. So it looks like Dolo is going to be on Kobe, Mr. B is being on Kareem, Garto, LeBron, and Jade is also going to be on Kareem.
Yep. All right.
I mean, something we typically see. We see the big man. We see the person who can stay back, but it doesn't look like we're going to get that there. And puts it right on up.
Now, do we know who is white and who is the black shirts?
We don't, not yet, but we will find that information in just a little bit. I'm assuming that the people that just scored was potentially the Blaze because Mr. B is already going off.
Yep. Alrighty. Nonetheless, both of the higher tier players, interestingly enough, are playing the shooters, which is no surprise, between Dolo and Garto on LeBron and Kobe. Here we go.
Yep, and it looks like The ones in the black are going to be
the Blaze.
The Blaze.
Yes, yeah, there we go. So black shirts are the Blaze, and white shirts are going to be Shogun. So here we go.
All right, puts it right on back up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, didn't get that wide open,
wow.
but gets it in anyway.
Yeah. No worries.
Weird seeing Kareem on Kareem, but whatever.
Yeah. Let's go here. Let's see if he gets an assist here. He's going to pass it over to Garto here on LeBron James. Sort of getting boxed out a little bit. This is where I'd like to see a pick or some type. There we go. Simple pass. Now, he probably could go for a 2-point shot or just a single-point shot there if he wanted to. Don't necessarily have to be directly under the rim.
Oh, nonetheless, he gets it anyway.
Simple shot by Garto, pretty much in the face of the defense there. Okay, here we go. This is going to be passed out to Dolo. Sort of playing that three-point line with an interesting rotation under the rim. That was a really interesting rotation to the right side of the court. Something we didn't talk about is the game type we're playing here on the blacktop. This is a basic game to 21. You probably have played it yourself or seen people playing it in your neighborhoods or your local hoop. Pretty much any time you step on the paint, you're going to see a game of 21 being played, and that's what's going on here. Bryant from the three-point line stacks it up. Easy shot. That's a great assisted point on the rim. I'm talking buckets right now. Here we go.
This is the Mr. B that I've been waiting to see all day. He started out humble. Now he coming out as a demon.
Yeah, absolutely. Garto feeling comfortable with Jade right now. Solid point. Now, remember, here on the blacktop, a 2-point shot is technically 1 point, and a 3-point shot is technically 2 in a game of 21. So, for just, oh, wow, simple layup to the rim right there. Dolo coming in hot for Shogun. So, just to keep it simple and user-friendly, we'll basically be saying a 1-point or 2-point shot, given that it's a 2-point line or the 3-point line.
I'm a horse. Gotta take it back.
Yep. And you'll see that they have to take it back with that red rim. Nice assisted dunk on the basket. Yeah, anytime you see that red rim up around the 3-point line, that's when they have to go.
Oh,
wow!
no!
The ball straight on him! And somebody accidentally paused the game! Oh, no! Oh, my goodness.
Oh, they just lost a person. I don't know who it was. It was Jade.
Jade has to put his controller down, unfortunately. So here we go. Unfortunately. Wow.
That's wild.
Garto taking baskets even when his teammate's not even there. So it is a 1v2. They're just going for 3-point shots. This should be an easy win for Shogun. Now, we talked about that a second ago, you know? You have to be...
Oh, no!
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Passing it to teammates who aren't even there. Interesting strategy coming out of Garto.
He did that on impulse. I can guarantee you that was impulse, bro. Oh.
Wow. Well, we did just talk about that. You know, it is possible for Blaze to make some of those tech mistakes. And if they keep doing that throughout the night, it's not just the fact that Shogun's going to get a few wins, but Shogun might actually pick up a few tech issues that, you know, causes this to be a little bit of a snowball effect, if you will.
Now, there is an in-game time, well, not in-game, UEL timer.
Right.
So they may not have enough time to catch up, but they've got to make this happen.
Yeah, he needs to make it happen. I mean, in a 1v2, there's no excuse. Manage what you got. Why is he? Okay. So he you can see Garto sort of playing in between the two of them because if the pass does go off, they need to pressure him and force him to box them out.
Oh, no!
And when that doesn't
Garto!
occur,
You're
there we go.
No
Good
way.
assisted point on the rim there. Good assisted point on the rim. Have to have it. Okay, so here we go. They need to.
Oh, he can't do anything.
Right, so he's got to go for a steal, no? Go for a steal something.
Well, he still only has 30 seconds. Before.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, when Garto's standing in front of his teammate.
And that's what happens when a tech issue occurs. You know, you've got to be careful of those sort of things.
You got to make sure that you don't press the pause button.
Yep. You know, damaging your opponent in a fighting game, you know, during a button check, accidentally pausing the game here on NBA. There's all sorts of tech issues that can occur.
So he's going to pass it back to him anyway? That's actually genius. You keep fouling him. fouling him, and then keep giving the ball back to him.
Yep.
You can solidify your lead like that.
Yeah. Interesting strategy nonetheless.
I would.
Yeah. Easy peasy.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
That is
it's
too
a shame,
funny.
but, it's something that the Shogun definitely needed. They needed this sort of momentum to shift back in their favor just because I think they're a little emotional tonight, more so than usual. And something like this can just sort of be comedic in a sense to kind of lighten the mood a little bit on the arena floor and I guess sort of remind all of us that we're out here really having fun, although these players are obviously playing for money and what have you. They're playing for those bragging rights, positioning within the UEL tier system and so much more. At the end of the day, man, we're gaming with family and friends, and we're having a good time.
Yeah. All right.
So here we go.
It's so hard for Garto to have to.
Woo! He's going to. Oh, breaking ankles.
No!
He's breaking ankles. Does he get it? Oh! Gotta love it. And you can see the score at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, guys. Shogun are up 13-6 in this blacktop game here of NBA 2K.
No, they gave it back
to Jade, who really is doing a whole lot of nothing because he paused the game earlier.
All right, fouled him.
There we go. And they're going to give it right back to him. And this game will be over before you know it. But nonetheless, I think they're feeling good. Now, they did just use in our next
10
game.
seconds.
10 seconds. What's going to be our next game?
Lumina Rush.
Oh, my gosh. Lumina Rush getting ready to come up after this. Now, Lumina Rush, 5v5?
3v3.
Lumina Rush is going to be 3v3. So
it has been, Lumina Rush has become one of those games that I believe it was another startup.
Oh, yeah. Great developer behind it, too. Really cool guy.
Yeah, and so we put it on our wheel. We're playing that next. I think that Lumina Rush easily became one of the favorite games on the wheel, like especially coming from like Click with Chick Attack and him.
Yeah.
Really being like, and then, Jekyll with Ejected Rifles, like all of these games you really get to see because you don't think about seeing it in a competitive format.
Right.
And then Lumina Rush being like a racing type game where they're racing each other when it comes to the
a platform speedrunner, if you will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's how
it
I
is. That
describe
is
it.
exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's such a really, really good game. I think when people started really when we got it revealed, people were like, what is this? How are we supposed to do this? Like,
well, so many games.
because it's a box and a triangle.
Yeah.
And you're like,
yeah, well, there's so many
it's
games.
simple.
There's so many games I feel like that sort of have this stigma towards them that aren't able to necessarily breach into the esports realm, if you will, because of this weird stigma within the industry that you can't necessarily take more playful games competitively, if you will. And we're doing that here at the UEL. And it creates this atmosphere with not just within the arena, what I'm sure you guys are exhibiting over on social media and on Twitch and what have you, where our players, the production crew, casters, everybody is actually having fun playing all of these games because we competitively are playing fun games.
Yeah.
And Lumina Rush is a perfect example of that, a speedrunning platformer where basically you're going to have to traverse throughout a course. Think of if you were playing Super Mario Brothers, and you have to get throughout that course as fast as humanly possible while manipulating all of the in-game mechanics. So you're going to see firewalls that if you touch the wall, you reset. You're going to see slingshot mechanics, double jumps, speed platformers, and also... Oh, unfortunately, though, we did just hear that Shogun are going to forfeit that game. I don't necessarily mind that. Oh, because they didn't have time. They didn't set up in time. They didn't set up in time, and the fact that they are out of timeouts, we talked about that earlier, is forcing them to actually forfeit that game, which is so unfortunate. Lumina Rush is a game that everybody at home, you can download it. I can download it in a matter of seconds. It's a very simplistic game. You could play this on your GameCube if you wanted to.
Yo, let's go.
You can play this on your Razer flip phones.
I love the simplistic, like how simplistic it is.
It is.
And it goes to show that a game like Lumina Rush, you don't need a bunch of fancy stuff.
No.
Bro, all you need is some shapes.
Yeah,
you got
exactly.
some circles, you got some squares, you got a rectangle, you got yourself a triangle. you got yourself a game.
Yeah, no, it's very fun, but there's a complexity to the mechanics that you have to be incredibly skilled at the physics within the actual game itself to maintain your momentum, slingshot your character, and what have you in order to get to the finish. Nonetheless, if you haven't checked it out at home, be sure to go Google search it and what have you. A great developer that works with us here at the UEL. He even created the versus game type within the game for us to play here at the UAL. Really, really creative and just awesome developers. So go check it out. Nonetheless, we are jumping into Tekken right now.
You already took the words right out of my mouth, bro. I cannot wait for this Tekken. And for those of you who don't know how we play Tekken here, it is a 5v5, but it's not like your regular FGC where you are playing sets.
Yeah.
It is literally one life.
One.
That's all you get. Kind of like we play with Street Fighter. But see, the difference between Street Fighter and Tekken is a 3D fighting game. So if you want to shoot out projectiles, you can sidestep it.
Yep.
And you can also do combos off of from the ground up. It's
bananas.
Bananas.
Yeah, it's bananas. And I would say an in-game feature that's sort of unique to Tekken is the wall juggling, if you will. The ability to sort of reset combos or maintain combos as a result of your opponent bouncing off of walls, as opposed to, say, a game like Mortal Kombat, for instance. You get somebody cornered in Mortal Kombat, you basically can output enough damage until you sort of finish your combo, and they just sort of fall, and maybe they go for a wake-up or something along those lines. But mid-combo, if you're able to slam your opponent up against the wall in Tekken, you may either maintain that juggle or reinitiate a new combo, go for a mix-up, sort of maintain them within that blender of trying to guess what your next move is. That's one of the things that makes this game so incredibly unique. And I love just seeing Tekken as really being, I would say, the front runner in terms of maintaining the 3D stage fighters. We do see it in other games like Dead or Alive. Soul Calibur is another one that has a bit of significance within the FGC. I think Soul Calibur honestly came out at a weird time. There was a lot of games that came out at the exact same time. It's the only reason it kind of got overshadowed, if you will. Nonetheless, Tekken is here. It's very, very enjoyable.
Yeah. And it looks like we are all ready.
Ooh, Eddie versus who?
I think that was Alyssa.
Okay.
Ejected Rivals. I talk about Jekyll, and there it is.
Yep. All right, here we go. So Eddie as a character is fascinating. A lot of mix-ups. He has a lot of quite low strikes, as you just saw there.
All right. Arbiter is on the right side, and Milk Zolo is going to be player one. Going in with the Eddie, not knowing how to handle this pressure, able to finally get something off, but not enough. We're going to get the same combo here from, oh my gosh. Milk Zolo.
The amount of distance that Eddie as a character covers so incredibly quickly is deceptive. He has a lot of initiating strikes that not only cover ground, but are actually lows as well. Now, Alyssa also has that. You saw that coming out of, I believe it was Arbiter. Yeah, we saw that coming out of Arbiter, but just wasn't able to carry through a combo string after initiating with it. That's the big difference right there. And, this game being the fact that here at the UEL, we just play for one life, it's so difficult to pick up or a read of how a player is playing until three of your teammates have been eliminated, right? So there's multiple ways to play characters like Eddie and like so many of the other ones here in Tekken. Downloading your opponent can be difficult, though, with this one life. So let's see if they can do that with Eddie.
If there's one thing I want to see from Tekken, I say it time and time again.
Right.
Somebody pick King, and somebody in this league give me a Death Cradle.
Yeah. Well, you know why I think King is so effective as a character within this game? It's because the actual size of the hitboxes being thrown out. They're not, as you guys will notice, Tekken, you're not necessarily utilizing weapons, although there is weapons in the game. Typically speaking, they're just throwing fists, feet, kicks and what have you at each other, which makes it more understandable from like a user-friendly perspective of trying to gauge that footsies and trying to gauge that distance, because you don't have a massive sword on the screen covering up more ground than you may have predicted. So King excels because of his grapples and his ability to get in. Nonetheless, it just seems like Zolo is maintaining this pressure so effectively.
Zolo able to get into the heat, but not able to do very much here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. With the same combo.
Yep.
Still, Dolo said not again.
Yeah, by Dolo. Now, he's been going for multi-inputs on his combo strings. I want to see him initiate with one and then go for a grab. It's not going to matter, though, because Zolo is just playing with his food, if you will. Okay, so potentially what we could see to sort of take down Milk Solo right now is initiating with a single strike.
They gave Milk Solo the witch hat.
They put a witch hat in the top right-hand corner of your screen. They put the witch hat on Milk Solo. Garto, get out of the screen! Get out of the screen,
Yo,
Garto!
all of the Blaze are actually wearing the witch hats, bro.
This is ridiculous.
You know, because they look. I don't even know what to say.
They're feeling themselves right
They
now.
are
They're definitely in a
feeling
vibe
themselves.
for them to put on. Happy Halloween, by the way, for everybody watching. I hope you had a great Thursday yesterday. But they're feeling good, man. They got the witch's hat on. We got the arena floor decorated with Halloween decor and so much more because we're having fun here in the arena. Nonetheless, they're feeling good, but make no mistake about it. This is Zolo's moment. He now has taken out 2 of the Shogun players, including Arbiter and Dolo. And now he's got to go up against Mr. B, RK, and Raven. Could we potentially see a sweep here with Eddie?
Yeah, we honestly, we could if they don't know how to counter it. Now, RK, I'm not going to say is someone who would be, honestly, in this situation, I probably would have put RK first.
Okay.
I would have put RK first because he doesn't know the game very well.
Right.
He doesn't play fighters.
Right.
But I would leave, in this situation, leave Mr. B and Raven out as my anchors.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know who's going in for it.
I think you have to match. Do we know what character just gets selected? Because I was going to say, I think you have to match the play style. Okay, so it's going back to Alyssa. So they do have some initiating low strikes that could go here, but you need to match Eddie's speed and awkwardness in terms of his combo and strings.
He's still standing. I think that's Mr. B. Oh, okay. All right. I thought he was going to play standing up.
Okay.
I was so confused.
Let's see what happens here. Okay, initiating it with a. Okay, going for that low strike, that step in. Huge.
Oof.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if he whiffs, if Eddie whiffs, nice! Sort of pushing some of that pressure on. I like seeing this.
Throws her head.
Oh!
No!
Oh, no, Mr. Oh, no, did Mr. B just press start? He threw his hands up in disappointment. He is... Unfortunately, Mr. B accidentally paused his game, and that's going to be huge. Someone from Blaze does it. Somebody from Shogun does it. And now he's gonna have. They're going back to character select now because Mr. B accidentally paused his game. He was doing great.
That was Mr. B was what they needed in this situation, bro.
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things as we get later on into the night. If you start falling behinds in terms of the win column, you see a deterioration of the mental sometimes on a team where they start making little mistakes like that probably otherwise they wouldn't have. That's so unfortunate. I don't know if... Okay, so he chose Leo, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Raven going in, and Raven also's got the witch hat on. Let's go.
Okay, so Raven catching his own vibe, putting the witch's hat on, sort of matching the energy of the Blaze. This should be interesting. Okay, so here we go. We got Eddie versus Leo. We got Milk Zolo versus Raven. Now, I think it's a matter of pacing. I think they have to maintain a pace onto Milk Zolo to not allow him to sort of pick and choose how he attacks. They need to close the distance. They need to do it fast, but then they need to take advantage of the frame recovery of Eddie as a character. Oh my God, leading with a mid, with the rush down afterwards.
All right, Raven, show me what you got. Please, please. You got to carry this for your team, bro.
Right.
Good stuff. Nice
there
dodge
we go.
or nice duck.
Yep.
Ooh,
yep.
Let's go.
This is what I'm talking about. Now, he does have rage. He's got to be careful.
Oh,
it doesn't matter. That's what we wanted. It's
the
exactly
disrespect.
what
He
we
continues
wanted.
the combo even after he's beaten him.
That's the pacing we're talking about. You got to stay in his face. Don't let him pick and choose what combos he wants to go for. As soon as you allow him to sort of implement his strategy, implement his own mind games, you're going to fall victim to that. And they basically countered it with a lot of pressure. Panda. Okay, here we go. Oh, no. Oh, no, Jade coming in with Panda. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness, man.
Fresh out the hive.
Oh,
Let's see what happens here.
Bumblebee Panda.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. Button check over. Leads with sort of that low strike.
All right, Raven.
Couple of mids. He's got to be careful because he's kind of mashing right now. If he doesn't start blocking after those combo strings, he's going to get punished because
it looks like he knows at least a 3-string.
Yep. I mean, okay, here we go.
Oh, right into the grab.
Oh, my God, that was disrespectful.
It was the most disrespectful.
There we go. That's
and knocks him right on out. Who Who's next?
Who's next? I like that. Oh, man.
Put them sticks down.
Yeah,
Let's
Raven's
go.
feeling good. Raven's feeling good. Got 2 of them out now. Yeah, he needs to maintain that pressure. He's also doing solid sort of mix-ups, if you will. The fact that he did a rush down to grab, which is something I don't think we've seen yet throughout this match. He needs to maintain that level of mind games if he wants to wipe the entire Blaze team right now.
Now we got Napkin.
Oh, Napkin's the dog. Let's see
Napkin.
what happens. You see him crawling in?
It's the run back. He's crawling in with Dragunov because he's about to surprise him.
Here we go.
Now, we saw this in Skullgirls.
Yeah, we saw this in Skullgirls. And he
redemption arc.
Yeah, he was talking about fighting games during my interview with him. So this is yet another moment Napkin might, step out into the spotlight here and really show his skills.
Napkin might lose because he don't got no witch hat on.
Oh, not maintaining the vibes of his team. All right, here we go. Leading with a couple of mids. Nobody's leading with the low.
Love Raven. He's filling out his opponent.
Ooh. Okay.
All right.
Okay, just going for a couple solid just quick
All right.
jabs.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Into a grab. Not able to break out of that. Yo. Okay. Goes into the heat.
Oh.
Not good enough.
Okay, solid blocking, though. What's interesting is just the character type.
Raven, don't drop this. This isn't the time.
Dude, he is basically
You only got one life.
away
That's
from
it.
being
There we
dead.
go.
Oh.
He gets the kick, gets him with the low. That's
Wow.
it. Next person.
Yep. I think that came down to just blocking,
Who's next?
His reads in terms of being able to block those incoming combos. Now, what's interesting about those is I don't think some of them were even full combo strings. So he was understanding the frame data of those combo strings that were getting canceled after 2 hits and then reinitiating with his, but I think he was just doing it more effectively than Napkin.
Yeah.
Potentially he just has a little bit more game knowledge in terms of the combo sets and what have you within the game. All right, here we go. Whew.
All right. Garto going in with Jun Kazama.
Okay. Let's see if
All right,
Garto
go ahead
has
and get
what it
our
takes
button
to
check.
dethrone Raven.
I don't know,
Raven's
man.
feeling himself. Now, the fact that he went over and put on a witch's hat prior to him stepping in right now is pretty, I like that.
I told you, Arcade didn't, not Arcade, Napkin didn't have on the witch hat, and what happened? He lost.
Exactly. Here we go. Goes
Into
in.
the grab. No,
but he
Garto said,
counters. He
"Get your
takes the
hands off
grab.
of me."
Wow.
Right?
Great game knowledge there in order to protect the grab.
No,
Now
no
watch this.
counter for you, sir.
You see that? So he's initiating with that 2-hit combo. He's blocking it and then reinitiating, reading the fact that he's ended the combo, but he does have Raven
let's
active.
go, Raven!
Pressure is not going to be, oh my gosh. Can't be stopped right now. Raven on an absolute tear right now. Wow.
Now is Hollywood.
All right, this is the last
final
player, correct?
boss.
Okay, so this is the last player from the Blaze. Raven completely turning this thing around. This is the win that they need. This is a moment for Raven to step into the spotlight now and say, when it comes to Tekken, I'm the one that's going to be dominating moving forward. Because he is a tier 5 player that's performing in the game he needs to perform in. Absolutely. Now, this is something that may result in, moving forward if he continues to play at this level, polish off some of the genres of games that he doesn't necessarily excel in. We may see a shift in his tier listing from 5 to 4 to 3 and what have you moving forward.
These two, Hollywood being the last one.
And he's a tier 1. He's a tier 1 versus a tier 5. This is crazy. It doesn't get better than this.
Here we go. Gonna
Oh,
go ahead
boy.
and get the button check. This is why we love Tekken in the UEL.
Yeah, this is one of the things that makes the UEL so special.
Oh,
Tier 5 versus tier 1.
Hollywood gave him no chance.
I know. Hollywood coming out swinging.
Oh,
Say,
my
you
God.
want pressure? I'll give you
with the
pressure.
counter.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay, I like
Gets
this.
a back, gets the life right where he needs
All
it.
right, here we go.
Oh!
He's coming with more pressure. Now, what he needs, he rolls out, initiates with a combo string.
I don't think he meant to do that.
No, he didn't.
Hits
This
him with the
might
crumple.
be it. The jungle is insane right now.
Oh, that's
the low.
it. Hollywood
Wow.
beats Raven, gets up, but that's not it.
That's
They
not it.
still
That's
got
not it.
Arcade next.
Whoo!
Now, I would not have anchored Arcade. Like I said, I would have put him up first, but this is the perfect opportunity. It's 1v1.
Right.
What can Arcade do in this moment to beat Hollywood? It's going to be hard for him because Hollywood applies so much pressure with his character. got another Eddie.
Yeah, Hollywood's going to land hits at one point or another. It's really just taking advantage of the fact that he's being a little overzealous with his pressure. Some people in the FGC might call it mashing.
Yeah.
He's mashing a little bit, but he's doing it effectively. He's doing it with a little bit of precision. So if RK is able to wake up effectively and sort of shift that pressure back towards him, that may make the difference. Nonetheless, he leads with a low strike, and now he's going into a juggle, staggering his button inputs to maintain it, pushes him into the corner.
RK doesn't know what to do.
RK doesn't know what to do. Grab, and then reinitiates with a combo. That's going to be it. Hollywood securing the dub for the Blaze in fashion. Oh, my goodness. That was over faster than it began. I couldn't... Hollywood just completely shut that down. I thought RK, there was a few blocks at the start of it. I was okay, maybe he's going to start to feel him out a little bit. But it was just the level of pressure from Hollywood, as well as the mix-ups. I mean, there was a level of game knowledge too there. I mean, I don't want to like understate, like Hollywood is a tier 1 player because he's a very well-rounded player. He understands the mechanics behind Tekken. You saw it a little bit there with the stagger inputs to maintain his juggle, maintain pressure into the corner, and then he initiated with a mix-up, which is a low strike as opposed to a grab or an overhead jump in, something along those lines. He's playing well, man. He's doing his job. He's doing his job as a tier 1.
Bro.
Wow.
I just need to highlight just how well Raven himself did, bro.
Yeah.
They passed the torch over to him.
Mm-hmm.
He took it, and he lit that bad boy on fire.
Yeah, I mean, think about this, though, right? RK and Raven are the last 2 tier listings, right below the Shogun, right below AV here on the screen. The fact that, like, both of them sort of anchored the game right there was, like you're saying, sort of a handing over of the torch. Those top 3 players on their team, you know, sort of saying, hey, we need you guys to close this out, and they almost did it. Now, nonetheless, we're getting into ejected rivals here, and it looks like our next game is going to be FIFA. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not FIFA. Formula 1. It's going to be Formula 1, so this is probably the most accurate game in terms of simulation, like racers. Nonetheless, before we get into that, we're going to play some ejected rivals here. Now, in terms of ejected rivals, this particular game type that we're seeing on the screen, what can you tell me about this?
I just rear-ended somebody.
Mm-hmm.
League.
Right.
I did get told that like ejected rivals is kind of like Fall
Right.
Guys, but it's with car.
Right. No. So there's definitely a number of different game types here with injected rivals. There's a game type where you eject the driver behind your car and you try to land on a dartboard as accurately as possible across this giant crevasse or canyon, if you will. What seems to be the case here with this particular game type is they're racking up points. You can see the points in the top right-hand corner of your screen in terms of the actual point total. Seems as if they're actually gaining points based off of how well they're sort of falling in line with the demolition derby aspect of this game type, where they're damaging the cars and then picking up points based off of that, as well as a few other mechanics potentially in order allowing them to pick up, you know, multiple points as well. So here you're actually seeing Hollywood on his game. Now, this is a game, Ejected Rivals, where you have cars, but then you also are controlling the driver within the car itself. And you see right there, Funnel Crash gives them 100 points. Now, in terms of racking that up for the team, if their team is able to, you know, rack up the vast majority of these points, then they're going to win. But they also have health. They're trying to damage each other as much as possible to hit them out of those cards, total their cars, if you will. And now that round. Okay, so that's exactly what was happening right there. There's multiple opportunities to rack up points, whether it be damaging your opponent, pulling off tricks, and it sounds like the Blaze actually won that. So very, very fast-paced game of Ejected Rivals. It's an interesting game. You know, it's a racer. Is it a racer within the category of racing?
Yes.
Yeah, so it is a racer on our wheel, but just like Wreckfest, not necessarily racing per se as much as you can be sort of going about that demolition derby, you know, style of game type, racking up points. So right now, the next game that we are getting into is going to be Formula 1. Now, as a racer, this is as realistic as it gets, but it's interesting, right? Because we do have the baseball lineup type of situation going on throughout the night, where if you choose a specific player to go in for one game, you may not be able to use that player in the next game because you've already used him in the prior one. So until we get a game where it's 5v5 and that roster is sort of reset, that baseball lineup is reset, you then have to choose who you want to go into the next game, but you're limited in terms of your player, or your roster, I should say.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting going into Formula One. Different from Forza in the sense that this is a 1v1, and there's actually going to be NPCs on the track that are known for brake checking these players. Okay, so it becomes frustrating to some degree, but I think as long as they're racing clean, which is sort of the name of the game in a simulation racer, right? As long as they're racing clean, I think they'll be all right. But it should be interesting to see who they actually send in. Now, it looks like they're sending in Mr. B and then Weeping Jade, potentially being the two racers that are going head-to-head. Mr. B being a Tier 3 and Weeping Jade being a Tier 5. Could be an opportunity for Jade as a Tier 5 player to showcase his skill as sort of the anchor on that team,
Yeah.
and, start to make more of an argument for him improving his tier listing.
Yeah. It's a great opportunity for him to show out.
Mm-hmm. Now, would you say that he's experienced within the racing genre? Is this sort of like a showcase genre for him?
I feel like it depends on the team that he's facing. On if it's going to be a good day for him in racing or if it's going to be a bad day for him in racing.
Okay. All right. Well, something I definitely noticed within this is because you're not necessarily going up against as many players in a PvP fashion, sort of reading and sort of managing the NPCs and the AI on the map, I think is a little bit more manageable. So as long as you're staying level-headed and you get in the lead early, you tend to excel throughout the rest of the track, and you're able to sort of finish things out. So we're getting the point of view at the top of your screen is going to be Jade. That is on the Blaze team. So he's the top racer, and the bottom racer is going to be Mr. B on Shogun. Okay, so I'm just getting word that bottom is actually going to be Blaze on Jade. So Jade is playing on the bottom of the screen, and Mr. B is on the top. Now, interestingly enough, Mr. B is in 3rd right now, whereas Jade is in 18th. I think as a result, what Jade has to be careful of is not going into these turns way too quickly, sort of like you're seeing here. He's trying to shave off time and catch up on his opponent by cutting these corners short. As a result, he may find himself not racing as clean as he needs to, like you're seeing right here, being on the bottom of your screen. I don't think that's going to be enough to sort of catch up.
So it looks like that we had the Blaze forfeit.
Yes, so the Blaze forfeited that. Oh, wow, so it was set to 5 laps.
So it was set up wrong, which led into a forfeit.
Okay, so so Shogun took that. Blaze had to forfeit. Okay, so that's one of those tech issues that we talked about earlier in the stream. There's an hour left in this game tonight. If Shogun are able to stay level-headed, play well, get some lucky, picks on the wheel, some games that they probably excel at, realistically, you can imagine them picking up a handful of wins, like maybe 3 or 4 wins, right? If Blaze continues to have these problems and have these tech issues, giving them a couple of free wins, I don't know if they can reach the 17-win mark to secure the victory for tonight. And as we get into the last 15, 20 minutes of the night, we may see a shift of momentum and maybe even an upset occur. Because listen, the Blaze are 3-2 for a reason. They've picked up those 2 losses, not necessarily because they were playing difficult teams. I have commentated and casted over multiple of their games, and they are prone to making technical issues as the night goes on, especially given the fact that they have such a big lead right now. I think they're a little too relaxed, and they've got to be careful because Shogun can probably catch up and be on their heels.
I think the nighttime may get to them.
Yep.
Where they're going to end up having the setup issues, having the forfeit start showing, because they do have 1 timeout left, and once that timeout is gone, any game will be automatic forfeit if they set it up wrong, if they do anything wrong with that game. If they hit a pause button, it's going to turn into a forfeit, which that point automatically would go to the other team, which would be just Shoguns.
Yeah, and just for everyone watching at home, you can imagine a situation where we've already had, 3 or 4 forfeited games in a sense, especially even NBA 2K, right? NBA 2K wasn't necessarily a forfeit, but there was a tech issue where a member of the team accidentally paused, and he had to put his controller down for the rest of the game. So when things like that are occurring, realistically, you can imagine a scenario where Shogun picks up 3 wins and they get to 8, and then Blaze could realistically make about 3 issues, or 3 mistakes, I should say, within the last hour of tonight, just given the pattern of behavior that's been sort of unfolding throughout the evening. take 3 wins, you get another 3 wins. We could see a situation where Shogun is at 11 versus the Blaze at 13, and this becomes anybody's game.
Yeah.
Right? That's something you got to be on the lookout for, man.
Especially with it also being like the second half. Typically, teams will come back with like full momentum, and they're like, "We're coming back."
Yeah. Because they have nothing to lose, right? They have nothing to lose. I think they're in a position right now as a team where they're 0-6. And for those of you at home, you may be thinking, well, this isn't going to be much of a match, right? You got a team that's sort of in the middle of the pack in terms of the division placement, and then you got a team that's 0-6. How could they maintain that winner's mentality throughout the rest of this match? The reason is it's not even just about this season. We talked about this earlier with AV. A lot of these players are playing for not just tier positions in terms of the payout per match, but they're also playing for positions to get drafted and to stay a part of the league in next season. So they're playing their hearts out. So here we go. We got Lethal League Blaze on your screen right now, which is a fascinating game. A bit of a platform fighter.
Yeah.
With the utility of a weapon on the map that you have to dodge and or hit at all times, and that's what you're seeing. Think of this thing like a volleyball. Yeah, very fast-paced. It's going to be over before it even began.
Yeah.
This volleyball that's on their screen, they're hitting this to maintain momentum and speed, and if it hits you, you get damaged. But if you hit it, you send it back the other way, potentially hitting the opponent. Oh my gosh, this is going back and forth over and over again.
Ooh.
Holy moly! What's gonna happen here? Oh my gosh. All right, and then also at the top of your screen below each of the characters, you'll see their life stock, right? Think of it like Super Smash Brothers. They all start the game with 3 stocks of lives, and then as they gradually die, those stocks deplenish, and then you're eliminated, and then a winner is chosen. Now the red team is gonna be Shogun, and the green team is going to be Blaze. So just think about that in terms of the character models and the outlines of the models on the screen. You can see right there, Shogun feeling really comfortable at the end of that round.
It's like some dangerous dodgeball.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. All right, so they're just hitting this ball laterally across the field, getting little damage. It's interesting. Sometimes the most damage occurs when the ball is actually traveling very slowly, because they're so used to it traveling fast. Here comes some of these diagonal hits, so this is much more difficult to read. We got green versus red. This is a 1v1 going down, and they're hitting this ball back and forth. Fly across the map, just barely dodging it, but he gets smoked. And then another hit occurs. I cannot believe how fast this is traveling. Oh, wow, great jump shot right there. It was traveling laterally along the stage, and so he just did a simple jump hit. I cannot believe how much they are countering. This is the fastest I have ever seen the ball move on Lethal League Blaze. Is this going to be it? Oh, wow. All right, so Blaze take that round. Interesting. Everyone has 1 life left. It comes down to this, guys. Who's going to take it? Oh, wow.
I think this may be like one of our longest Lethal League Blaze
Seriously?
matches. Normally, like, we blink and it's over.
There's no way this upset occurs. So Shogun only has 1 player. Okay. Now they're both in a 1v1. Is that it? Oh! Oh, Blaze actually end up taking it. That is so unfortunate because Shogun was that close to clutching that. That would have taken it to a 6-13. They would have been able to maintain that momentum and potentially, pull off an upset like we talked about. Nonetheless, our next game is going to be Dragon Ball Fighters.
I actually got, so I was actually talking to the Blaze before the game started, and I asked Napkin what is his, like, top game in the league.
Who's?
Napkins.
Okay.
From the Blaze.
Okay.
I had asked him, like, what is his top game in the off the wheel?
Yeah.
And he actually told me that Dragon Ball Z Fighters
wow.
is his top game. So we may be seeing Hollywood, Garto, and then their third person being Napkin.
Oh, you know what? He had mentioned prior during the interview for today's game. He says as much as he loved Dragon Ball Fighters, I asked him if there was a game that he wanted to see during next season, and he said Sparking Zero because he just loves Dragon Ball and he loves Dragon Ball Fighters so much.
That's what a lot of people started playing, and like they started like disappearing off the map because they're just getting locked into Sparking Zero. They're just locked into it.
That's true, but I do think that Sparking Zero is such a different play style because it's a 3D stage fighter as opposed to a 2D stage. I think the more popular of the two tends to be the 2D stage fighter because it's more simplistic and easier to understand. So we don't, maybe Sparking Zero maintains its popularity moving forward, but at the moment I do think Dragon Ball Fighter still has a solid positioning within the FGC in general, in terms of just being taken seriously as a fighting game, and that's why we love it so much here at the UEL. Nonetheless, Napkin definitely looking to take some heads off during this game. And we're getting the lineups and everything. Is this going to be a 5v5? What is Dragon Ball Fighters?
Dragon Ball Fighters is a 3v3.
Okay.
So there will be 3 players from each team going in for this game.
Interesting. We're getting Hollywood Garto, which is tier 1 and tier 2.
Yes.
And then we're getting Napkin, right? Because he just talked about how comfortable he is here. You know, that's one of those situations where you have a tier 4 player trying to make a name for himself. The fact that he potentially could carry, like, Dragon Ball as a game on this wheel by himself if he's as good as he says that he is.
Honestly, I can see Hollywood probably being sent first. And then we do have a timeout from the Blaze.
Okay, that's our last one.
Yep, that will be their last one. So
Mhm.
going forwards, they will have to forfeit games if they do not set up within the setup timer.
Yep.
I do see Hollywood going first.
Okay.
And for them, and then once he's out, I can see possibly Garuto and them anchoring Napkin, making him the third last person to play.
Yeah.
And try and win it for him
Mhm.
if things do not go in their favor.
Yeah. No, I like that. I like that. I'm gonna make a prediction here and say that Blaze is gonna take this, but this is super important that Shogun try to sort of steal this away from Blaze. I think that they're very, very comfortable in this. If they're able to sort of take this game, I think it sort of sets a precedent that, hey, you know, we may be 0-6, but there's going to be certain games, there's going to be certain genres that it doesn't matter who we're playing. It could be the Reapers, it could be the bots, it could be Blaze. You guys have to sweat when you're playing this game with us. I think that's really important for them to showcase right here, right now.
Going off of that, even though the score is 5-14 right now, those 5 points, they're still proving that, like, we can win certain games. There's games here that we can win, we can take.
Yeah.
It's not just, oh, we're here where we're just winning off of forfeits or something. These are actual games that they are starting to win.
Yeah.
And when they win, they make sure to let that known in the building that they are winning that.
Oh, yeah. There's been one of the most emotional days, I think, at the UEL that we may have ever had.
Yes.
So, yeah, they're getting wins. It's just a matter of sort of cleaning things up, you know, becoming a little bit more of a well-polished team because it's 5-14. But I'd be willing to say that there's about 4 to 5 games that have gone in Blaze's favor that were sort of a toss-up. So this game could potentially be 10-9 right now in Shogun's favor. I just think they need to keep their composure a little bit more, and they probably will result in some more wins down the line for them. Because make no mistake about it, guys, some of our teams that have losing records, it's not so much that they just haven't been able to secure a win. They've had a really, really difficult schedule, and Shogun's is a perfect example of that, as well as just teammates shifting here and there, constantly trying to find more synergy within your teammates. We had talked about Chris G and other players that we don't necessarily get to see throughout this match and what have you. So getting new teammates as the season rolls on, trying to find that composition is really important. And, you know, I think they shouldn't walk away from their performance today with their heads, you know, low. I think there's a lot of things to be proud of right now for the Shogun, and we'll see if they can, you know, maybe find some more of that as we move on throughout the night.
There is teams in the league that do VOD reviews where they watch these streams back and they learn their mistakes. They learn what was best for them, and then that's also used in practices on how these teams practice outside of their games.
Yeah,
they make sure that hey, if they have a player that's tier 3 that's not doing too well in racers, they'll be like, hey, let's start practicing some racers and get you a little better in them.
Yeah, I definitely think that there's certain players within the league that have I would say a pattern of behavior within specific genres. And you'll notice that sometimes the players just aren't being chosen for certain games, you know? And, okay, so it looks like, oh, wow, so Blaze Blue coming up next, another anime fighter that's a ton of fun. Nonetheless, we're getting into Dragon Ball Fighters right here. This is going to be a 3v3 constant action, super high pace coming across the screen. Here in a little bit, we'll be able to identify who is on who. Nonetheless, another anime fighter coming up right after this. So hold on. Tons of action. Get ready to unfold on your screen right now. Oh boy.
So Bardock follow up.
Ooh, ooh, ooh!
Right on.
Wow. Now, was that Garto, I believe? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was Garto. Okay. Ooh, but Garto is just maintaining a level of pressure right now that's going to be hard to beat. Just landing his rushdowns, landing his combos, utilizing his meter as effectively as he can. Goes into an 85-hit combo. Are you serious? Is he even going to get touched right now? Oh, my gosh. He's in his safe place right now while playing a fighting game. Hasn't even been touched. Oh, my goodness. He quite literally shot him into the stratosphere right there at the end of that combo, dropping him out of the game. And now it comes down to... Okay. Oh, very nice, very nice. Oh, I think... Is this going to... Oh, 50-hit combo by himself. Let's see if he goes for a little mix-up. Oh, wow. Well, Hollywood should have gone into a combo right off of that swap in right there. I think maintaining that pressure would have been good just to get a little bit of damage. Now, Dragon Ball FighterZ is a game that has really...
Exactly
what? What? No! No! Oh my goodness. Hitting him with a self-destruct? Oh my goodness gracious. We're sort of speechless here on the panel because we honestly thought that things wouldn't go that way. Off of the swap in, I thought, yeah, off of the swap in, we thought a little bit of pressure, but the fact that they started backing up, I think AV sort of knew what was going to unfold at that point.
Yes, I did.
Charge the 3 meters, goes for the grab, and then just ends it.
As I saw him pick Android 16, and I noticed that he did not know how to do combos with Android 16.
Well, you have to, I believe it requires 3 meters, right? In order to go for the self-destruct? Yeah. Yes. So the fact that he created distance, and then he starts going, I don't know why when you're playing against Android that you don't just rush down and don't let him get that, especially off of not going for combos. Now, I will say this, Dragon Ball FighterZ as a game in terms of combo output is very simplistic. It basically is just XXX, YYY. But then in order to have huge combo strings, then you start implementing directionals, abilities, and so forth. Hollywood wasn't going for that, though. Hollywood had one move in his arsenal, and he went for the move and won with it.
They gave Hollywood, I'm just gonna quote TLG, and I stepped off for a second. He says, "Please, forfeit this." I'm not Blaze. Shogun, forfeit this. Do not give them the satisfaction, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, dude, we talked about going into that. Napkin actually told me prior to the broadcast, or I should say at the start of the hour, was telling me how much that he wants to play Sparking Zero and wants that game on the wheel next season, but that for this season he loves Dragon Ball FighterZ. Nonetheless, we're jumping into some Blaze Blue, another anime fighter with massive hitboxes and super fast pace, tons of weapon management, mix-ups, you name it.
And Garto's going against RK. Poor RK. He doesn't play fighters.
Yeah, and this is a 1v1 game, correct? Now, this plays in sets, correct? This is a full set?
This is a full set.
Okay. They're playing best of 3 or best of 5?
Best of 3.
Okay, so playing best of 3. Let's see how this unfolds. So RK is going to be player 1. Garto going to be player 2. Okay. Blocks. Oh, goes for the jump in. Nice. Goes into a full string, and I think Garto was sort of predicting that she would cancel that combo string. Nonetheless, this is going to go
into the Yo!
Oh, boy.
Why was that even necessary, Garto? Yo, look at this fool.
A bit of a showman in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Let's see if RK can sort of pull this off. Okay. Has an early game health lead, but it's likely not to last. We'll see what happens here. Oh, wow.
Nice combo there from RK. I think he is playing on like what's considered like some modern controls or simple controls for him. So it kind of, all you're really doing is pressing like just a couple buttons and it does a lot for you.
Okay.
And I think Garto may be doing the same because when he blocks, you see that little shield that's around him.
Right.
That typically means that the game is doing it for you. Typically on a manual, what is the style?
Okay.
You have to press a specific button while you're blocking in order to do it.
Okay.
But it's doing it for you.
Well, Garto's picking up some damage right here.
Yeah.
You know, may be able to finish this thing out. Oh,
nope.
wow.
It looks like RK was able to do that.
Yep. There we go. Okay, so we got 1-1 in terms of
one thing I love about like the simplistic controls is that there are certain things that like you can do combos, but there are certain moves that you can't do because they can't put all of the moves in there. But get back into the game. Garto is just kind of going off here, not giving RK the opportunity to make any moves himself.
Nice. Simple combo strings sort of coming out here. Now, something interesting about this game is off of block. In Blue Blaze, there tends to create a lot of distance on block, so it's great for poking. There's a lot of poking that occurs. It doesn't really matter, though. Garto able to secure that dub right here, picking up the first win. Now, like we said, this is best of 3, so RK is going to have an opportunity to sort of tie this up.
Yeah, RK didn't realize that it was a set. He thought that the match was over, so let's see if he decides to choose someone else, but it doesn't look like that's the case.
Well, I felt like he was comfortable there. Knowing how much distance is created upon block, I want him to start utilizing sort of the footsies game of pushback, right? So the pushback that occurs when your opponent blocks you, can you reinitiate with a new move that covers distance? Maybe even a jump in of some sort. So understanding the full kit, if you will, of these characters is going to be really important to shut Garto down. A little bit of, kind of feeling each other out, but Garto lands the jump in. Going full combo into that full 8-hit string there. Just doing a lot of neutral jumps.
Honestly, that character has a lot of range. It's just that obviously for RK, who's somebody who doesn't play this game, he doesn't really know what that range looks like, and he doesn't know the matchup for Garto's character for Susanoo.
Yep. Wow. He's feeling really comfortable. I'd be surprised if RK is sort of able to pull anything out here in the second round of Game 2. And like we said, this is a best of 3, so if Garto takes that, it's going to be a win for Blaze. Most importantly, I would like to see Shogun sort of make a little bit more of a showing here, knowing that if Blaze wins this, they're one game away from reaching that magic number of 17. So there's
talked about,
there's a lot of pressure on Shogun, on RK right now to perform. He is doing better in this round. He's starting to read Garto just a little bit. That's okay. It knocked back the full screen.
He's got a little bit of a life lead on him, but that's okay. He still has the opportunity to make it.
Yes, I like that. The pushback that's occurring with his staff, he needs to take advantage of that. Take advantage of the pushback. Play footsies once you have him cornered. Oh, but then he just jumps in. This is going to be it. This is going to be it right here. He's got him. He can't defend the close quarters. He's trying.
He may be able to do the comeback.
He's created a little bit of distance, but the jump in.
He missed
counter,
the super.
But he whips. Oh, wow. Oh,
hey.
The chip. He ends up getting him. Okay, this just got interesting. RK still in it. Can he take Game 2? It's 1-1. Let's see what happens.
Now, RK is also going to have to win. So, in other words, RK is going to have to win 3 times in a row.
Yes, 100%. But he's doing exactly what we talked about. He's hitting that pushback. Now, what's happening as a result of that? Garto, after the pushback, is initiating with a combo string off of jump in. So what RK needs to do after the pushback is back up. See, back up, because he's going to try to jump in. He's maintaining pressure, getting a little bit of chip here and there. He's doing great. Here comes the jump in. There's the full combo string, but he drops it. Garto dropped the combo string. Wow, he had the hit confirmed, and I don't think could finish it.
One more hit does it for Garto.
Yep. Nice, there we go. There's the distance. Oh my gosh, read it to a T. RK keeping him in it. Okay, it's 1-1. It's best of 3. It comes down.
All right, Garto, you going to switch characters, or you going to keep that rematch going?
Yeah, let's see.
Looks like he actually hit the rematch button.
Okay, all right. Well, I think the problem here is he doesn't have the range, but also the frame data is not in his favor. So the distance that's being created, even though he is blocking, RK is able to recover in terms of just maintaining frame advantage. He's able to recover and reinitiate a new combo. So is there a move within the arsenal of Susanoo? You said it's Susanoo? Is that
Susanoo?
Yeah, Susanoo. Is there a move within the arsenal of that character that's going to allow him to close distance that isn't a jump-in combo? See, there's the combo. Should be about 8 hits. Oh, okay, there we go. So about 7 to 8 hits.
Well, no, I don't think that there are. I'm sure there are.
Wow.
But I'll explain a little bit right after this round.
Wow, he even read the jump in. That's different. So RK, instead of actually trying to wait for the jump in, initiated himself. He countered him by sort of anti-airing in the air. Now he's got him boxed into the corner. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
RK popping off. This is a moment for RK that I wanted to see throughout all of tonight. When his back was against the wall, instead of just cowering, he decided to thrive in the chaos, and he's really showcasing his skills within the fighter genre right now.
All right, here we go. Garto's now going to be applying a lot of pressure, but it may not be enough. RK is still keeping that distance, the same thing that we've seen in the last 3 rounds.
Don't change. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's the jump in. He drops the combo again, but I think it was a matter of distance on the jump in.
Yep.
So even though he got the hit confirmed, the follow-up attacks weren't within range. There's going to be a full combo, about 7 to 8 hits.
Into the super.
Oh, and he lands it. This is going to be big damage. Holy moly. All right, now he's got corner pressure. This is a problem because it's going to allow him to close the distance. Now, the pushback from these basic strike, that's about a 3 to 4 hit string, does create distance. It allowed him to get out of the corner.
All right, he activates. He's only got 4 seconds. Is he going to do anything here? It doesn't look like it. Ends it there. All right, he's now in danger, which I believe means that he can take a bunch of damage. I think that lowers like your defenses or something like that. Or it decreases the amount of attack you can do.
He's going to jump in. You know he's going to jump in. Back. That's going to do it. Wow. Okay, so it's 1-1. We're going to go into round 3 of game 3. It all comes down to this. Make no mistake about it, Garto right now is a one-dimensional fighter. All he has is the jump-in 8-hit combo. He may get some more damage off of it, utilizing the ability and the sort of mechanics of the abilities within the game. But nonetheless, he's doing the same thing. Jump in, 8-hit combo.
Yo!
Oh, wow. A little bit of a mix-up here? Something that Garto could do. He could cancel the combo string and then force him to delay his wake-up, all sorts of stuff. No, but he's sitting pretty. He's got him sort of backed up. Keep going for that 3 to 4 hit combo string RK needs to do.
Oh, wow. Nice block from Garto, but is it going to be enough?
Okay. Okay, this is it. This is, wow. Able to back him up on the wake up. What a moment for RK shutting down Garto after going down a game in a round. You can see him in the top left-hand corner of your screen popping off. Wow.
But
wow, I heard go back to Fortnite. Oh,
hey,
boy.
man. Listen, Garto and Hollywood can deal all of that. They can troll as much as they want, but they can also take that trolling. And so let's hope that Garto doesn't take this too hard. But that was amazing.
Wow.
Now, a lot of people pick the Susanoo or Susanoo, and the reason that they pick him is if you saw at the bottom of his super, there are like these little locks. Every set of special moves that he has unlocks a new, unlocks one of those locks. And so what happens when all of those are unlocked, he gets like a whole new set of moves or either stronger versions of those moves. He does like a crap ton of damage. But there's so many different like keys that need to be unlocked in order to do that. But Garto wasn't able to get it. I don't know if you're able to do it in the simplistic with the simplistic controls, but you know, I don't think you really have much of a control over it.
Yeah, I think that was just a masterclass, if you will, on the fundamentals of fighting games. The ability for RK right there to just sort of create distance between himself and the opponent with the understanding that he only has so many tools within his arsenal to initiate sort of an attack. The only thing I can imagine Garto may be doing right there is he was doing jump ins into a full combo, which is about 7 or 8 hits. He could have jumped in and then canceled his combo or canceled a combo string to initiate a new setup, right? Now, there's throws in the game?
Yeah.
Okay, so he could have done a jump into a throw. As opposed to going for a full combo string, RK would have been sitting there waiting for a full combo string to come out and then got grabbed as a result. So there's a couple of mix-ups that he could have utilized within a blender, maybe. It was just so difficult because he was waking up and initiating with 3 hits that was creating distance. So just a really fun game to watch, and what a great moment for RK right there.
Midnight Ghost Hunt being the next game, but we've got Checkmate here right now, which is a chess fighting game. What was that?
So right now we got Checkmate Showdown on your screen. There we go. It looks like the knight just taking out a basic pawn. So this is interesting. This is one of my favorite games on the UEL wheel. What you guys are watching unfold here on your screen is a game of chess. And once 2 pieces initiate and try to attack each other, the players that are allocated to those pieces then go into a 2D stage fighter, which you're watching right here. Bishop versus knight. Each one of these characters has their own moveset, their own combo strings, and what have you, their own abilities. And the players then will face each other in an attempt to knock that piece off the board. Now, something to note. Once they go into this 2D stage fighting phase, whatever health they're left with at the end of the fight is the health that they have remaining as a piece on the board. So if another opponent attacks them, they are low health when they go into that second battle. Now, the knight in general has a ton of zoning tools. I would say that's the thing that sort of differentiates it from the rest of the pieces on the board. So as long as you're able to sort of stay in the knight's face and, you know, apply pressure, typically speaking, it's very difficult to sort of defend.
Yep, and it looks like we have Raven versus Garto here, I believe. Yep, and Garto actually being the knight kind of stuck in the corner, right?
Yeah.
Like, there we go. Never mind. Being able to get out of that, but gets blasted away or gets the burst from Raven. Still not able to do much. This is kind of what we saw for Blaze Blue when it came to Garto.
Right.
So let's see if he's going to be able to do something here against Raven. Hits the queen. I wonder if that comes out of her health.
Oh, this is the queen. Okay.
No. He used an assist.
Okay, gotcha.
Assist
I was about
queen.
to say, I thought this was.
Gotcha.
Okay, interesting.
It doesn't come from the health.
Okay.
All right, 10 seconds left. Garto really has to do something here.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
He's got the
Solid
lead.
grab.
Now
he
he's
has
going to
full
hold
screen.
off. Yep, he's going to pull back.
Yep, he has full screen to work with. The fact that he's not going for a single.
Oh.
Wow, that was interesting. I'm surprised he didn't go for any type of zoning right there. Nonetheless, he just backed up into the corner, did just a neutral kick, essentially a neutral jump to kick.
And we got RK versus Hollywood, who are the ones who are moving the pieces around.
Okay.
I love that.
That's really cool.
All right, so it looks like they're taking on Garto right now. Mr. B going in as the queen.
Mr. B, so the queen, in terms of, you could think of like each of the pieces on the board, typically speaking, there's sort of like a importance of each piece on the board, right? Queen being super important, king being super important, and what have you. If you're familiar with chess, I think the developers of this game have done a great job with the kits and the abilities that each of these pieces have. I think are representative of their value on the board within chess. So it's really, really balanced game and one of my favorite ones here at the UEL. Nonetheless, Garto trying to utilize some zoning tools, goes for a simple combo, backing up full screen. Mr. B has to be careful. Mr. B has to be careful not to get caught as he's rushing in. The teleports.
We've seen a lot of this from Garto. He's right into the super, but Garto able to block. But Garto has been dropping a lot of combos here, and I think it might. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Nope, he dropped it again. All right, so back to it. You know, it's still doing a lot of damage to that queen, and you don't get any of your health back.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, that's what's so important. Even if Garto were to be taken out here, the fact that he did so much damage to Shogun's queen is really, really important moving forward. Not gonna matter though. But he does only have a little bit of health left, which puts him in a position that you could attack the queen with a low value piece and potentially take the queen off of the stage.
And we see a lot of this, especially people going directly for the king, like the king and the queen. They want to take them out as soon as possible.
Right.
And again, applying just a lot of pressure. Looks like Weeping Jade is the one that's going to be going in. And no button check needed.
Wow. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The player that's on offense that attacks the piece is the one that has an ultimate, correct?
I'm going to say yes.
I think yes, because the bishop.
Well, no, because maybe.
Because
I could be lying.
I think the bishop right there is the one that attacked the queen, and the queen
it's at the ultimate.
Yeah. So just something to consider, guys, because if you're attacking a piece, typically speaking, in a regular game of chess, you would automatically knock that piece off the board. So they're trying to give an advantage to the attacking or aggressive player, because that's how a match of regular chess would unfold on the board. So you'll see the ultimates near their health bar on that 2D stage. Nonetheless, this is a game of chess. You have to have a level of strategy that you maintain throughout the entirety of this game.
Yep, and with the Blaze having one of their pieces so close into the Shogun's area, it's just that person is going to be literally fighting for their life almost the entire time.
Yeah. Well,
so you need somebody strong in there in order to make it work.
Yeah, and it looks like the Shogun are trying to do their best to sort of protect their king at the moment by moving their rooks over to sort of the side, if you will. Okay, so he sort of baited this attack. I think they wanted this attack. Now, if Blaze are able to take out this rook with their bishop, this is going to be huge because the rook is such a high-value piece on the board. There's a lot of, in terms of high-level chess play, there's a lot of checkmates that you can simply set up with a queen and a rook in particular. This is sort of the king of checkmate showdown with lots of grapples. Think of Tekken, think of King and Tekken. Lots of grapples coming out of the rook here.
Right.
Now, this is going to be RK on Shogun. You can see the players and the pieces at which they're playing on the top left and top right-hand corner of your screen. RK trying to get out of this corner right now. It's not going to do it. That is huge. I cannot overstate how important that was.
Can I please highlight the fact that Weeping Jade has become such a strong point for the Blaze?
Well, here's what's so smart about them: the fact that you can cross diagonally on the actual board itself, that allows the bishops to actually get into the back line of your opponent relatively fast. And that's exactly what they're doing. And they're sort of baiting Shogun to attack one of their highest level fighters on their team. And as a result, he's sort of cleaning house.
You know, it's funny because when Jade first got into the league, I made so much fun of him in the beginning of this season.
Wow.
I was just like, I want to see, you need to do better. You got to do better. And like, right now, he's already taken out, what, 2 or 3 people now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he's on pace right now to at least get half health away from this knight.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. He's already taken half health. Now, who is this playing the knight? Let's take a look.
It is Dolo.
Dolo. Yeah, this is huge. Wow. He may actually end up taking. He now has the health advantage.
Oh, okay, nice.
Okay.
Super.
Okay. But now he's in trouble. Okay.
So you are absolutely correct. If you are the one that's being attacked, then you would, or however you said it earlier, they have the ultimate.
Okay. So relatively equal. And not necessarily next hit confirm, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Next hit confirm is probably going to do it. This might actually do it. Okay, there
nice
we go.
burst.
Yep. Next hit confirm probably going to take this.
Oh,
he
yeah.
needs to start utilizing more of those zoning tools. He has them at his disposal. There we go. Wow. Dolo with a bit of a clutch there.
Right, but now Dolo doesn't have the life to do anything.
Yeah.
Honestly, Weeping Jade did exactly what he needed to do.
Oh, wow. Look
he
at
took
this.
down 2 people and got a third one super low.
Right, and now what they're doing is they're pushing their queen out front. So they're going to use their queen as off. Oh, wow. They're going to go for the... Wow. Okay, so bishop versus queen, are they going to do that? If they win this, it's going to create a situation where the queen is then going to attack the king and then potentially end it. So that's why they're initiating with this attack right now. Blaze going for the victory, hoping to get 2 wins straight. Now, yes, the queen, because the queen attacked, has the ultimate. So watch for that. It's going to be huge damage at some point if it occurs.
And the queen has loops that can do, who can kill you from full health.
Yeah. The queen,
Touch of Death, as TODs is what it's called.
Touch of Death.
But it does look like we're going to be getting one of those right now.
This is insanity.
Who is that?
I believe that's... Yeah, it's Arbiter. Yeah, that's Arbiter on the stage right now. Playing with the Bishop. Oh, wow. Okay, was that the... Okay, that's interesting.
And that may be able to take it here.
Okay, the ultimate is available.
No
Goes for it.
shot.
Oh,
okay.
Wow. Doesn't land it, though. That's going to be bad.
Oh,
he
no.
needs to take away as much damage as
Hollywood
possible.
taken
but the queen
out.
Gets rocked. Wow.
Really good job from Arbiter. I was not expecting that
That's how you
outcome.
defend your king. Right
Literally
there.
standing there with his head looking like a superhero, bro.
Yep,
like nobody's
absolutely.
touching the king.
And now, as a result of dropping that queen, they might be able to even get on the offensive. Let's see if they decide to do that.
Yeah, they have been on the defense.
Because they could put him in check right now.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay,
here.
let's see what
You
happens.
see that exclamation point? He don't like that.
All right, now, as a result of putting him in check and forcing him to the left side, you can start shifting. I would say Shogun can start sort of shifting their pieces up to sort of force the king to the left side of the board, if you will. And then that creates a situation where you can sort of trap them over there, corner them, and then have all your pieces collapse around the king itself. So we'll see if we do that. Now, Blaze is doing a good job now, starting to counter a little bit, probably going to initiate it with an attack here on the knight. That's why the knight sort of moved back.
That teleport was beautiful.
If the bishop decides to attack the knight here, the following move will then be another knight versus bishop 1v1. But they don't necessarily have to do that. This is interesting. Taking their time, deciding what they want to do. Undoubtedly, I would assume that Blaze is going to attack their knight if they don't move it from right next to them. Okay. So they're pulling back. Oh, wow. That is an interesting move. They pulled the knight back, and now Blaze was able to go for an attack on their king. Here we go. So if Blaze takes this, that is going to be checkmate. I think poorly implemented strategy potentially from Shogun right there, just pulling the knight back, not realizing that it leaves their king vulnerable for an attack. Nonetheless, here we go. Remember, the bishop is on the offense. The bishop has the ultimate, but the king also has some tools up his sleeve. The king has the ability to throw pawns onto the field. Depending on how many pawns you actually have on the board will determine how many pawns come out right there, as you just saw on the screen.
All right, able to get in, but not able to do very much. Raven has a lot of pressure here.
Doing a fairly decent job right here as the king. Sort of that neutral jump, sort of slam, if you will, is a great sort of zoning tool that can be a sort of an anti, and not necessarily an anti-air, but an anti sort of combo, if you will. Lots of pressure goes for a simple grab. That's what you love to see. There needs to be more of that.
Yo, excuse me?
Oh, wow. Nice, solid grab. There it is right there. Just going for that neutral jump. To hammer slam, ends up getting it. Great play. Wow, Shogun needed that. Quite literally needed that, or the game would have been over. I think they got a little lucky there. I can't imagine that was actually the strategy. I don't think they wanted to put their king at risk. I think that was just a mismanagement of the board.
Gotcha.
It ended up working out in their favor, though.
It did.
You know, I mean, you can't really complain. It's not too bad. The only problem that I see, well, no. Blaze is still not necessarily in a bad position. What they need to do, though, is they have their rook on the right side of your screen still has all of their pawns around that rook, which creates a situation where you're not necessarily protecting your king as much as you need to. You need to force a situation where you're... Wow, okay, this is very interesting now. All right, so now one of their rooks is in the Shogun backline. They don't have a way of attacking their king. So that rook is then, I'm assuming, going to take out the knight. And then after that knight, they may go after the king, depending on if the king actually advances up the board.
Don't let this happen now. Don't let this happen now. Guys, you should know what piece you are. You shouldn't be asking who's
wow. Okay,
piece.
There's no health. This is going to be over before it even began. Not to mention the fact that the rook actually has an ultimate ability because it's the attacking piece. Just a chip away from death. Okay.
That's literally all he needed.
That's all he needed. Now, this isn't the end of the world right now for Shogun because their king can advance up the board and get out of check positioning from the actual rook. What are they going to do? Is he going to actually force this fight and try to take out the rook? Or is he going to advance up the board and force the play, force the ball, if you will, back into the Blaze court? Okay, here we go. I like that. That was a great decision.
Smart move.
Great decision. Okay, here we go. Bishop versus rook. Combos versus grapples. Let's see what happens here.
Didn't get the grapple there.
Wasn't
able to capitalize.
gosh. Oh, boy.
Breaks
Okay.
away. Good break.
Ooh.
He tricked him up by going over to the other side.
Yep. And use the assist of the king being the next door neighbor on the board. Whiffs the combo. I want to see a grab. I want to see a grab out of the rook because they're waiting for combo strings, and the rook just specializes in grabs. So maybe let's see some of that. Nonetheless, though, I got to give props to who is this on Shogun right now on the bishop? That's Arbiter. Arbiter right now playing with that bishop is doing exceptional with these combo strings and maintaining pressure. Oh,
no, missed him again. He's been trying to hit him with
goodness.
that grab, but not able to capitalize off of it.
Oh wow! Look at this love look. I don't think he understands the frame data, so I think this is a situation of Zolo right now on this rook, not knowing when he has frame advantage. That's all that is. That's all that is.
Man, this reminds me of the time that 300 and Titus were playing this, and Titus was just beating 300 in the corner of the wheel reveal.
Yeah. So it's super deceptive right there. When he was going for those combo strings, technically Milk Zolo had frame advantage to initiate a basic attack, but it was so fast that it was hard to time the window of opportunity to initiate, right? So that's the only reason he probably lost that right there. Nonetheless, both teams still have some solid pieces on the board. Now, this is a situation where Blaze probably need to reel in that rook that's on the right side of your screen. They need to start advancing that rook up the stage to protect the king.
All right. So I don't think that the king on the Blaze side. Well, no, I don't think the not the king on the Blaze side. Oh wait, that's right. 20
move rule. Not familiar with that. We'll get that. We'll get some more information to you guys when we can. Nonetheless.
So the sorry, I got thrown off by that. But Raven has already taken damage as the king.
Okay.
Right. So I don't think that the Blaze Napkin has had to fight this entire game.
No. Nope. Oh, that's interesting. So it sort of forces the pacing of the game, if you will.
If they do 20 moves without acting, what will happen?
If they do 20 moves without action, meaning a piece being taken or attacked, then they automatically lose. So in a regular game of chess, you'll see a king that's just constantly moving around the board and not necessarily, just running away. Right.
I like that.
Right. So something that you could probably do if you are Shogun is potentially take out some pawns and then advance your pawns up the actual board itself in order to bring back one of your dead pieces, which will essentially just bring back the most important piece of the game, which is the queen, and then you can end this in a matter of seconds. Whether or not they decide to do that, I don't know. Because listen, Blaze's rook is moved up the board. So right now they could start taking out Blaze pawns and then advancing their pawns up the board to resurrect their queen.
Oh, yeah, because that's the thing. Oh, what do you do there? Oh.
See, now the king is moving because it doesn't want to be attacked. Yep, you move the knight right there. What this does is it makes it to where the king can't shift to the left. If the king shifts to the left, it's in position to the knight.
Oh, but they're moving so close to their king over there.
Yeah, and now both teams are in a position where their king can be attacked. You have Blaze with a rook in front of the Shogun's king, and then you have the Shogun rook that was right there. Oh, okay, so they're bringing back and collapsing behind. This is interesting.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
He went up for the assist.
Oh, no way. Did he call button check and he accidentally hit him? I think he called button check. Keep fighting. It said keep fighting. Oh my God. So he said, hold on. He didn't say button check. And as a result, that's going to be checkmate. Oh man. Okay, so Shogun are real frustrated on the floor right now. He said hold on, but he didn't say the phrase button check. I do, believe this is one of those situations as a league we have to be very strict in terms of the rules that we implement on the field. And saying hold on, I don't necessarily think counts as a button check. Tons of drama unfolding. This has by far been the most dramatic night that I have casted for.
Y'all have seen me put my head down so many times tonight alone. From all of the
just got
crazy
married
things
and now he's turning gray.
Yeah. I got a gray hair right here. I got a gray hair right here. Bro, oh my gosh.
Goodness gracious. I mean, nonetheless, that was probably the most strategic match of Checkmate Showdown that I've ever casted for. That was fantastic. I think that highlights and illustrates how good of a game that really is and why I love it, man. It's a game of chess. It's a fighting game. It's a 2D stage. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay, you did say you wanted it forfeited, you jerk.
Okay, so Blaze just forfeited
Midnight Ghost Hunt.
Mm-hmm. So free win for Shogun, which is super important because it creates this situation where they haven't necessarily reached that 17 mark, but we don't have as much time as Shogun would probably like.
Yeah.
So we're going to get into Ragnarok right here. Final Stand Ragnarok, which is a PvE experience, if you will, and we'll sort of walk you through that as the match unfolds.
I got you.
Yeah.
If you played Dynasty Warriors, you've played Final Stand Ragnarok.
Yeah. Oh, that's a perfect example. How has no one said that yet? Wow. Okay.
Well, so obviously the Shoguns are not happy with the call that was made. Yeah. Kind of like Mobster Matt just mentioned, saying hold on versus saying button check, it's not the same thing, right? And of course that's going to make anyone upset. Yeah. But knowing how, the rules are here within the UEL, that means that, if you keep up the negative energy, if you keep, talking back to the game master or however that looks, that ends up allowing you to be forfeited out of the rest of the match.
Yeah, because we have to stick to a specific standard. I mean, it's full professionalism in the arena at all times. For those of you watching at home, this is a full stage production here. We've got both teams on a stage. We've got SurfThing computers, 14 of them out there. Huge monitors. We got our production manager, AV, here running left and right, making call-outs. We got a stream tech, commentators, lights, everything, music you imagine. You have to maintain a level of, or just a standard in terms of how things are functioning to keep this machine rolling, if you will. Now, this is the comparison I would give you. Imagine the head coach of an NFL football team telling the referee to hold up with 2 seconds left on the clock as opposed to calling a timeout.
Yeah.
Right? It's all about the phrase, the verbiage that you use, and what have you. We have to strictly stick to a standard, and they just didn't do that. So I think it was the right thing for the game master to say that he didn't necessarily make a button check there.
Yeah. I mean, it's essentially you choose your words wisely,
right?
In situations like that. But it is what it is. We're moving on to Roller Champs. I wonder if the Blaze are going to play this game. The one thing that I love about the Blaze and like how they work and how they operate. They always want to play a game that, especially when they have this type of lead,
right?
They want to play a game. They want to end the game off with the game that they're most comfortable with.
Yeah.
Roller Champs may be that game. It may not be.
Either in the night on a game that you excel in, or in the night, because I say this all the time. There's no other better time to practice than when you're on the court during a real game.
Yeah.
Right? So they potentially could be trying to get a remaining game on the wheel that they know they need to practice, and this is a great opportunity for them to do that. So maybe we see them forfeit a couple of games here.
Yeah, we'll see. Man, what a night.
Yeah,
bro.
man. This has been
Night,
emotional.
bro. And, going back again to what Matt was talking about when he mentioned, like, there's a lot of moving parts. I don't know if you got noticed. Like, typically, Mobster Matt has another caster who is sitting in this spot who's here with him the whole time, bro. I have been literally running all night.
Yeah, a lot of problem solving going on behind the scenes.
It leads me to say that, like, we as an organization, we as the UEL everybody has a place, and everybody tends to work together. You know, here as a team, and I think that with Roller Champs coming up, this is going to be a perfect opportunity. I don't know. The Three Musketeers are back up again.
Oh, yeah, they are. Wow.
Hollywood and Milk Zolo against Dolo, Arbiter, and Mr. B. Honestly, these three have been playing together for, 2 seasons now?
Yeah.
So we talked about this. We got the dynamic trio literally on both sides for this game.
That's true, yeah. Tier 1 through 3 going up for both teams. Let's see who outperforms and outshines the other. This is really interesting. I like that. And you said this is Roller Champions, correct?
Roller Champs,
Okay, so
yes.
this is technically within our sports category, one of those alternative sports within the genre itself, 3v3. What you're basically going to be seeing here on the screen is think of, what is it? Not roller. Is it roller derby? What is it? Sport. They race around in a ring on rollerblades and shoulder check each other.
That one.
That one.
That one.
Think of, I think it's called roller derby, but meets basketball. Okay, so roller derby meets basketball. So essentially you have to race around the ring at least one time before a point becomes eligible, right? What does that mean? Once you have that point, you can actually go for a basket shot, and if you make the shot, you basically get that point that became eligible. While you're doing that, your opponent is going to try to shoulder check you, is going to try to steal the ball from you. By any means necessary, they're going to try to get the ball away from you. If they take the ball away from you while you're trying to gain that eligible point, that point will become voided. You'll have to race around the ring an additional time once you get the ball back. So there's going to be a back and forth constantly. But what you're going to see is players trying to maintain a sense of speed and momentum to get around the ring as fast as possible. And that sort of requires learning and understanding the mechanics of the game, right? There's things like basically doing an uppercut maneuver on the side of the glass to where you fling your body up on the glass, and then because of the momentum of coming down the glass, you shift into the straightaways of this ring with an amount of speed that allows you to advance at a pace that is difficult for a team to keep up with when they're trying to get the ball from you.
Yeah. And I mean, the goal is obviously to try your best to make sure that the other team does not get to loop around. You want to close their goal as fast as possible. You want to make sure that you deny them any opportunity. You can also, and I don't know if you mentioned this, but you can also have someone to help pull you and push you to go around faster as well, other than having to go up on the sides and using that momentum.
Yeah.
So we don't see a lot of that on our end, but I think that that's a really good tactic to have. And passing the ball off, you can do the little things where you can see them wave their hand and hey, pass it over here, bro. I got you. So, and with both of these tier 1 through 3s, these guys are already knowing how to work really well together. That's the type of gameplay that I'm looking forward to seeing if we get into this game.
Yeah. And what you're referring to, I think, is I just call it the slingshot maneuver. Right?
Slingshot, that's what it is, yes.
Yeah, you basically, when you come up behind a fellow player, you can sort of grab onto the back of the player, and then that player will slingshot you around them in order to advance with further speed and further momentum. You can imagine how effective that can be with just sort of getting around the ring, creating that eligible point, and then going for a basket shot. Now, when we say basket shot, it's not as easy as it sounds.
No.
Scoring one of those basket shots is incredibly difficult. You have some players that are better at it than others, some Kobe's in the league, if you will. But nonetheless, I think most of the players you're going to see are attempting to take these basket shots pretty much right underneath it. They're not necessarily going for these, three-pointers, if you will, where they're trying to throw this ball into the hoop from all the way down the ring. So relatively simple. Maybe
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and you Roller Champs can be either a really fast game or a really short game. If the other team isn't able to stop you going around in that ring, every time that you go around that ring, it increases your points for your next shot.
Yes.
And I think the highest is 5.
Yes. I want to say if you advance around the ring 3 times, it creates 5 eligible points. So if you race around the ring 3 times and you score, it gives you 5 points, which actually ends the game.
Yes.
So if you're not able to get the ball back from your opponent and they get around the ring 3 times and score, it ends the game completely. And we've seen that. We've seen games end within a matter of 60 to 120 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So We'll see as we get this started up and roll into it right
All
here.
right, and we are going right into it.
All right, looks like the game next, if we have time. Now, there is 2 minutes left of in-game timer. If this ends quickly, we'll get into NHL, but I think this might be the last game of the night. Nonetheless, here we go.
All right.
Here come these players rolling on to the ring. Some of them tricked out with some pretty cool character swag, if you will.
I don't think that Hollywood should be rolling around with these skates with some samurai swords connected to them.
I'm not going to lie.
Probably not safe.
It is actually impressive to see how good Hollywood is at this game already. Understanding the mechanics of the game, picking up that speed, the way he's uppercutting like that along the glass's edge, and then coming down the glass with a level of momentum and speed is actually really impressive. Knocks the ball out and then catches it in the air, and now he's starting to race around the ring.
They can't catch him.
Yeah, and he's looking for a pass. He's looking for a pass to advance, but he doesn't need to
Over
throw
the
it.
milk?
If he's not getting pressured, he doesn't need to. They need to get on top of Hollywood right now. Oh, my goodness.
No,
but they
he got
denied him.
denied. Oh,
wow,
man.
that was going to be a really quick point. So that's what we talked about, guys. He got it around the ring, but they stole the ball back, which means that they denied him the eligible point. Now they have to race around the ring an additional time.
They got to catch him first, man.
Yeah, and he's doing a serpentine pattern. Is kind of what I like to call it, sort of an S pattern of going back and forth.
There's that slingshot that you spoke of as well.
Yeah. Now they have an eligible point available.
Oh
my gosh.
Just following behind.
They are flying around this ring faster than I think I've ever seen. They're going for a second point to become eligible here.
Yo, Hollywood is looking to end this immediately.
If they get around 3 times, this game is going to be over. They're going for it. He's not even passing the ball, just a ball hawk at this point.
Oh, my God.
As selfish as can be. Is he going to even go for the pass?
Oh, duh. Yo, Hollywood, stop it.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
There's no way. He didn't even
He didn't even shoot the ball. He's going for the score to end the game, juking out his opponent, goes for the... Oh, he whips it. He whips it. They still have control of the ball, though. No, they don't. It got denied. He's smiling a little bit in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen.
Game is now over. They are moving into... Let's see, are they going to do it again? The fact that they let him do that, they can't let that happen
look at him
again.
protecting his teammates, though. So he's not just somebody who's talented at advancing down the court, advancing down the ring with the ball. He's also protecting his teammates as well.
All right, we got 1 lap completed.
I think what they're trying to do is work on, as a team, knowing that this is maybe the last game of the night, I think they're trying to, as a team, work on how do they score more points than just the 1 eligible point.
Yeah.
You know, and that's something just important to note because it is relatively simplistic to just get 1 point on the board. But being able to work on maintaining the serpentine momentum, if you will. Look at that slingshot that he just performed, but he does get dropped. So props to Shogun for canceling out that point there. Here it comes.
Give me
He
that.
goes, they do get the steal.
Give me that.
Now he's probably going to look to slingshot off of his teammate to advance down the court as fast as possible. Goes for the slingshot, gains momentum. Now he's going to have a ton of speed coming down here.
And we got Mr. B already talking a bunch of smack, bro.
Oh, boy, here he comes.
He said, how about the next time you actually get that score?
Oh, point is available, and he's deciding not to shoot.
Yo, look at him
my
juking
goodness
everybody.
gracious. So the way he's doing that is every time one of his opponent is going for a shoulder check or a tackle of some sort, he's jumping over them.
Yo,
he's jumping.
Please stop.
He's jumping over them, utilizing the trajectory at which he's coming down the ice,
Yo,
coming down the glass, if you will.
Hollywood.
He may get this last point eligible, which would end the game. He's throwing the ball up for a Hail Mary, and he just barely whiffs it. That would have been the trick shot of a lifetime. His teammate does have the ball, though. They shoot it back, but he doesn't get it. Hollywood is going to be able to pick this ball up, though. And is he going to go for a full court shot? This could end it. Throws it.
Oh, oh my God.
5 points. Blaze take
He said next time, set that up, bro.
That was wild.
Oh, my God.
They end it in fashion with the 5 points. Wow. Tons of drama going on right now on the floor. I think it's one of those situations where the Blaze wanted to prove a point, you know, because there's been so much emotion. That's why they were going for that.
Yeah.
And Shogun was in a situation where they just wanted to shut that down and say, hey, you're not going to do this to us. But unfortunately, Blaze was able to pull that off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, what a game, bro.
That's been wild. It's been wild tonight.
So, looks like we have our final score, 17-8, with the Blaze winning this. We are going to get our interviews in here in just a little bit. You guys just stay right there. We'll be right back.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there it is.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And welcome back, everybody. I'm sitting here with Arbiter and Dolo. We just finished up and wrapped up tonight's match between Shogun and Blaze. Blaze obviously taking it 17-8, reaching that magical number of 17 right here at the end of the night. Now, the question I want to kick things off with you guys is, there was a ton of emotion that was sort of on the floor tonight in the arena. I would say more so than any other game I've ever casted. What do you think, sort of caused that tonight? What sort of sparked that emotion that sort of kicked things off and made it so dramatic?
People having too much dip on their chip when they getting 1v5.
Wow.
As simple as that, man.
Wow. I mean, that's a straightforward answer. I respect it. I respect it.
You know.
Yeah.
I mean, you feel good about winning, but you were getting 1v5. So
yeah.
It doesn't. Okay.
Okay. Understand.
My boy in a wager, bro. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I respect the response. I respect the response.
He got every right to defend himself, or talk his stuff back. So, in
right.
my opinion, but.
Right.
Know.
Understandable. Understandable. Also, the fact that sort of moving into, your next matchup being, you were coming into today 0-6, what is something that you think as a team that you guys need to do to sort of grab that first win?
I mean, we're just going to do what we can to keep on practicing on the games that we need to work on.
Right.
I think for most of us is that we're just trying to work up the connection between each other.
Okay, yeah.
Communication and just trying to develop that chemistry between one another.
Okay.
I think we're getting there, but I don't think we're just fully there just yet.
Okay.
But in the end, I think we're doing what we can at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, the best that we can do is just keep on trying to push forward about it and
right.
just come back the next time, see if we've improved.
Yeah. No, understandable.
I'm going to add on to that. I think
yeah.
A lot of that also has to do with now we're a 5 lineup, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, it's just everything's changed. I think we were on a high. We were getting there, getting better every game, and we're getting closer and closer to winning the game. Now, kind of we got cut short, so now we got to adjust to that, as well.
Yeah.
Kind of like that team cohesiveness that we were at.
Yeah.
Has changed a little bit, so now we got to get kind of back to where we were. So.
Right. Well, from those of you that I've sort of bumped into, here around the arena, I think all of you guys really have like a solid demeanor about you. the way you carry yourselves, very well and what have you. That being said, do you guys see, my last question for y'all would be, do you see somebody on the team sort of standing out as a leader, or may sort of like come out as a leader to sort of help formulate that synergy that you guys need? Because I've noticed that sort of as a common theme amongst some of the teams that, need to start picking up a couple of wins and what have you.
I mean, I think that in certain cases, in certain situations, that's when, like, a certain leader could pop up at certain times.
Right.
I mean, like, I know, like, for myself and, like, Dolo, like, from time to time, especially when we're helping out coaching games,
yeah.
We do what we can to step up for it. So I think we're still trying to figure out about who that particular leader, so, like, captain, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
But,
it's a team thing. Right now, we wear many hats.
Right.
So, like,
that's a good way to put it.
Sometimes I'm the leader. Sometimes I was the leader. Sometimes he is the leader. Everybody's leader in their own right. It comes to certain games, we're gonna let whoever it is that is, the aficionado take that that hat. So,
yeah, understand.
A good example would be StarCraft today. Arv.
Right.
That because of Arv. So
Yeah, I like that. Understandable. Well, fellas, thank you so much, not just for competing, but taking a little bit of time to talk to me. Best of luck in your next matches. Yeah, I can't wait to cast your games next.
All right.
What is going on, everybody? We are back again with Hollywood and Garto from the Reapers. I'm sorry, from the Blaze.
That had a mistake.
Yo, congratulations to you guys again on this dub. What was you guys' mindset coming into this, especially with there being no Chris G? Did you guys know that Chris G wasn't going to be here today?
Yeah, I knew that. I was more upset that Kenna and Ash didn't come. I think it'd have been a great game. You take definitely Mr. B out the lineup and then somebody else. And, the Shoguns are 10 times better. But I was really expecting them to come, but I understand with the circumstances right now. But it would have definitely been a fun match. But we definitely expected to come in and win and see who we saw.
Okay. Now, when you guys, what games did you guys have? Or think we're going to be like a 50-50 where you were having where you thought that you would be more competition from the other side?
I mean, realistically, there was no competition on the other side other than Raven. Every game that Raven was in, it was honestly more difficult than him being out. And yeah, I think like Hollywood said, take Mr. B out the lineup and either have Kenna or Chris G.
That man is terrible.
Yeah, that dude sucks. Like, no wonder no one remembers him. But I mean, yeah, like, honestly, Mr. B out the lineup, they could have been better with the 4-man. There was no competition for any of the games.
All right, and my third question is, Hollywood.
Yep.
What was going through your mind when this happened?
What is this? Hey, bro. Because when all I said before the match started, I said, yeah, just make sure you send me in with 3 bars. And this dude did the guard cancel, sent me in. So I said, you know what, man? I'm going to just key charge until I get to level 3. It was my only option. You didn't know. It was my only option.
Oh, my God, bro. That sent me into a frenzy, bro. I thought it was hilarious. Who do you guys play next?
The Cyclones. We play them next Sunday, I believe.
Next Sunday. So what is your expectation going into the next matchup against the Cyclones?
I'll take
Come
this
on,
one.
bro.
I don't know. They just lost their best player, Mosi. Realistically speaking, that team is getting it is lower than an anchor, bro. Like, it's I don't know.
They're better than Mr. B.
Yeah, they are better than Mr. B, to be honest. Like, because
But yeah.
But
I mean, to be honest though, today's game was probably the most fun I had.
Yeah.
I like how the Shoguns came in and trash talked and kept up with us in the trash talking, at least not the score. But RKA, bro. When I beat that man in Fortnite, oh my God, he stormed the building, bro. We thought it was about to be 4v5.
Wait, but isn't he like a pro Fortnite player?
I killed him twice.
Oh, okay.
So
does that make you a pro Fortnite player?
I mean, I am a pro Fortnite player.
Now he is.
To be fair, bro, he had a good game. He was high.
He beat me in Blaze Boot.
He did. Yeah, you are a dog, bro.
Yeah. So.
But he was a great competition as well. Raven was great. Arbiter was great. Dolo was great. But that dude in the middle sucks baloney, bro. Oh my God. He was talking trash in the Discord, talking trash in the game today, and he didn't. I think the only game he really went in for and won was F1, and we had the fourth.
I'm not gonna lie. I think the only reason why Mr. B will be remembered was for the slaughter today.
Wait, no, stop. All right, that's fine. Stop. Wait a second. My last question, though.
Yes, sir.
When are we getting the second episode of the Garto Show?
So you already know the Garto Show is always on Tuesdays, but the content is always different. You know, you will probably see some similar series within the show, but realistically, it is a new episode, it is new content, and it's something you cannot miss.
Hey, let him know.
I was working Mr. B in the final. I was working Mr. B in, I don't even know.
But what's new?
Thank you too for joining us. Really good matchup from you guys. We will see you guys next time. But we're gonna go ahead and end this interview here because y'all keep hitting on Mr. B.
You guys play the Shoguns and Mr. B is in the lineup. Expect the
free dubs.
Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So.
Yeah.
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have.
And that's going to do it tonight for the Week 10 matchup of Shogun and Blaze. Blaze reaching that magic number of 17, but it's only at the end of the night. They sort of finished out with a bang, if you will, that score on Roller Champions. So much drama today, man.
My gosh.
Like, that is the takeaway of today was the fact that both of these teams were at each other's throats the entirety of this stream. But I think it sort of created a show, if you will, for not just 100%. Us as casters. I'm sure so many of you guys at home. It was an absolute pleasure casting over both of these teams. I think everybody from both sides, from Shogun and Blaze, had their moments. But nonetheless, Blaze took it. They're going to move up 4-2. Shogun's going to go 0-7.
It sucks and it hurts. Yeah. But we got our next game coming up on Sunday. It is the Paladins versus the Ghosts Sunday at 2 p.m. There will not be a game tomorrow, but just keep locked into our Instagram, into our Facebook, into Twitch, Twitter, everywhere, all socials, GEL Esports. This here is the Ultimate In Gamers League, the UEL, where gamers go pro.